Good morning and welcome to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy, day 2 of our April meeting. Today is April 16th, 2026. It's 8:30 a.m. My name is Jeff Anderson. I'm president of the board, and I now call the meeting to order. May I please have a member of staff conduct roll call and collect any conflict of interest declarations, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thorwald?
Here, no conflict.
Ms. Browning?
Here, I wanted to add a disclosure for 90, 22A, and 22B. I have toured the Strive facility, but it will not affect my decision-making ability.
Thank you. Ms. Davis?
Present, my conflicts have been submitted in writing.
Ms. Walmsley?
Present, nothing additional.
Ms. Park?
Present, conflicts have been submitted in writing, nothing new today. And I do have a disclosure, 22A, the Strive Pharmacy. One of the respondents, Andrea Daniels, I know from previous employment, but won't impact my decision.
Thank you. Mr. Hogan?
Here, no conflicts.
Mr. Al-Nassif?
Here, no additional.
And Mr. Anderson?
Present, no conflicts today.
All accounted for, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Just some housekeeping. The board does offer continuing education for attendees. There is a sign-in sheet in the back of the boardroom. If folks would like to sign in and obtain CE, please do so. And if we go into an afternoon session, please do so after the break as well for CE for the afternoon. We will move right into the agenda onto 23. Tab 23 in the board book. This is 23A through 23K. And this is cases recommended.
Mr. Anderson, if I may
Sure.
ask, if we can just do A through H. I believe those have written motions in the packet, and the others, there will be a verbal motion, so might be better to do those separately.
Okay, very good. Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Hargraves. All right, so we'll take 23A through H. And this is the time for the board to consider consent agenda items 23A through 23H. This is Jade Jesperson, board case 24-0503. Beth Saran, Beth Saran, board case 25-0443. Peter B. Moreno, board case numbers 25-0378. Michelle Stewart, board case number 25-0127. Ashania Mosley, board case number 25-0115. Jada Gudry, board case number 24-0271. Kaya Meyer, board case number 25-0196. And Sienna Torres, board case number 25-0446. Does any respondent, attorney, or board member want to pull any case from the consent agenda for further consideration? Will the state's attorneys please introduce themselves?
Yes, good morning. Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General.
Welcome and thank you. Are there any other parties present for these matters? Seeing none and hearing none, the state has filed a motion to deem and vacate the hearing in each of these matters. If these motions are granted, the board will have adopted the factual allegations set forth in the complaints as its findings of fact and the alleged violations of law as its conclusions of law. Is there a motion regarding the state's motions to deem?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board grant the state's motion to deem and vacate the hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. Do we have a second?
A second.
Any further discussion? Roll call? No. Voice vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now deliberate on the appropriate discipline to be imposed. Any discussion, board members? Somebody willing to make a motion?
Mr. President, I move to adopt the state's recommended discipline as set forth in the motions to deem, well, just to accept the state's recommended discipline.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
That's a roll call.
All right,
Yep,
thank
sorry,
you.
Mr. President. Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. All right, let me go back and get to the script for 23I and beyond. So this is the time for the board to consider consent agenda items 23I through 23K. This is Karina Martinez Diaz, board case number 25-0096. Ali Islam, board case number 25-006, and Randall Soleil, board case number 25-0057. Does any respondent, attorney, or board member want to pull any case from the consent agenda for further consideration? Will the state's attorneys please introduce themselves?
Yes, good morning. Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General.
Thank you. Are there any other parties present for these matters? Okay, the state has filed a motion to deem and vacate the hearing in each of these matters.
Actually, I have not.
Okay, okay,
I'm going to do that presently,
very good,
verbally, if that's okay.
very good. Thank you.
Thank you. In each of these cases, a complaint notice of hearing was sent to the individuals on February 5th, 2026, notifying them of today's scheduled hearing, the allegations the board has proposed, as well as potential violations. In each of the notices of hearings, the individuals were notified that pursuant to ARS 32-1927-.01N, they were required to file a response within 30 days. And if they fail to do so, the board could deem the allegations admitted. In each case, their answer was due on or before March 12th, 2026. None of the individuals responded. In the case of Ali Islam, his current license is currently suspended pursuant to 32-3206. Same as Randall Soilo. Both of them failed to renew, but because the matter was pending, their license is currently suspended. In the case of Ms. Diaz, it is a violation of a board order. The board had issued a non-disciplinary civil penalty and requirement to complete deficiency continuing education. She failed to do so. Based upon the allegations, their failure to respond, the state would ask that the board vacate the hearings, deem the allegations in the complaints notice of hearing as admitted, and in each case issue a discipline of revocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Board members?
I'll make a motion to grant the state's motions to deem and vacate the hearing.
Second.
Any further discussion? Voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now deliberate on the appropriate discipline to be imposed. Mr. Hargraves has recommended revocation for all three cases. Board members, any further discussion?
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to adopt the state's recommendation for revocation.
Second.
Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. This concludes these proceedings. The board's decisions will be reduced to written orders, which will be sent to each of the respondents. Thank you. Now moving on to tab 24. And This is the date, time, and place where the matter involving Aiden Slade, board case number 25-0165 is scheduled to be heard by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is a formal administrative hearing to determine if there have been violations of the board's statutes and rules and whether disciplinary action is warranted. Board members present today include Jeffrey Anderson, Stephanie Spark, Tennille Davis, Frank Thorwald, Tariq Al-Nassif, Christopher Hogan, Melinda Browning, and Lori Walmsley. Let the record reflect that the board members have been furnished copies of the complaint, notice of hearing, and all pleadings of record. Will the parties please introduce themselves, starting with the state?
Seth Hargreaves, Assistant Attorney General.
Jeannie Ray, Assistant Attorney General, appearing as your independent advisor.
Thank you. Any other parties present online? All right. Before we moving forward, do any parties have any preliminary matters they would like to address with the board?
Yes, thank you. This matter was set for hearing today. Aiden Slade was sent the complaint notice of hearing. In response to that, they contacted my office. In front of you, you have a proposed consent agreement for voluntary surrender in lieu of proceeding with the hearing. We would ask that the hearing be vacated and the board accept the signed consent for surrender to resolve this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Board members? Discussion or a motion?
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to accept the state's recommendation to vacate the hearing and accept the signed consent agreement for voluntary surrender.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Thorwald. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. This concludes the proceeding. A fully executed copy of the consent agreement will be sent to the parties. Thank you all for attending today.
Thank you.
And now we're going to, I'm actually going to go forward with 22A first. I think it makes sense to do the local state case before we do the California case. So let's pull 22A.
I'm recused from these proceedings.
Thank you.
Just stay where you guys are. Okay, just stay. Just do that. Sorry. We're gonna play logistics.
All right, this is complaint number 25-0092. Respondents are pharmacist in charge, Jemin Schwer, pharmacist Matthew Guzman, technician Christina Soltero, pharmacist Matthew Montes de Oca, pharmacist Andrea Daniels, pharmacist Patrick Schnitzel, pharmacist Shalin Koshar, technician Daniel Robles, and permit Strive Pharmacy. Will the parties please introduce themselves?
Roger Morris, Alex Snyder, Chris Dang, Andrea Seach, and Mary Saxon, Quarles and Brady on behalf of Strive and each of the individually named respondents.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Mr. Jacobson, could you provide a brief summary for us, please?
Before we start, I just want to note for the record that Mr. Schenzel and Mr. Kochar both worked for me in the past. I'm happy to step aside from the case if council would like me to. My prior dealings with them, I do not believe will interfere with my ability to make a decision, but I will leave it to the council to decide whether they wish me to step
We have
aside.
no objection to your remaining on.
Thank
If I
you.
could make a statement, I know you called this as just 22A, but 9D is inextricably intertwined with this. And frankly, we're going to repeat lots of information and evidence between the two complaints. And so my suggestion is we do both at the same time with it, because the facts mix in between both of them, if that's all right with the board.
So while the facts do intermingle, I prepared separate cases because they were agendized separately. I'm comfortable taking it either way the board will direct me.
I think we'll stick with the local 22A first, and then we'll move forward with the California case.
And then I have one other item. I also filed prior to this, after the last meeting, settlement proposals to the board with it. I am perfectly fine to discuss those now beforehand. I'm also perfectly fine to go spend the next 2 hours and call 12 witnesses as we go through this. But I did put those out there ahead of time and was told that we would at least have a potential discussion about that. It's okay if we skip it, but I just want to understand that the respondent, Strive, and each of its facilities and folks did propose settlement proposals ahead of time to try and short circuit this.
Sure, and we did receive those. They are in the board book, and we have reviewed them.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Mr. Jacobson, if you could provide a brief summary first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Max Jacobson, Compliance Officer, Arizona Board of Pharmacy. This complaint is related to compounding of ketamine patches. Ketamine is a DEA Schedule III controlled substance. The complainant was an employee. He expressed concerns about feeling coerced into testing these ketamine patches without a prescription, without doctor oversight, and without any clinical evaluation. He indicated this situation posed serious health risks due to the experimental nature of the ketamine product. After bringing these concerns forward, he was terminated. This added to his concern as he felt he had been exposed to an experimental product with no oversight and now no health insurance and no coverage as to what he was going to do in the future if he did have any problems. He also expressed concerns that Strive may have coerced other employees into similar manners, but no proof was found to substantiate any kind of allegation in that realm. Strive was interested in developing a ketamine transdermal patch for patient-specific needs. Documentation submitted by Strive Counsel shows communication between Strive leadership, managers, and other staff members discussing this project. Internal chat communications called Slack messages and other communications were provided but redacted to block out individual leadership names that may have been aware and involved in the project. This prevented the board from full transparency as to who was completely involved. Throughout the project, even the owner, an Arizona pharmacist, not named as a respondent in this case, is shown to have hearted a message on the Slack's project status. That can be seen in your board book on page 6091. And similar references to the owner and other high-level officials on page 5998 in your board book. In December of 2024, 3 employees from Strive traveled to a Strive pharmacy location in California called La Vida. We'll refer to that as La Vida as the California Strive location. They traveled to the California Strive location. They compounded ketamine freebase and then inserted that into transdermal patches. There were internal communications about the appropriateness of compounding with ketamine freebase, as it is research grade only. On page 6016 of your board book, you will see they're talking to each other about the nature of freebase ketamine. Expense reports, time cards, and internal communications show that Strive leadership supported these 3 employees to travel to California. After compounding the drugs, they shipped these patches and leftover freebase back to Arizona to the Strive Gilbert location. When the PIC received the freebase at the Gilbert location, he quarantined it immediately and later destroyed it through a reverse distributor, a proper destroying channel. And I did get the documentation of that. It should be noted that the amount destroyed was more than 4 grams different than what was supposedly shipped into Arizona. Which further points to the inconsistencies of record keeping in this case. No shipping records or compounding records were made in December of 2024. However, the next April, an intercompany transfer document was created to, after the fact, document this shipment into Arizona. Although Strive's counsel offered an after the fact quantity of how many ketamine patches were made, Because there was no documentation, there's really no way to substantiate their claim of how many were actually made. The ketamine patches were given to the complainant at the Gilbert Pharmacy. He stated he walked into the pharmacy and picked them up. Somebody from behind the counter handed them to him without any forms to sign or anything else involved. All along, he had been told that any of the patches he received would not contain any pharmaceutical grade ingredient or API, meaning that there was no ketamine to be in those patches. If you see page 6081 in your book, you'll see where it's referred to that he's saying, they told me there was no ketamine in these patches. However, he took them home and used them, and it was not until he used it and realized what the number on the package meant, that it referred to the molecule size of the ketamine, when he realized that there were actually drugs in those patches. He stated he immediately felt deceived, manipulated, and trapped. He expressed these concerns to Strive, but regardless of that, continued with a second round of testing. On or about December 19th of 2024, the second batch of patches were dispensed or delivered to the patient. However, this time it was from the Mesa facility, which is an unpermitted, un-DEA registered facility. So the implication there is that Strive had these drugs, these ketamine patches, at their Gilbert registered permitted facility, and at some point moved those drugs to the Mesa facility, which is not permitted by this board and not DEA registered. This time he said he didn't use the patches, but kept lying about the effects to keep his job and to keep reporting with what he was supposed to do. Strive maintains the 3 employees involved that traveled to California acted on their own, compounded these patches, shipped them back, and gave them to the complainant. Furthermore, Strive claims the complainant subverted normal channels to obtain these drugs, possibly implying diversion. However, he's not licensed with this board. Therefore, he would never have access to these drugs without a licensed employee involvement. Strive claims the PIC knew nothing about this until the ketamine patches arrived at his pharmacy. It is unclear the level of oversight the PIC maintains over that facility. The compliance department was not informed, and no leadership staff authorized any of this activity, is what Strive is claiming. Again, it is unclear the level of oversight the compliance department or the PIC has over this facility. Evidence discovered throughout the investigation shows that top leadership, including all named respondents, were at the very least informed about and likely involved with these activities. Strive has taken several corrective actions to prevent similar incidents. These include operational oversight improvements, working with a consultant, former DEA with controlled substance expertise, controlled substance specific education and retraining, updates to the compliance department, and reassignment of individuals' job responsibilities. Despite the aforementioned deficiencies, Strive organizational chart provided on page 2702 indicates that 2 of the top compliance officers involved were in fact promoted. In fact, some of these employees have been promoted to different positions with greater oversight or retained in other capacities. The corrective actions can be found in your board book, and these corrective actions, in my opinion, do appear sufficient to prohibit this type of activity in the future. As for if there were any side effects or negative reactions caused by this, I will let the complainant address you if he would like to. I believe he is in attendance today. He mentioned he would have a short statement. Due to the low accountability demonstrated by Strive staff and Strive leadership, there posed a threat to the public by this drug being so poorly accounted for. Moreover, throughout the investigation, the story and employees involved seemed to seem to keep changing, including adding pharmacist Kochar in the last few months of my investigation, even though I asked for written responses from all employees that were involved from the very beginning. You can see on page 6056 that I was asking for a response from everybody involved. And I was quite surprised when I found out there was another pharmacist that hadn't yet given me a response. To date, I believe we do have everybody involved included today. Interestingly, the 3 employees that traveled to California to produce these patches included a pharmacist, Mr. Kochar, and he stated he was there as a clinical resource, not as part of the minutia of compounding. Before the board today are several alleged infractions of law. The violations that I identified can be found on your board book, page 6062. Included with these, the most egregious are failures of record keeping on several levels, lack of compliance oversight by the PIC and compliance department, and no patient-specific prescription, medical doctor oversight, IRB oversight. There's implications of practicing medicine here. Those are the main violations that I identified. But you can see the full list of violations on page 6062. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Mr. Morris, would you like to make a brief statement?
Yeah, I have a short opening statement. Then I'm going to call each of the 8 individuals who have been named here, who each have a short statement. And I've also asked the PIC from the California facility, who is not named personally, she's the new PIC there, to also speak on this, because as I believe, you need to hear all of the facts with this. Let's start with and make sure everybody understands this. There are a number of mistakes that were made here. Strive and each of the Strive entities and the individuals here will each acknowledge that. There was excitement about a research study, an IRB organized study that Strive had not worked with before. This was something that was outside of their normal course to be able to do it. There was significant excitement about the potential for ketamine treatment for some of the folks, and they got out ahead of their skis. Things were done that should not have been done. They had 2 days, December 16th and 17th, when they went out to California, where there was terrible record keeping, terrible information, because they thought it was a research piece and didn't think of it as the practice of pharmacy. You'll hear each of them acknowledge what they did and didn't do on that. There was a number of assumptions that are made, and we all know what happens. We make assumptions that it had been cleared by different people at different issues, and they've made mistakes with it during this process. They're going to acknowledge that, talk to you about it, and then at the end here, we're going to talk about all of the changes that have been made to prevent something like this from happening again. We are not going to get into the details of the individual complainants issues. Suffice to say, we have significant factual disagreement with the complainant on what's going on. What we want to talk about is the pharmacy statute regulations and violations that occurred, and they'll acknowledge those to you. And then we'll talk about what they have done going forward on that. And then I have a few comments at the end. With that, I'd like to call up Matthew Montes de Oco. He has a brief statement, and he can introduce himself and tell you what his role is.
Morning, everyone. My name is Matt Montes de Oca. I serve as the Chief Compliance Officer at Strive Pharmacy, where I have overseen the compliance and quality matters related to our compounding operations for the last 3 years. Strive had acquired Levita Pharmacy in California near the end of October of 2023. We felt the need for a greater compounding capacity, and this acquisition aimed to meet those needs. In May of 2024, Strive began exploring a transdermal patch project with LCT, building on a pre-existing relationship between Strive leadership and a former Levita owner. I participated in the initial introduction between Strive and LTC as the two companies discussed a potential partnership in the concept of a unique delivery system for compounded medications, including ketamine. My involvement, however, was limited to the formal high-level aspects of establishing that relationship and understanding the general development concept, as the idea of the patch was not as advanced as originally proposed by LCT. After those initial discussions, I stepped back from the project and was only periodically updated on the overall progress versus the day-to-day activities. On February 3rd of 2025, I became aware of the serious allegations when the terminated employee, Dominic Fatino, sent an email claiming that Strive's executive team had knowingly participated in or directed the improper compounding and distribution of ketamine patches. Prior to this email, neither I nor the rest of the executive team were aware of these claims or any intentional deviation from appropriate procedures in how the patches were being handled. The details of the complaint first came to my attention through this communication and immediately reframed my understanding of what had been happening within the project. My understanding had been there was a controlled study collecting data with IRB oversight and LCT serving as the investigators. Upon receiving the email, I promptly notified relevant Strive employees and leadership about the allegations to ensure transparency and initiate an investigation. Shortly afterward, while Mr. Fatino's desk was being cleared out, I was informed that ketamine patches remained in his desk. I personally retrieved these patches and quarantined them in a secure controlled substance locker at the Gilbert Pharmacy. These patches were retrieved from the Mesa facility to prevent any further unauthorized access or diversion. I recognize that there are definitely important lessons on how my earlier limited involvement intersected with later operational decisions. While I was not directly managing the compounding or distribution of these patches, I acknowledge as a senior leader who helped shape the initial partnership, I share responsibility for ensuring that robust oversight, protocols, and ongoing compliance monitoring were in place. In hindsight, I should have ensured there was a clear and dedicated compliance oversight at the point my own involvement started to decrease, rather than assuming the appropriate monitoring would continue without my direct engagement. What I would do differently now, and what we have been doing, is to require explicit compliance ownership for any project. We have established a program management structure to ensure that a member of our now expanded compliance team is involved in every project from initiation through completion. Each such project now has identified compliance checkpoints and a final compliance checkoff before it can move forward. The structure is designed to prevent gaps in oversight when leadership roles change or when an individual, like myself in this case, transitions away from the day-to-day involvement. I was also involved in the decision to retain Mr. Matthew Straight, a consultant with over 25 years of DEA experience, to review and improve the Gilbert Pharmacy's procedures related to controlled substance handling. I have been actively involved in overseeing the implementation and development of these new SOPs.
Patrick?
Good morning. My name is Patrick Schenzel, Chief Operating Officer of Strive Pharmacy. I set the strategic direction and performance expectations for operations across all channels and locations, and lead a team of senior operators who design and run the structures, processes, and technologies that make our operations scalable, reliable, and efficient. I was not personally involved in the ketamine patch development project described, nor was I aware of any improper shipment provision or use of ketamine patches outside of normal prescribing and dispensing channels at the time of the events occurred. I did not authorize, direct, or support the conduct in any way. My expectation and the standard I communicate to my direct reports is that any activity involving controlled substance must follow all applicable laws, regulations, and internal policies, and that any concerns or deviations are promptly escalated to me and the compliance team for review. To that end, I've reinforced with my team that I must be informed of any controlled substance development work and immediately notified of any potential concerning activities so the appropriate action can be taken. I fully support the remedial steps implemented by compliance and leadership to strengthen controls, clarify approval pathways, and prevent any reoccurrence. And I remain committed to ensuring that my reports understand and meet the expectations going forward. Yep.
Christina?
Good morning. My name is Christina Soltero. I'm a pharmacy technician and former national non-sterile lab manager at Strive Pharmacy. I have approximately 17 years experience in this industry, including roles as a clerk, trainee, and licensed technician. I'm currently part of the product development team at Strive, where I work as a product owner for dermatology. In early December 2024, I was brought into this project after being asked by Andrea Daniels to travel to San Diego, California for training. I was then added to my first project call the following week, during which the current project status was reviewed as well as our new assignment. During that call, it was communicated that I would be traveling to San Diego along with Daniel Robles and Shalin Kochar to meet with the LCT team, Brian Arialis and Daniel Barrows. The purpose of this visit was to receive training on how to compound the ketamine patches, with the expectation that I would bring that knowledge back to Arizona to train our internal team. The Arizona site was designated as the initial location responsible for compounding these patches. Prior to the visit, I was provided with a list of supplies and ingredients that would be used during the training. After reviewing this list, I reached out to the pharmacist in charge and lead technician Hillel Shannon and Alana Evans at the La Vida location to confirm whether the necessary supplies and ingredients were available for the upcoming training. During that conversation, I was informed by Hillel that he was not aware of this project. As a result, I was the one who first brought the project to their attention. I traveled to San Diego Monday, December 16th, along with Daniel Robles, a technician from Arizona. Shalin Kochar was to join us the following day. Upon arrival, we went to the LCT headquarters where we received a tour of the facility. Following the tour, we went to the La Vida location to begin the first phase of the process, which involved preparing the ketamine freebase. We met with Hillel Shan, made introductions, and moved to our designated workspace. We reviewed the SOPs provided by LCT and followed the outline procedure to make the freebase using La Vida stock of ketamine for this step.
Christine, I'm going to stop. LCT is the independent company that has the IRB and was the ketamine developer. I'm sorry, the patch developer. Go ahead.
The following day after Shalin arrived, we used the ketamine freebase prepared the previous day to produce 3 different versions of the patches, with 15 patches made of each formulation for a total of 45 patches. During this process, I provided feedback and suggestions based on my compounding experience. This included recommendations to improve the technique for filling the patches, such as using an oral syringe instead of manual pouring to create a more precise and efficient process and to minimize product loss. After the training concluded, members of the LCT team informed me that Dominic Fatina would be trialing the patches and advised me on the quantity to provide to him. Given that we were in California and Dominic was located in Arizona, I packaged the completed patches along with the remaining ketamine freebase. I then delivered the package to the shipping department and provided it to the staff member on duty requesting shipment to the Arizona site. The package was sent via next day air to the Gilbert, Arizona pharmacy location on Baseline Road. The day after returning to Arizona on December 18th, I contacted Dominic to coordinate delivery of the patches, and he picked them up from the Gilbert pharmacy later that day. The remaining ketamine freebase was stored on site at the Gilbert pharmacy in a locked cabinet designated for controlled substances. After this, I took the remaining patches to our downtown Mesa location where we worked. This location is not a licensed pharmacy. I made this decision because I was unsure who else might be participating in the trial of these patches similar to Dominic. I would like to clarify that this was not a decision directed by me, as with Dominic's involvement. I was not aware of all the prior discussions or decisions on choosing somebody or someone to try them, as the project was already underway when I joined. In hindsight, I recognize that I should have asked additional questions and left the patches at the pharmacy rather than bringing them to the Arizona location. After receiving the first batch, Dominic asked whether he needed a prescription from his doctor. I told him no, as the patches were not compounded in live file and were handled outside of standard pharmacy workflow. He let me know that he would still obtain a prescription from his doctor as a precaution, and I believed he intended to follow through with that. While Dominic was using the patches, he and I continued to attend weekly project meetings with the team to provide feedback on his experience and to discuss any necessary adjustments to the patch or bandage design. The topic of obtaining a prescription was not revisited during these discussions. In hindsight, I recognize that I should have followed up to ensure that a prescription had been obtained. However, I did not do so. At a later point, Dominic informed me that he had run out of patches and needed additional supply. As I was not in the office at that time, he accessed my office and retrieved the remaining patches. He kept them at his desk until his termination. Following Dominic's termination and the complaint he filed, Strive, along with board officials, initiated an internal investigation which has led to the current matter. Additionally, I made statements to Dominic regarding the ketamine freebase that could be interpreted as inappropriate or suggestive of improper use of the remaining product. I would like to clarify that my intent was not to use the material in any improper manner. Rather, I was referring to the potential of our future, I was referring to the potential for future formulation development, specifically exploring whether ketamine freebase could improve our existing ketamine troche formulations, which can be difficult to work with at higher strengths when using ketamine HCl. Based on my experience during this project and my involvement with the R&D team, I believe this could represent a meaningful improvement. Ultimately, this was not pursued and the remaining material stayed secured in locked storage. I acknowledge that my choice of words was inappropriate and could have been misinterpreted. These actions were taken without malicious intent. However, I fully recognize that given my experience in this pharmacy field, I should have exercised better judgment. Throughout my career, I have consistently taken pride in being a responsible and compliant employee. I have been committed to doing the right thing and upholding the standards expected in this profession. In this instance, I failed in several ways. I did not ask enough questions. I did not seek sufficient clarification about the project prior to participating, and I did not rely on my knowledge of the requirements surrounding the handling and dispensing of controlled substances. I did not uphold the level of responsibility and professionalism that I know I am capable of. I take full accountability for these actions and recognize the seriousness of these errors. This was a significant mistake and one that I will not repeat. The impact of this situation has been profound, affecting both my role and my professional trajectory. I sincerely apologize for my actions. I understand the board's primary responsibility is to protect patients and the public, and I respect the importance of this investigation and the role it serves. If I could go back and change the mistakes I made, I would. However, I recognize I cannot. Moving forward, I've committed myself to improving my communication, ensuring I'm fully informed, asking questions, and involving compliance, legal, and leadership as appropriate in all future situations. I'm determined to ensure nothing like this happens again. I'm grateful to have been given a second chance at Strive with the new role, and I do not take that opportunity lightly. I hope you're able to see how deeply this experience has affected me and understand that my intention was never to cause harm. I fully acknowledge my responsibility in this matter, and I'm prepared to accept any decision the board deems appropriate. Since this incident, I've focused on learning, growth, and reinforcing my commitment to compliance and patient safety. As I mentioned in my previous statement, I have had many fulfilling years in this field, and I sincerely hope to continue serving our patients, community, and my employer to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Ms. Soltero. Mr. Morris, Ms. Soltero, please stay there. I think because we have so many respondents, some board members may have questions in between. So
I'm certain that they will, but I don't think they can understand the context without hearing each one of them first.
I just have two quick questions. So just because I want to make sure that I understand her role in the activities. I know she explained it, but I want to make sure that it's clear in my head. So Ms. Soltero, you're a pharmacy technician. You've been a pharmacy technician for a number of years, licensed in Arizona.
Yes, correct.
You participated in the compounding of the ketamine patches in the California facility.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Do you hold a pharmacy technician license in the state of California?
I do not, no.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
thank you, Mr. Morris. Thank you, Ms. Soltero.
Shaylin?
Dr. Gandhi, do you recommend we?
I think they seem like they're wrapping it up right there.
Okay.
Proceed. Good morning. My name is Charlene Kocher, and I'm a clinical liaison for Strive Pharmacy. I joined Strive 2 years ago and began as a staff pharmacist where I counseled patients and performed prescription review and verification. In November of 2024, I transitioned into my current role as a clinical liaison and brought into the ketamine patch development project. In this role, I educate providers on an array of clinical topics, attend pharmacy and medical conferences, host presentations and webinars, analyze developments in the scientific literature, and provide clinical support for our sales reps and pharmacists. My role also includes helping Strive assess the clinical feasibility of a prospective compounded medication, which is why I became involved in the ketamine patch development project. Less than a month into my current role, I was asked to attend the second day of the ketamine patch training at Brisma Pharmacy and in San Diego. My responsibility at this training session was to observe the training conducted by LCT researchers to assess the clinical viability of the product and to field any potential scientific questions that may arise relating to chemistry, stability, drug flux, irritancy potential, and so forth. Because my role at Strive is strictly clinical and does not involve any compounding or production, I was not involved in any of the compounding and did not direct Ms. Saltero and Mr. Robles in any of the compounding steps. I observed the training of Daniel Robles and Christina Saltero, but otherwise engaged only with the LCT researchers solely on clinical matters. While I was not engaged in the practice of pharmacy during my visit to Brisma Pharmacy, I understand that as a licensed pharmacist, I am responsible for ensuring compliance with state and federal pharmacy laws and regret not asking more questions about meeting supervision and licensure requirements. Since I was only present on the second day of the training, I did not witness Ms. Saltero or Mr. Robles retrieve the ketamine powder and other materials. I also did not observe Ms. Saltero package and ship the patches and was not aware that the patches created at Brisma Pharmacy were the same patches that would be tested by the complainant. While I understood that DF had volunteered to test the patch, I also assumed that he had a valid prescription for the products. I was involved in multiple aspects of the ketamine patch project where I got to interact with DF. We had weekly progress meetings during which DF disclosed his struggle with chronic pain. Previously, I had asked DF if he was willing to try the medication-free placebo patches to garner feedback about the adhesive. On numerous occasions, he expressed an interest in the ketamine patches for his own pain. DF stated on multiple occasions that he had a provider who was willing to prescribe the product. These statements reflect that DF understood the requirement of a valid prescription and represented to others that he had obtained one, leading them to rely on that understanding. In subsequent meetings, DF eagerly shared accounts of his pain amelioration. It was assumed by everyone that his doctor had issued him a prescription. It was only after DF was let go that I learned he had somehow procured the medication without a prescription. Through this incident, I have learned the importance of robust system safeguards in preventing diversion, and that deception can be a driving force behind diversion. This experience has reinforced the need to always question and verify statements made by others rather than relying on trust alone, and to remain vigilant in identifying and addressing vulnerabilities in institutional safeguards before they can be exploited. We began the ketamine patch project with the understanding that ketamine holds enormous potential in patients with chronic pain. We had hoped that the patch could deliver low, steady, and sustained levels of pain relief while reducing the risk of abuse or misuse. We anticipated there might be unforeseen contingencies and contend with a learning curve that is expected of complex and innovative undertakings. I am by temperament trusting of others and feel that we must rely on a division of labor to make efficient and meaningful progress. But I have been chastened. Because I was in my clinical mental silo, I did not ask all the questions. I should have been more cognizant that the same rules for compounding a product for dispensing apply to a training session too. There was a failure of imagination on my part that a co-worker would brazenly seek to divert a controlled substance. In retrospect, and as a pharmacist, I should have had conversations with our compliance department, with the former San Diego PIC, Hilal Shand, and with the national non-sterile manager, Christina Soltero, to ensure that we were in full compliance of pharmacy rules and regulations before the training session began. For all that, I am deeply sorry. Of course, this weighs heavily on me. I have always had the utmost dedication to the integrity of my profession, and I remain committed to furthering that goal.
Thank you, Mr. Koshar. I think we have a brief question.
Yeah, just a quick question. You stated that when you visited California facility that your role was clinical in nature. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
So I have had no training in compounding itself. The fact that we have a medication that is being proposed to us, it would be my role to make sure that this is going to be a valid and feasible project. It's going to it has a likelihood of working. So any question that may arise regarding just say irritancy potential, the medication is actually going to get into systemic circulation, that those sort of questions, anything that might come up about chemistry are the sort of things that I was there to address. And so I was there only having a back and forth with the researchers on just these sort of select narrow topics.
Thank you.
So you didn't participate in any of the compounding?
Sorry, what's that?
You did not participate in any of the compounding or
No.
any of the record keeping?
Laurie, absolutely not. I did not participate in any of that. I have had no training in compounding itself. I was there in a purely clinical role.
And then you made a mention of you were just something to the effect of maybe a little bit naive that there would be a coworker that might try and divert controlled substances.
Yes.
Do you believe there was diversion that occurred in this case? And if so, can you elaborate on that?
I only learned of the incident after the DF was terminated from his employment. The medication was obviously just intended to, it was intended for sort of research purposes, just to invest, it was investigational in nature. And the fact that it ended up in the hands of an employee obviously showed that diversion of some sort occurred. I was shocked when I found out about it, but obviously it occurred. Obviously everyone at Strive knows that ketamine is a medication that is just taken seriously. So I was very surprised when this happened. So in retrospect, yes, some diversion did occur. I'm not particular on the details since I just learned of,
So are you saying the individual that made the complaint diverted the product?
That would be my suspicion, yes.
That is your personal suspicion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Koshar, I have a question for you. So based on your role with the Strive company, so you review medications clinically, like you look
Yes.
at the side effects?
Yes, I would say, when you're trying to sort of like read into the literature, understand the medication, provide webinars, that sort of thing.
And have you reviewed this project clinically?
I was involved in reviewing it clinically, yes.
So from your professional perspective or experience, what did you determine, or what led you to determine this is safe to apply on a human?
The patch project was very fascinating to us. I'll be honest about that, because when you have a transdermal delivery of a drug, all the pharmacists know that one of its properties is to deliver the medication at an extremely low and steady level. The idea is to target pain only. There are people whose lives have been devastated by pain. There is an epidemic, an opioid epidemic that is going on. And this medication could bypass all the negatives that are associated with ketamine, such as dissociation and cognitive impairment, and only target the pain. In that respect, I think it was a very noble undertaking, and it showed a lot of promise.
But have you have any data or information that support your decision to support this project?
Yes, we took this with the utmost integrity to pursue this and get the data for it. And for that reason, LCT are the ones who sought an IRB in December of 2024. There has been an ongoing pilot studies, and they have been gathering the data. The results have been extremely promising. It has shown that the medication just bypasses any sort of like unwanted side effects to deliver pain relief in a lot of patients.
And have you like evaluate any potential side effect or risk of using transdermal patch? Not about ketamine.
Did not participate. Strive Pharmacy doesn't conduct.
No, I'm talking about a clinical review.
With the data.
Yeah, I'm asking about clinical review. So when you review the medication, the patch, have you determined that what kind of side effect, what is the risk are you taking on this patient?
Yes.
Have you evaluated all of this? Have you provided any information to the company or to Strive about that's the risk, and that if that happened, this is the plan?
Yes.
Do you have any of those like information so we can review?
Yes, sir. There is an ongoing pilot that is being conducted by LCT, and we do have reports that the medication delivers pain relief and bypasses most unwanted side effects.
Medication, but I mean specific to ketamine, do you have data for that, to this specific product?
It is a compounded medication, so I think so we went over and above in conducting the pilot study. But the pilot study does in fact address both unwanted effects and also desirable pain relief. It's an ongoing study, and that data is available.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question. IRB's been mentioned several times. I saw a request in our board book for an IRB by LTC, but I didn't see like an IRB approval from FDA or anything of that nature. Do we have a copy?
That was supplied, but it's actually in the California file case that you have it, that it was supplied. Okay. You can go sit down. Daniel? Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, could you look at it on D9 and see if you can?
Mr. Morris,
what page? What
that IRB is for the patch itself, right?
What is the IRB for specifically? It is for the patch itself.
But not the contents in the patch and how that's delivered.
Right. So page 6028 in your book is a document from Life Change suggesting an IRB and suggesting how to perform the RCT, the random control trial, including 100 patients in this group and that group, and how it should look. And in all of the documents submitted, Strive didn't follow through with any of that that I could determine.
What page was that? I'm sorry, Max.
6028.
Thank you.
Good. Come on, Chris.
I'm not quite sure what the pagination is in your board book, but we believe it's in the California portion as it was submitted in that. If I may approach Mr. Gandhi, I can show you what it looks like.
Please, yes.
I can't turn on my microphone. While he approaches Mr. Morse, just to make sure that I understand as well, Life Change has no financial, like they're not partially owned by Strive.
Completely independent company.
Okay, because there's a number of corporate structures here that like have some attachment, but there is no attachment. They're just a partner.
Correct.
Okay.
They're contracted with them. Correct. The former owner of Levita Pharmacy, which Strive purchased in California, had some affiliation with Life Change, and that's how they got introduced to them.
Okay. Thank you.
Should we continue or? Okay, great. So Daniel, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Robles, and I have been a dedicated member of Strive for nearly 5 years, currently serving as the non-sterile supervisor. At the events described that the complaint took place, I was the non-sterile lead technician. I was invited to participate in a training session alongside Christina Soltero and Charlene Kosher that was going to be led by Daniel Barrows and Brian Arayales of LCT in the compounding of the ketamine patches. The objective for me was to gain the necessary knowledge to train our staff in Arizona to compound the patches for individual prescription orders. During this session, my involvement included weighing active ingredients and pouring the resulting solution into the patch molds. At the time, I operated under the mistaken belief that because the compounding was for training purposes rather than patient dispensing, a California technician certification was not required. I now fully recognize that any pharmaceutical activity, particularly involving controlled substances, mandates proper licensure. As a professional with 13 years of experience in this field, I acknowledge it is my responsibility to understand the jurisdictional limits of my certification, as well as ensuring all use of ingredients are documented. I regret not seeking further clarity or questioning any regulatory requirements of the training environment. Moving forward, I am committed to ensuring that all future off-site activities are going to be supported by a clear compliance plan, proper documentation, and any necessary legal licensure.
Thank you, Mr. Robles. Next
Andrea?
respondent.
Hello, my name is Andrea Daniels. I'm the current VP of Clinical Services for Strive. I've been working for Strive for over 3 years, and my title during 2024 and early 2025 was Director of Clinical Services. I was involved in the early conceptual stages of the project as part of the clinical team. My participation primarily consisted of attending the initial discussions regarding potential clinical applications and general development and considerations. During this period, I contributed to the preparation of informational and educational materials, including dispensing leaflets, and participated in several planning meetings related to intended use and high-level formulation concepts. I was added to the project team calls in approximately September 2024. My attendance decreased in December 2024, and I was formally removed from the project January 2025. During the time, I participated in meetings. Deb Hubner of Life Change Technologies led the project overall with Strive's project development team operating as a partner. During the early phase, I also assisted in coordinating a date for members of the team to travel to San Diego to observe and learn just the preparation methods. We chose San Diego as the training location because LCT is headquartered in San Diego, and it seemed as if it was the most convenient option. My understanding at that time was that this was solely a training opportunity intended to support future compounding activities at the Strive, Arizona location. While I was aware that research and development activities were occurring, I was not involved in operational or compounding processes and was not informed of how the patches were obtained, produced, or distributed during that time. At no point did I have a reason to believe that any individual, including any Strive employees, would use or receive compounded product without a valid prescription from a licensed prescriber, because that is against Strive's policies based on applicable law. I'm aware of and adhere to Strive Pharmacy's policies and applicable law requiring a valid written prescription for any compounded medication used for any purpose, which would even include research and development. My interaction with the complainant is limited to general project discussions. During meetings, the complainant frequently discussed experiencing pain and expressed interest in being involved in research and development efforts. Based on my understanding during these discussions, any involvement by an individual participant would be conducted only pursuant to a valid prescription issued by a licensed prescriber in accordance with law and pharmacy policies. Throughout involvement, patient outcome and safety has always been my highest priority. I remain committed to upholding the highest standards of pharmacy practice and regulatory compliance. From this experience, I have learned the importance of asking more questions and ensuring a thorough understanding of all aspects of every project. It is critical to gather complete information and involve the appropriate stakeholders early, and this is namely compliance. They are our first step now in the process. The process improvements and the addition of experienced team members since the incident have strengthened my confidence in myself and Strive's ability to move forward in a positive direction, of course, with patient safety and care as our top priority.
Thank you, board members. Any questions for this respondent? All right.
So, yeah, I have a question for you. So whenever you have a project or trial, so do you have kind of like approval from a board at that company to approve this project, or any group of people can just initiate project there?
Our project ownership, the whole process has changed. So the process now is that we request a project, somebody requests a project that is overseen by our project management team. Project management team decides who appropriate stakeholders are, which always includes a compliance member. Upon the first initiation call of any project, compliance is involved. So there's always at least one compliance individual that helps to determine whether or not the project is is appropriate or not based on a compliance.
And that's today.
That's today.
Is that today?
That's today.
And but
Those are changes.
I mean, in addition to compliance, also I have a concern about patient safety.
Absolutely.
So do you have, back then and now, do you have a kind of committee to review any project to make sure this project or this product in future will be safe on patients or compliant?
Yeah, so with this life change project, unfortunately, we didn't take the correct steps, and we acknowledge that and see how we can do it differently now. When new projects begin, patient safety is always our top priority. On these initiation calls, compliance is present, oftentimes more than one compliance individual. There's oftentimes, if it does have to do with a product or a change in product, clinical representation is there, product representation is there. There's a great amount of representation in order to really focus on patient safety.
And that's my last question to you. So not for specific for this ketamine patch, but in general, like, how do you inform or get the consent obtained, like agreement from patients? I mean, do you do that usually?
We currently don't do any research and development projects. So
Yeah.
This was a completely separate, project or whatnot. We are currently not doing any research on, human subjects or whatnot. Our prescriptions, anything that goes to a patient is a prescribed, requires a prescription.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Real quick, I do have a question. I'm sorry. You got up. I think it was Coker, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, had mentioned that the study is ongoing. Is this study currently ongoing within Strive?
To my knowledge, I don't know the answer to that. That would have to be a question for them.
Why don't I have Chris come up and talk about where the IRB status is, since that was asked as a question.
Am I okay?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Gandhi, you raised, in our sidebar conversation here, we identified the WCG, and I don't know if you located in the board book. Okay. And not even in the California one. Okay. But the IRB here is by WCG approving the study. A copy of the protocol that was provided for the IRB's review is in Exhibit K to our January 2, 2025 supplement. The location for the IRB approval is LCT in San Diego. So the expectation would be from the IRB, after looking at the documentation on the basically protocol here, is that it's occurring there. so the activity or the provision of product to Mesa, it's not covered by the IRB or not approved specifically for the IRB. So on that clarification point. So the preparation of the product, right, is something else considered, right? When drugs are developed, the IRB, it understands the chemical nature of the product, but it doesn't cover the actual manufacturer or location of that. The IRB is concerned about the protection of human subjects and actually where the protocol or where it can be administered ultimately and by whom.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to direct your attention to page 2802. This information was submitted by Strive Counsel in reference to the California Levita Strive case. I believe this is what Mr. Dang's talking about.
I'm sorry, what's the page number again?
2802. It looks like a dashboard or some kind of high level view of a status bar. It says review board on it, but doesn't refer to anything. In the sort of in the middle of the page, you'll see study name, data collection of real world use of ketamine's transdermal patches. And then on the next page, 2803, you will see Life Change Technologies outlining their vision for a random control trial, 100 patients, that kind of stuff. But nothing else was submitted that they followed through with any of it or that any of the documentation was completed.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Dr. Gandhi, did you have any other questions for Mr. Dang?
I was going to request the board if they wanted for us to capture that IRB letter that they have so that you guys can take a look at it because we don't have it in our file.
That would be helpful, please.
We'll make sure you get a copy. We're going to locate it electronically so we can send it to you.
I think they submitted that as part of the initial packet.
Okay. Unani?
So I'm sorry, Dr. Gandhi, what is the document about? They got approved?
It is an IRB approval for a specific location where the research can be.
To use ketamine as trial?
No, just a patch.
Just a patch, so not medication?
Yes.
Just the, okay.
So the delivery system only.
Delivery system.
That's my understanding of reading that, yes.
And again, to my opening statement, there are a lot of assumptions that were made incorrectly. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Unnati Desai. I'm currently the pharmacist in charge at Strive Pharmacy, also called
California.
In California, also known as Levita. Responsible for the oversight of daily pharmacy operations, staff supervision, and ensuring compliance with all regulatory requirements related to dispensing, compounding, and handling of controlled substances. My role includes maintaining adherence to both federal and state pharmacy laws and ensuring that all pharmacy personnel operate within established policies and procedures. In this matter, a training for a transdermal ketamine patch development was conducted at our Levita facility by staff from the Arizona Pharmacy and representatives from LCT. I was working as a staff pharmacist on the day of the incident. I was not involved in the development, authorization, shipment, or handling of the ketamine patches, and these activities occurred outside of my direct responsibilities and visibility. I was not involved in the investigation or compliance response following the incident as I was not the pharmacist in charge at the time. Had I been aware of what was going on, or if I had been the pick at the time, I would have questioned the Arizona staff and the LCT's presence in the pharmacy and push for more oversight over their activities. I regret that this incident occurred within the pharmacy environment where I was working as a staff pharmacist. This experience has reinforced the importance of remaining attentive to non-routine activities and seeking clarification when appropriate. I remain committed to upholding the highest standards of patient safety, regulatory compliance, and professional accountability in my role as a pharmacist. Thank you.
Ms. Desai, I have a follow-up question. So I hear this term ketamine freebase. I'm very familiar with ketamine hydrochloride. Ketamine freebase to me is not a known, product available, for human use in the United States. So how did your pharmacy come to get ketamine freebase?
I'm not sure. Sorry.
So I could probably answer that for you, Mr. Chair. I believe that three Arizona employees traveled to the California location, accessed the California supply of ketamine hydrochloride, and then compounded that, spun it down to the ketamine freebase.
That's accurate.
And so that begs the question, where did the California supply of ketamine go, right? They didn't have a prescription for it. They don't have any compounding records for it. And we'll get into that in the California case coming up next.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Desai.
Mr. Jackson, is FDA aware of all of this, or we don't know yet?
I think I would defer that to counsel. I didn't see any FDA involvement in the information that I got.
Was your question FDA or DEA?
FDA.
The DEA now has the remaining products.
Okay, I'm talking the FDA. No,
the
they're
FDA, the
not.
DEA is. Jamin?
I think to elaborate on your question is, was the FDA aware of
Of this incident
re-
or this?
the research going on with ketamine?
Correct.
Good morning. My name is Jamin Schwer. I'm the pharmacist in charge at the Gilbert Pharmacy. I first became aware of this incident when Board of Pharmacy Compliance Officer Max Jacobson arrived at our Mesa call center in April of 2025. Prior to this, I was only vaguely aware of the ketamine patch project and was not involved in any aspect of it. The patches were neither compounded at the Gilbert Pharmacy nor formally transferred to the Gilbert Pharmacy. Both my involvement and the Gilbert Pharmacy's involvement was limited to securely storing the confiscated patches in a locked cabinet within the pharmacy. These patches were quarantined in the cabinet by Matt Montes de Oca after senior management was made aware of their existence through a letter from the complainant. All personnel involved in the complaint and the ketamine patch program, including the complainant, worked outside of Gilbert Pharmacy operations and supervision, with the exception of Daniel Robles, who was brought under the supervision of Cristina Soltero to La Vida to learn about the compounding process. I was not aware that Daniel Robles was participating in the training at that time. The Gilbert Pharmacy and myself had no involvement with any other aspect of the complaint or patch development project prior to the events that led to the complaint. After the complaint was brought to my attention in April of 2025, I took it upon myself to learn more about the patch development project and join the weekly ongoing calls to give compliance and pharmacy knowledge oversight. Every patch made since has been compounded by licensed technicians, and documentation is compliant with all rules and regulations of a 503A compounding pharmacy. Since this incident, Strive has implemented numerous corrective actions that I have been a part of, including retaining the DEA consultant for our pharmacy operations, Matthew Slade. The consultant reviewed, confirmed, made recommendations concerning the compliance of all controlled substance operations. In addition to reviewing the California pharmacy where the compounding took place, Mr. Slade also visited the Gilbert Pharmacy and consulted with me upon the revised standard operating procedures, which I was responsible for implementing. Please note, I also completed continuing education regarding controlled substances as part of the updated operational and compounding standards implemented by Strive.
I have a couple follow-up questions.
Sure.
So you mentioned that, let me find the name. Mr. Robles reports to the Gilbert Pharmacy. Where does Ms. Soltero report?
At the time, she was worked at the Mesa facility. I'm not sure who her direct supervisor was, but she worked off-site, was a highly regarded, long-tenured employee with a national role. And I had no oversight on her.
And your role in compliance is just for the Gilbert facility, or is it for the entire Strive
No,
Corporation?
just for the Gilbert Pharmacy, correct.
Okay, who's in charge of compliance for the broader organization?
Our Matt Guzman will
Okay.
he'll be up there to discuss
Okay.
that.
Any other questions for this respondent, board members? All right, thank you, Mr. Swear.
Speaking of Mr. Guzman.
Mr. Chair, as they're shuffling, I just wanted to point out the area I was looking at in the IRB. It's in the first page, in the middle of the page, where it says the IRB was approved for the following location to be used in research, so that you're not searching around what I was talking about earlier.
And what that means is that it can only be compounded and dispensed out of that facility.
Researched at that facility, at
Okay.
that location, yes. That's my understanding.
Good morning. My name is Matt Guzman, and I'm the Vice President of Compliance for Strive Pharmacy. I'm responsible for regulatory oversight, investigations, and policies related to pharmacy operations and controlled substances. My role includes ensuring that all compounding and development activities comply with federal and state requirements. I was unaware of the compounding that took place at Levita Pharmacy related to this project and the shipping of the product back to Arizona, as these actions do not align with Strive policies. I became aware of this matter after it was reported to compliance. Once aware, I oversaw the internal investigation, which involved working with leadership and counsel to determine what occurred, reconcile inventory, quarantine product, and identify potential process and government improvements. I helped implement an immediate corrective action plan, including documentation of findings and development of long-term controls around any future ketamine-related or controlled substance development work. These decisions were made to eliminate any ongoing risk and bring our processes into clear alignment with applicable regulations. At the time, our compliance team was still growing. Compliance oversight over R&D project was lacking, and our policies related to R&D compounding were not as robust as they are today. I regret that this weakness allowed any possibility that controlled substance patches could reach an employee outside of normal prescribing and dispensing channels, and I'm sincerely sorry for my part in that failure. I understand that all controlled substance development work must follow the same strict standards as routine dispensing with no informal pathways. If faced with a similar project today, I would require formal written approval, prohibition of employee testing, full system tracking of all batches, and confirmed prescriptions before any human use. We've since strengthened our SOPs, pre-approval requirements, inventory controls, and staff training, and I'm committed to a zero tolerance approach to deviations in controlled substance handling going forward. Thank you.
Board members, any questions for this respondent?
Yeah, I have a question about the DEA license for Strive Pharmacy. It is for dispensing only?
Correct.
So when you say like you test medication, so are you allowed to do that under your DEA license?
No, I believe what I was referencing was testing on employees, like
Okay,
referencing
okay,
the terminated
okay.
employee.
But your DEA only to dispense medication. Okay, thank you.
And your compliance role is limited to which pharmacies?
I oversee the whole organization.
Thank you.
That is each of the 8 subpoenaed witnesses plus the pick for the California facility. Had a couple of comments, and then if there are additional questions. First, every one of these people, the pharmacists and the techs, have all done 3 hours of continuing education on controlled substances prior to today's meeting, and can send you their reports to be able to do it. Second, as you think about this, I want to make sure we understand there is a Strive Gilbert Pharmacy that is a licensed Arizona pharmacy. There is a Strive Levita Pharmacy in California that is a licensed California pharmacy that holds an Arizona non-resident license to do it. There are Strive corporate offices in Mesa that are not licensed but have a number of pharmacists and other corporate executives. And then there is LCT, which is a completely independent company, no overlap and anything else, that was involved in this IRB and this study that were there. Those are the 4 locations that are relevant in this discussion as we go through this. There was also reference to a DEA consultant as part of the compliance department's growth. They hired an outside consultant to come in to review both the Gilbert facility and the Levita facility to make recommendations, changes, and they have, based on those change policies, change procedures, they have grown their compliance department tremendously from a couple of people to 9 full-time employees now to go through the processes. As I stated at the beginning, there were a number of mistakes and assumptions that were made here on a regrettable research project that was there. It ended up with 45 patches being made and a small amount of freebase that was used to put into the patches being distributed. It only went to the one individual DF that was there. The DEA has confiscated the remainder of the patches and the freebase that's going on to be able to do it. As I understand it, procedurally, the way we set this up, what's in front of you right now is the Gilbert facility and these 8 individuals to do it. I think we're going to have shortly thereafter this matter concludes, we'll talk about the California facility and the issues it had. But the Gilbert facility, as you heard from each of these, had very, very limited involvement other than being a mail drop where Christina Soltero, who does not work in that facility, simply shipped the patches over to be able to do it. And then they used it to quarantine the materials that went on. It is our belief that there were regrettable mistakes. As you know, I submitted settlement proposals for each of the 8 individuals and this pharmacy, as well as for the other cases. I don't know if there are other questions that you have of any of these individuals or legal staff.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. I recall you stating, or is the complainant DF on the line? Do we normally have the complainant speak at this point? Is that typical?
It's optional.
It is optional. However, this is not a formal hearing. So
Right.
generally, it's a discussion with the licensees. I don't know historically if the board has allowed that, but it seems to be a little bit out of the scope of the purpose of the conference. Generally, you have the summary from your investigator, and anything from the complainant would be in the file. So anything additional, again, would probably be more appropriate for a hearing type setting, which this is not.
Thank you. I think it might be helpful for Max to, or Mr. Jacobson, to perhaps either make some comments on the remarks that you just heard from the respondents, supporting or justifying their remarks that they made.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Max, just pause for one moment, please, for Dr. Spark here.
Mr. Morris, you mentioned the third-party independent consultant. Is that review ongoing?
Yes, it is ongoing. And in the settlement materials, we talked about ongoing consultants and assistance with that.
Thank you. My apologies, Max.
Not at all. I would just like to address a few things that I heard. We heard over and over that the leadership and some of the staff didn't have any knowledge of this was going on, no supervision from compliance or the PIC or some of the senior staff members. However, it's interesting that expense reports were submitted, over $3,000 worth of travel expense, meals, hotels. All of that was approved, including time cards, and it was very well documented that this was going on. Also, I heard that all employees were duly licensed in their practice, and I disagree with that statement as well. Anytime you travel out of this jurisdiction, your license will not follow you. So the compounding that occurred in California was done by unlicensed people. Also, I would just like to say that the corrective actions that Strive took, in my opinion, are robust and appropriate. I think that they really did put time and resources into coming up with something that will curtail this in the future. And I do think that they put some good thought into the corrective actions.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson.
Mr. Chair, I did want to highlight one thing on page 6016. I think it's Ms. Soltero's testimony or comments that she's made about the prescription being obtained by person that filed a complaint. I'm not sure if you're there yet, so I can
What's the number again?
direct you. 6016. And it's regarding their internal chat system where I believe the individual stated that I can get a prescription. Ms. Solteri said, no, you don't need to. So it looks like she was fully aware. I think even at the end, he's like, I don't want to go to jail. I should get a prescription because I'm going to have this ketamine product with me. And she indicated, and I'll read verbatim, she laughing out loud, but we can't fill it though. We don't have a product for it in LF. So her statement stating that her assumption was he was going to get a prescription is false because of what she indicated in these Slack messages. So I don't know if that's a factual statement.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. I think we'll open the floor for some questions.
Mr. Jacobson, did you request an unredacted list with the names on it?
I did not request an unredacted version.
Can we get one?
Sure.
That would be great. When would we be able to get that?
We're not aware of any situation where names were redacted. Discussions on that chain that were not relevant, right, were redacted. But if you scroll down on one of those, right, that the same discussers are on that. We just did not provide
correct
non-responsive communications.
I would agree with that in most, Mr. Dang. However, the headers of some of the conversations were blacked out, redacted, which would have included all of the participants of those conversations.
We can take a look at that.
I mean,
That's what I would like to see.
We provided several thousand pages of material on this. This Slack is I don't know if any of you use it in your organizations. It's a way that people communicate back and forth very informally, and there's lots of information. This particular company has over 1,000 employees, so it's lots and lots of pages and details. I'm happy to provide whatever is necessary, and Max and Chris can work out what they need. We're happy to submit it.
Yes, please do that.
Okay.
Yeah, but in some of them,
Board members will open the floor for discussion and questions.
I just I have a question. Maybe it's to our staff. So Dr. Gandhi, I don't know if what is the difference between this company, the WCG, IRB, or NIH? I mean, so this is a private company, or this is like the IRB like you provided? Because I know the
Mr. Slade,
yeah.
Are you asking with respect to WCG?
Yeah, the IRB, this we just got from Dr. Gandhi.
Mhm.
You give it to him. So is it like private company or this is FDA application? I am not familiar with this.
Oh,
I've never
so
seen
there
it.
are private IRBs that meet the standards for good clinical practice, and then there are of course institutional IRBs. It just depends on the institution, the review board in question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I just wasn't familiar with
I think one of the key pieces with clinical research, though, is informed consent. And there's no documentation of informed consent, obviously, for DF that was presented to us. So from what I'm seeing here, this is not legitimate research because in order to do that, you need to have informed consent with your patient.
Sure, that should have been done, whether it's LCT, whether it was Strive or others. There are obviously errors that occurred here.
So I heard about additional continuing education about controlled substance handling, but it sounds like we're dabbling a lot with research and
not anymore.
So has there been additional education about what research looks like, what appropriate research looks like, and clinical trials, what a primary investigator is, all the standard basic things that we need to see in clinical research?
Thank you. I mean, just to be straightforward with the question, we don't experience or kind of dabble in this this type of area anymore. So any prescription we get now, obviously we're going to compound pursuant to that prescription. So if we get something that's totally off the wall, like a new patch or new capsule formulation, we don't pursue it. We kind of just stick within our lane to what we know at that point. I think we've learned a lot from this experience, and knowing obviously there's still gaps we are trying to identify. So I think for us, this is kind of why we're taking a step back, but we don't really post any more knowledge on clinical trials or research type just because we're not educated on it to perform it.
Thank you. Appreciate that reflection. So I'll just summarize my thoughts. We're kind of left in a position where this activity doesn't meet the standard of compounding because you don't have a legitimate practitioner patient pharmacy relationship, no prescription. You don't have, it's not clinical research. You're acknowledging that you're not following the rules with clinical research either. So what it appears to me is like non-approved drug formulation experimentation on a human subject. And outside of those regulatory pathways, I find the conduct pretty egregious. I think a reasonably prudent pharmacy permit holder and the folks in charge should have known much better to allow this to happen. And I'm pleased to hear the remorse and the ownership of the mistakes made. And from a action standpoint, I don't see a pathway outside of discipline for all of the respondents. I just find it so egregious that I don't see a non-disciplinary pathway for all respondents on this matter. That's just my opinion.
I would just like, for all responded, maybe there is, from my opinion, like couple of responded, like really that has nothing to do with what's happened. Like for example, technician Daniel, I don't have the name now next to me. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't aware of any of this. He just, and he's a technician. He works, you know what I mean? He wasn't involved.
Mr. Nassif, he went to California.
Yeah, he went to California, but from just my perspective, my understanding, he wasn't involved in the compounding. He went from training, right?
That wasn't my understanding.
That's my understanding, unless I got something wrong.
My understanding is that he and Ms. Soltero were both.
Can you clarify that statement? What was Mr. Robles' role in the preparation of the compounds?
He helped make the compounds. He understood he was going out there to, again, this is a bunch of assumptions, to learn how to make the compounds. This wasn't intended initially to go to anyone. That was the piece. And again, for just, I'm not a compounding pharmacist, but I've been around it enough. Compounding pharmacies have to learn how to compound products to be able to do that. You can't just automatically understand it. And some of that is you do experimentation to how to make a product in your pharmacy, not for a person, but to how to mix things and be able to do it. And you keep records on it. The records weren't kept here correctly by the Levita Pharmacy. Again, we tried to parse out in our settlement proposal. I think there is a significant difference between what the Gilbert Pharmacy's involvement here was versus the Levita Pharmacy. And individuals here had, certain individuals had significantly more involvement than others in this case.
Was Mr. Robles aware that ketamine was being used to compound?
Yeah, come on up.
Yes, I was aware that ketamine was going to be involved.
Okay, thank you.
And were you aware that going to be given to a patient?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I agree with our board president. I think this was extremely egregious. In fact, if anything, I think our board president has understated the egregiousness of this. It's just outrageous.
Mr. Morris, quick question. I'm going back to Ms. Soltero here, but who made the decision to ship the product? Was it an independent decision? Was it a group decision to ship ketamine to Arizona?
Ms. Soltero can come up and answer that. She took the responsibility on herself.
Sorry, repeat.
Who made the decision to ship the ketamine patch to Arizona?
That was my decision, given that we work in Arizona and that is where Dominic is located as well. I took it upon myself to ship those patches from the California location to Arizona.
Who made the decision to dispense the patch to DF?
Well, when I first traveled there, I was not aware that anybody would be trying these. I found out that that he would be testing the patches after I arrived to California. So that was not my decision, but I did since
Whose decision was that?
I'm not sure, because I had just joined, I think it was like the week prior.
I think you
How
explained,
did-
at least in some of your discussions, that the LCT people seem to have a
Yes.
significant role here, and you guys were
Mhm.
relying on their expertise.
Yeah, that's
I'm-
correct.
Who informed you that
Erroneously,
you were going to, that this was going to happen?
I'm sorry.
Who informed you that this was going to?
That Dominic would be receiving the patches. So it was Brian Arialis and Daniel Barrows. They let me know that Dominic would be trying these when DF, I'm sorry. When I was there,
Those are
competency
LCT
training.
employees.
So I'm sorry. So what was the plan? So you took it upon yourself, you shipped it to Arizona, but what was the original plan? How you would deliver those medication to a patient?
Yeah, well, the original plan for me was just to travel to California to learn how to make the patches themselves, and that was it.
Was he the only individual that received these patches?
Yes.
So he was the sole subject of this research.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
When did you travel to California to compound the patches?
December 16th and 17th.
Thank you. If I could direct the board's attention to page 6004. This is a conversation between Chad, including with Mr. Montez and other Strive employees. Right around the middle of the page, it says, I can get a script for it easy, so I want to be the pilot patient for this product. So, and that conversation happened in August of 2024. That was 4 months before they traveled to California.
And just to be clear, DF was involved in this project from the very beginning, from the marketing side. His position was marketing. He was involved in the team. As Mr. Jacobs just pointed out, he volunteered to do a bunch of this and was encouraging it. And I think that's where LCT thought he was going to be the one, was pushing it. A number of erroneous assumptions were made here to do it. There's no question about that. But that process just started rolling on it.
Was LTC's role to test the patch?
LCT was
Not-
developing the patch itself and had and they were the study individual. Again, Strive had never been involved in an IRB study, in a research study before, and they made some assumptions relying on them.
Was LTC aware that there was ketamine in the patches?
Oh, absolutely. They sat in on all these calls.
I believe they were there when it was compounded.
Yeah, they were physically in
They,
the room.
they were there watching, putting the drug in the
And
patch.
whose inventory was this ketamine
Levita.
powder?
Olivia's inventory.
It was Levita, which is owned by Strive, but it was made in the Levita pharmacy, but the LCT people were physically there with the Strive people and the Levita people.
Yes.
Okay.
Why was the LCT plan for a broader testing not followed or developed?
I don't know that I can answer why from LCT's perspective. I think they still think the patch has great merit, and they're looking to use the patch for lots of different drugs and issues.
Mr. Thornwall, if I may, page 6028 has the LCT procedure for a IRB controlled trial. They gave this to Strive. In my opinion, the way I took it, they gave this to Strive saying, this is how you do it. You guys go ahead and do it.
I saw that, and that was where I was going to go with next. Why did Strive not follow through with that? A test of one person is not a test.
It wasn't intended to be a test. It was intended to be, how do they compound it and get it into the patch? And then it just sort of took off on its own, and this one person got involved in the testing. It wasn't the randomized test and the process. It was how to make the product. How do we get it into the patch? You have the powder, you have your ketamine powder. How do you get it into the patch? How do you do it? Is it absorbable? What's going on?
The two individuals that informed you that this was going to be a test, did they indicate who they had talked to make that decision?
No.
Board members?
Should we have Mr. Morse maybe present what his, he said he's suggested some potential action in terms of a consent agreement. Should we have him present that for discussion?
What page is it on, Max? Do you know where does that start?
I thought it was just for the California one.
Yeah,
Yeah, I supplied for all of.
there were a proposed consent agreement for all three cases. They weren't part of my packet though, so I'm not sure where they are in the board book. Maybe board staff can speak to that. I'm hearing page 6309.
63.
Yes, ma'am. And you'll see that I think our staff crossed out some of the language at the top suggesting edits, basically, is what I think that is. Thank you.
And I know this is only the Gilbert one, but it may be easier when you're making decisions for discipline and other issues to also include Levita. I don't know if Mr. Jacobson has extra information. It sounded like he had some other preparation for it, but it might be easier to think of it all in context when you're making decisions about discipline or responsiveness here.
They do have a non-resident permit. And I disagree with Mr. Morris' last statement. I think the Levita case stands on its own. It's a different set of violations. None of the same respondents are involved. I think it's a different case.
Either way.
Similar fact pattern though. Same fact pattern.
I have a quick question. Sure. So I'm reading the board staff received the attached communication. It's important to note the staff nor attorneys for the board were involved in drafting the proposed agreement. When I go then to the proposed agreement, it looks very much like what we draft all the time.
Yeah, that's our apologies. I instructed my team to copy the board's normal orders to be able to do that. And that's why it looks like it, because it's exactly like the ones that you normally issue.
So literally, we have not produced it. It was produced by.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So to be clear, Ms. Galvin's name is crossed off on the top. She did not draft this document.
So
Mr. Chair, like when you're gonna discuss the discipline or whatever, I would like to go to each respondent individually because they have different involvement.
Agree.
Instead of like take him as one.
Let's start with the permit holder, Strive Pharmacy. Mr. Morris, what's your proposed?
What I proposed is that they would retain a controlled substance consultant within 90 days of the effective date of a consent, provide the consultant's report within 30 days of the receipt of the report. The PIC has to ensure that Christina Soltera does not have access to the Gilbert Pharmacy, and they would get a non-disciplinary advisory letter for this role.
And Max, if you can correct me here, the role of the Gilbert Pharmacy was the distribution of the ketamine patches to the individual that is the complainant.
You know, all of Strive's leadership are from that Gilbert Pharmacy that I understand, the PIC. But yes, to answer your question directly, yes, I believe that the Gilbert facility received the drugs.
They received the compounded products that were
Correct.
from as a part of the investigational trial and supplied them to the complainant without a prescription.
Correct.
And
moved
without
them-
any documentation.
And moved them to the non-permitted facility in Mesa. I know Ms. Soltero said she acted alone in that, but it's hard for me to imagine a scenario where ketamine freebase and ketamine patches come into a pharmacy and nobody knows about it except one person, even though it's being dispensed to a patient or complainant, and then moved. It's just hard for me to believe that nobody knew about it and no leadership or anybody was involved in it.
So we're making a number of assumptions here.
True.
What Ms. Soltera said is she mailed it to that facility for herself. She then went and picked up the package ultimately to do it. That facility receives mail for lots of folks to be able to do it. It was not dispensed. If it had been dispensed, it would have had a prescription number. They would have gone through the process and done it. It was given to him by Ms. Soltera. Should they have opened up every piece of mail and looked at it? Absolutely. Going forward, and those have been changes in their compliance and procedures procedures to be able to do it. But this was not brought into inventory. This was not a central fill situation or anything else. It was mailed there by Ms. Soltero, which she testified to, and then she gave it to him. Apparently he went over the first time and someone gave it, and then they held the freebase and quarantined it and then ultimately threw it out.
Right. So one minor correction there is that the complainant stated the first time he picked up the patches, he walked into Strive Pharmacy in Gilbert, walked up to the counter, said his name, and they gave him patches. It sounds like a dispensation. The complainant thought it was a dispensation, but I do agree with Mr. Morris, everything that he just said.
And to be clear, the Strive facility in Gilbert, patients don't walk into. It's almost all mail order.
No, I disagree with that.
majority of their
There are the vast majority of prescriptions may be mail order, but in the Gilbert facility, there's always people standing at the counter. Every time I've been there, there's 4 or 5 people in the lobby standing at the counter. So it is an open door pharmacy.
So who handed the prescription to the complainant?
Thank you for asking that. Despite my best effort, I was not able to figure that out. It was not Ms. Soltero or any of the respondents. It was not any of the licensed technicians that I spoke to when I was doing my investigation. I think it was an unlicensed clerk that they have working as a clerk at the front.
Can't identify a specific person. We've tried. Best we know is there was a package with his name on it that they handed to him.
So Ms. Soltero mailed the package to herself, received the package, and then what did she do with it when she opened it?
So after the compounding of the patches, that they were all labeled, and I took them to the shipping counter in California, asked them to mail them attention to me to the Gilbert location. The LCT team let me know to give Dom 2 patches of each, because we made 3 different strengths or versions of the patch. And then I put those patches that I was supposed to give them in like a blue mailer with his name on them. I was not there when he came to pick them up because he said he was going to pick them up from the pharmacy.
So it wasn't your decision. You just said they told you to give him 2 patches and you packaged them. So you got direction to ship them. You didn't-
LCT.
LCT. So you got direction from LCT to ship those medications.
The same individuals that let me know that he would be trying the patches.
So it wasn't your solo decision to ship. You just said it now.
Well, it was my decision to ship the patches to the Gilbert location because that's where we are.
Yeah, maybe they didn't know which location, but they asked you to ship them.
And you said they were labeled. They were labeled with the product and the strength, not a patient's name.
No, product and the strength, like the version and the name, and yeah.
So you were instructed by a non-pharmacist researcher to provide these products to a patient.
Yes.
And as a pharmacy technician with 16 years of experience, this didn't raise any concerns whatsoever in your head.
And unfortunately, it should have, but it did not, no.
Are you aware of the dangers of ketamine? And
Yes.
So when the package arrived, what happened at that point? Did you retrieve it from your mail bin, and what did you do with it?
It arrived to the shipping location, and I was I believe it was like one of the receiving clerks let me know that the package had arrived. So I went to the Gilbert location and opened up the package and set aside the ones that I was supposed to give, or that I was to give DF, and put them in a blue mailer with his name on them. And then he came to, or I took them to the counter, and then I just put his name on the.
So at the counter, did you see any of your colleagues and say, hey, somebody's going to come and pick this up, make sure that you give it to them? And who was that person that you spoke to?
Honestly, I don't remember who it was. I don't normally work at that location, and we're growing so fast that we always have new employees there. So I wasn't familiar with the person that was there, but I did let the individual that was working up front know that, he would be picking them up. And
So you're a licensed pharmacy tech in Arizona.
Correct,
And you
yes.
work for Strive.
Yes.
Okay.
The individuals in California that informed you that this was going to be a test with him, Are they based in California?
Yes.
And did you have further discussions with them after you got back to Arizona?
I believe so. I believed I had sent one of them an email giving them like information on DF, and he said that the patches work great because he was very excited after he started using them, saying that he noticed a difference and all of that. But I believe it was just the one email, and
They didn't give you any further instruction afterwards?
not that I can remember, no.
What were their roles in California?
They're what, sorry?
What were their roles?
They were employed through Life Change, and
But I mean, what did they do for that company?
they were scientists, I believe. I think they were working on developing the patch itself.
Thank you.
Ms. Otero, so you're an employee of Strive. You're at the Gilbert Pharmacy.
No, I work mainly out of the Mesa location.
I understand that. How did you get into the Gilbert Pharmacy? You got behind the counter of the pharmacy. How did you do that?
I did. I went through the front into the receiving area.
So is it common for technicians that work in a different pharmacy to have liberal access to a pharmacy at a different location?
I would say not too common, no. I used to work at that location. I worked at the Gilbert site for many years, and then ended up transferring over when there was no longer any room, desk space for me. So I was, yeah, they know me there, and I would.
That is one of the compliance changes that has been instituted is a visitor log and an allowance in access.
Ms. Otero, anybody at the Gilbert location aware that the patches were there besides you and putting them into that blue bag?
That day, I don't think so.
So they arrived in the mail and then you put them in the bag for DF. And then remind me what you did with the rest of them?
I took them back to the Mesa location with me.
Which is
Transported them on your person
I
to
did.
the Mesa facility.
Yes.
What was the intention?
I wasn't sure if there were conversations had, that I wasn't a part of, that maybe if anybody else would be trying them as well. So yeah, I took them and I realized.
But I believe the purpose, you were gonna deliver it to complainant, right? You knew about it.
That I was.
You're gonna give it to the other employee to try, correct?
Yeah, I knew that.
I mean, there is a text messaging there,
Yeah.
and then so you're already aware. That's the purpose.
So you said at the Gilbert facility, you don't know who you gave them to?
No, I can't remember the technician or clerk that was at the front at that time. I just set them on the counter.
Did you provide any type of instruction to those individuals?
I just let the person know that he would be coming by and to pick up this package, and that's it. I didn't let them know like what was in it or anything like that.
This was not in the will call where prescriptions are kept, correct?
It was in that front area, yes.
Front area.
Yeah, in that counter area, the front counter.
So when I believe Dr. Or Mr. Koshar was there, like just to review the clinical aspect of this project, did he give you any instruction like storage, shipment?
Shaolin? No.
He didn't get any information from him, like how to store this medication, how to ship it. It is hazardous drug. Okay.
So my opinion, following up on Mr. President's opinion, for this pharmacy in particular is that discipline should be applied here. There are numerous back and forth access to pharmacy, shipping to the pharmacy. I'm not sure it would go as far as discipline for the pick necessarily, but I believe there should be discipline applied to the permit holder.
How did you receive access to the facility in California? And are you licensed in California, or any of the team members that were with you in California?
No, I am not licensed, and to my knowledge, the team that I traveled with is not licensed in California as well. It was when I held that previous title, the National Non-Sterile Manager. I have been to that location before for kind of like auditing and training and things like that, never compounding or anything like that. So it was not, what's the word? it was not uncommon for me to go to that location.
Mr. President, I would like to seek legal advice.
Can we take a bio break before we do that, please?
All right, so let's take a break, 15-minute break, and then we'll resume in executive session for the purposes of
I'll
seeking legal advice.
Second that.
Okay.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We are back from break, and based on our previous vote, we will be moving into executive session. Thank you. All right, welcome back from executive session. We do need to take an additional 5-minute break while council sorts out a question, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, we are back from break, but unfortunately, we do need an additional 5 more minutes. Our council is not back. 1 moment, 5 more minutes break, please. All right, welcome back. We are back from break and from executive session for the purposes of obtaining legal advice. When we last left, Mr. Morris had presented a settlement possibility for the board to consider for Strive Pharmacy, the permit holder. Before we move into that,
I would just like to recuse myself from this case. I just received a comment from public, just giving opinion about individual. Here, just for the integrity of this of our board, I would like to recuse myself from this case moving forward, only for this case.
Thank you, Mr. Nassir. So to systematically unpack this, we're going to start with each respondent. And I think Max gave us 6062 as the page number in the board book. We're going to look at the possible violations that our compliance officer have listed for respondents. And we're going to start with Strive Pharmacy.
What was the page again?
6062. So Mr. Jacobson, could you share for the board what possible violations are for Strive Pharmacy?
This is the Gilbert Pharmacy.
Correct.
Yes. This is the Gilbert Strive location. Mr. President, you just wanted me to read out what I have listed as violations?
Well, you've got a list of possible violations by respondent.
Right. And the way I listed it here is a list of violations that may apply to one or any of the respondents. I could go through it line by line if you like, but the overall concept is unprofessional conduct with the basis of record keeping, supervision, accountability, failure to control controlled substances, shipping into Arizona. I could go on if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
So along those lines, I would like to propose a motion. And because this is a complex case, I would like to propose that staff create a draft consent agreement that would be brought back to the board for approval. And this would be for the Gilbert Strive Pharmacy permit. I would like to have that include a discipline of 1 year probation and a fine of $4,500, which is $100 per each patch plus the freebase. And based on unethical practices, dispensing drug without a prescription, no documentation of receiving ketamine or other records, no doctor-patient relationship, not following standard operating procedures, not following compound best practices, and the other aspects of this complicated case be included in that draft consent agreement to be brought back to the board.
Are there any other things that you'd like to include in it, like monitoring, more frequent inspections, anything like that?
I appreciate the suggestion. So the monitoring would be related to the violations. And I think perhaps an inspection at the 6-month period to identify if the permit holder has applied the appropriate remedial action.
I would also like to see the third-party consultants' results and findings.
We can certainly include that in the draft consent agreement.
Mr. Hogan, the inspection at 6 months, is that at the expense of the permit holder, or is that?
I think that would be appropriate starting point.
I'm concerned about setting an amount. I think that we, without having a list of all the violations in front of us for each one, that's inappropriate until we have that list fully outlined.
My understanding from what I heard was he was specific as to the civil penalty. He said it was $100 for each of the 45 patches. So I don't think that's going to change. If you're thinking of something else.
I was
okay.
thinking.
His proposal is specific to a known quantity of the 45 patches.
Well, what I'm concerned is there may be other things there that, and I don't want to see us limited to this particular area only.
So I can amend my motion to add that the 44 patches plus the free base or any additional that is identified through the draft process.
I would be fine with that.
Remind me, did you include a period of probation?
1 year.
1 year?
Is that your motion?
All of that.
Second.
Mr. Hargraves, Ms. Franklin, is the motion in order?
I believe so. And it could be a voice vote considering it's going to be coming back to you before it's offered. So at this point, we're okay with just a voice vote from that proposal.
All right, we've got a first, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries. Moving on to respondent Jamin Schwer, pharmacist in charge. Mr. Morris, would you like to propose your, on the record, what your proposed settlement was for Mr. Schwer?
Yeah, we proposed that his matter be dismissed. He was not involved with this, with it, as you've heard from the testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Board members?
I would like to agree that should be dismissed. When we asked her if anyone at Gilbert knew it was there, they did not. So I personally would agree to be dismissed for that one.
I would personally think that we should not dismiss anything until we also have the redacted documents, unredacted documents to ensure that there is no additional parties listed. I think it would be a mistake at this point to eliminate anybody.
And just as a note, we're going to provide all the documents. The redactions were not names of people. These Slack messages have lots of different topics on them. And what was redacted, at least our belief was unrelated messages. But we're going to provide them all. So
I understand that. I just don't think we should vote on a particular thing at this moment until we have those in hand.
That's fine.
So if you're still waiting on information on that one, maybe it's best to table that individual until it comes back to you with what the missing information you're requesting.
I think that we have the same issue though with everybody here until we have, I think the only way to go is something similar to what was done for the pharmacy for Strive Pharmacy for each of the individuals until we have all the appropriate information until it's and let this be put together in a similar way to the original motion for this pharmacy. And we still need information from California as well and other entities to fully garner what's going on.
Frank, I appreciate that. In my opinion, I think that we've heard testimony and some of the individuals here in front of us can be adjudicated by us today based on the information we have. I believe that to be the case.
And if I don't disagree, but on that, once we have that redacted information, it may change that. That's my only concern. It very well may not, but again, we don't know that. We're making an assumption, and I don't like assumptions.
So Ms. Browning made a motion. I haven't heard a second.
What was that?
Her motion was to dismiss against
Motion
Mr.
to
Schwer.
dismiss.
Would you consider a non-disciplinary letter of advice relative to the board's concern of a lack of control over the pharmacy from a general perspective?
I would feel better about that. I feel like this needs to be at a minimum more memorialized. This was a Schedule 2 drug that Schedule 3 that was brought into the pharmacy. Well, not even really a drug. It was an investigational product that was dispensed. Granted, it was without their knowledge, but they are still a pick, and there was controlled substances there that were not documented, not properly handled, and that concerns me.
I also agree with that. I think we need to have some documentation.
I do too, but I think it raises to the level of discipline. I don't think an advisory letter or letter of concern is sufficient. I think the pharmacist in charge should have greater oversight over his location.
I concur with that. But again, I go back to it. What if we do this and we come back and find something in the redacted document? I'm not saying there is, but if we came back and find something, we've just shot ourselves in the foot. We can't do anything further.
I think if I can throw a thought out there, Mr. President, is this is a draft. This is not being issued at this time until the board approves it at the next meeting. So whatever decision you come up, with the exception of dismissing, is coming back before you. So if there's additional information that we gather through the unredacted report or any other investigation that comes our way, information, that's going to come back to you also in June, and you can add to it, delete it, whatever you'd like to do in the June meeting.
I would be open to changing my motion to a letter of concern.
Is there a second?
Now, is that just a draft version, or is that something? you
Draft
wanna
version.
issue?
I would second that.
So this is only a motion for creating a draft version. This is not a final decision.
Correct.
So
Mr. Hargreaves?
Well, it was just discussion about, you don't feel that non-disciplinary is appropriate and it should be disciplined, correct?
Well, that was my comment.
Okay,
My motion's non-disciplinary.
okay. Well, in a conference, the board can issue an advisory letter. So if that's the vote, it probably wouldn't be coming back to you, because the board, with the advisory letter, it's not a consent agreement. They don't have to agree to it. You could just issue it. So,
It would be done and the matter would be finished for
correct.
Jamin.
We do have a first and a second. Any further discussion? You know, if it does to that point, if this is it, then if there is additional information in the unredacted version implicating Mr. Schwer, we've already adjudicated it. We can't pull it back. So I think that's a concern by issuing in this stage non-discipline. That's my concern.
that's my concern too.
So we do.
And I think it should be disciplinary anyway, so.
So, the question I'm going to ask is, a draft consent agreement, once brought back to us, could be adjusted to make it either more severe or less severe. So, for example, if we withdrew the motion in the second and decided to move forward with a draft consent agreement with discipline, and then that comes back to us and we decide to make it an advisory letter, non-discipline, is that workable?
I thought the AG's office just said that wouldn't work.
Well, he was saying if there was a consent agreement, so that would be discipline. When the draft comes back to you, you could always change your mind and do something different. But if you're looking at non-disciplinary an outcome for that individual, then that would be done today.
So I would be in favor of a draft consent agreement with discipline, which would give us flexibility and allow us to move this forward and not continue to kick it down the road.
There's also a concern that I think first the board needs to determine whether you feel that discipline is appropriate or not. If based upon what you have in front of you, not based upon what you may learn later. If you are not comfortable making that decision until you have additional information, then it's probably best to table. But if, based upon what you have now, you feel that discipline's appropriate, then you can certainly recommend a consent agreement. But if you don't feel it's appropriate based upon what you have, then it wouldn't make sense to pursue a drafting of a disciplinary document that you don't have you're not in support of. So if it's an issue of whether or not you should issue the non-disciplinary advisory letter now, or wait till you get additional information and see if that changes your determination. If you think your determination may change, it may be better to table until you have that information and be able to consider it.
I have one question. What is the relationship between Jolene Schwer and Jamin Schwer? I noticed that there's a Jolene that's listed on all these policies and procedures as the Senior Director of Pharmacy Enablement.
I believe she's his wife.
Okay.
What's the motion on the table again?
I believe it's an advisory letter.
The motion is a
Non-disciplinary.
non-disciplinary advisory letter.
I know the board generally uses letter of concern, but in your
Letter of
statute,
concern.
it's advisory letter.
Okay.
And there is a second to that.
And there is a second.
Second.
And the first and second stand.
Mine does.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Well, given the discussion, maybe it's best to have a roll call on that just to see where you're standing.
If we're still in discussion before we vote, and given council's comments, does anyone want to speak to support for discipline and what those reasons might be before we make this vote?
I think we've already stated that. I think it's clear for me that it should be disciplined, and I think this, well, that's my opinion.
Can you repeat why you think for discipline? Sorry.
Well, I think that just simply as our president also stated earlier, they should have more control over what's in there. This is, I mean, I think this is just ridiculous, what's happened here. And it reeks of mismanagement.
I agree, Mr. Thorwald, and Max has it plainly listed here on 6063, not reporting to the PDMP dispensations, requirements for data format and transmission, dispensing without a prescription, dispensing prescription-only drugs and prescription orders, misbranding, unethical practices, not maintaining and receiving invoices for ketamine, records and order forms. All of these fall on the pick. Failure to keep records of a prescription, failure to make, keep, or produce compounding logs, just a number of elements that are outlined here that I cannot, in good conscience, say merits less than discipline. But we have a first and a second. So, Dr. Gandhi, would you please do a roll call vote?
May I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
Can I withdraw my second, or does the first have to withdraw first? Just vote.
All right, Mr. Thorwald.
Nay.
Ms. Browning.
Aye.
Ms. Davis is recused. Ms. Walmsley.
Nay.
Ms. Park.
Nay.
Mr. Hogan.
Nay.
Mr. Al-Nassif is recused, and Mr. Anderson.
Nay.
Motion fails.
All right. Is there another thought on a motion?
I move we table it to the next meeting for this individual.
I haven't heard a second yet. Can I provide discussion?
Yes.
Does anyone who believes there's discipline required want to offer a competing motion?
I have a different question for legal counsel. This individual is also listed in the next complaint 22B. While they are unrelated, there are some other, like there's some similar, I think, violations potentially between the two of them for failure to control and those kinds of things. Can that be wrapped into potentially one consent agreement? Or would it be multiple consent agreements because they're two separate cases?
I think you've got two separate cases here. So as far as that individual, I think you need to make an independent determination on each case separately.
Okay.
And once that's done, you could always, if there's been a determination of discipline in each, you could consolidate it, the two
Into
cases
one
into
single,
one.
one-to-one
At
single
that point.
consent agreement with the findings of fact.
Right, but at this point, you need to make a determination first on each case whether it supports discipline or a specific action. Once that independent determination's been made on each case separately, then you can address that to see if it's even necessary at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Did we have a motion? We did not have a motion.
We had a motion to table.
All right.
Yep.
All right, motion fails. Seems like there's appetite to get something down on paper so that we have something to move forward with at the next meeting. In terms of discipline, do my colleagues feel probation, letter, decree of censure? What sort of, a disciplinary continuing education?
What if we let the director put together an agreement that would list the violations and have some type of
The board would need to make a determination, one, that that you find violations and what you feel is appropriate before the director cannot make those decisions.
Understood.
So for purposes of discussion, and this is not a motion, but it seems to me logical that the draft consent agreement that we asked CAM to produce for the Gilbert permittee would be also logical to apply to the PIC, since the PIC is in many ways responsible for the function of the pharmacy. So, I mean, just for discussion purposes, for those board members who are interested in discipline, that could be one way forward.
Any appetite for probation for Mr. Schwer, or less than probation with a degree of censure or required continuing education, civil penalty?
I could go either way, honestly. I do feel that it should be discipline. But I could go either way. Either like a period of probation with continuing education is kind of where my head is, or the degree of censure. I guess the question is, do we feel that he can learn from the continuing education, and do we feel that that's necessary? Or
I think it should be disciplinary, but I would also,
Are there any like PIC boot camps or some sort of, remediation, continuing educations for PICs? Like, I'm thinking 12-hour program that a PIC could be assigned.
I'm not familiar with any of programs like that, but
That could be explored during this drafting phase.
certainly legal is one thing.
All right, I'll make a motion for board staff to draft a consent agreement for probation for Mr. Schwer to include 12 hours of continuing education in the form of PIC boot camp or similar to be completed before the probationary period ends of 1 year, and to appear before this board to request lifting of probation. He cannot serve as PIC during this 1 year probation. He cannot serve as preceptor with the standard terms that we have for probation. That would be generally my thought on a motion for Mr. Schwer.
Second that motion.
Just for clarification, you said you could petition to come off. The probation is basically just to do the CE, so.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
And to not be PIC or preceptor.
Right, so, is there an opportunity to come off the probation before the 1 year, or is it a full 1 year where he can't be a pick? So question is, so after he completes the CE, could he ask for the probation to be lifted at that point?
No, full 1 year, please.
Thank you.
Just a note, I did find CE Impacts has a 15-hour pharmacist boot camp, PIC.
I'll second the motion.
I think it was seconded by Mr. Thorwald.
All right.
Sorry, Frank.
Any further discussion? All right, roll call, Dr. Gandhi.
this is a draft.
Correct.
We don't need a roll call at this point.
I think given the prior with the non-discipline might be.
Good point.
better.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Nay.
Ms. Walmsley,
nay.
Ms. Park,
Nay.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
We have a tie, so motion fails.
So the probations, what are you thinking, Dr. Spark, Ms. Walmsley, Ms. Browning, what are you thinking? Probation didn't sit well.
Well, I was kind of thinking if we could possibly do this. I like the decree of censure, and also requiring disciplinary CE, like something like the 15 hours that you found on PIC.
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
So just to be clear, consent agreement for a decree of censure and a requirement to complete that.
PIC boot camp.
Okay, and how many hours is that? 15? Okay, I think previously there was a discussion of 12, so this would be 15 hours. And what's the time frame to complete that? Six months. Okay.
So this would enable him to continue to be PIC and continue to precept students, residents, et cetera. Okay.
Roll call,
So
Mr. Chair.
We've got a first and a second. Any further discussion? All right, roll call, Dr. Gandhi.
Mr.
please.
Thorwald,
Nay.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Nay.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Nay.
Still fails.
Where are we finding common? We're finding common ground that discipline.
Why don't we just do a consent agreement for disciplinary continuing education around and determine the number of hours. I see all different kinds of programs here. There's a 23-hour leadership program for ASHP that also includes stuff around compounding and federal regulations with that, enforcement with board rules, scope of responsibility for a PIC versus a staff pharmacist. But that's longer. So I don't know that there needs to be one specific training that's listed. I think we should give options. So I would be more in favor of a consent agreement because that is disciplinary with the violations noted and a required amount of CE hours of our choosing, whether it's a combination of law or PAC or whatever.
I would support that if that's your motion.
So moved. And we'll do
How many hours of CE, Ms. Walmsley?
Yeah, so we really need to know what CE, what quantity, and what time frame to complete it.
a total of 15 hours in pharmacy law, including responsibilities of PIC, record keeping, and did I say compounding? To be completed within 6 months.
Okay, so compounding included?
Compounding, PIC, pharmacy law.
To be completed within 6 months?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a preference as to, you've got the 3 topic areas. Do you have a preference as to how many hours in each?
5 hours in each, total of 15.
So we have a first and do we have a second on that?
Yes, second.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, roll call, Dr. Gandhi,
Mr.
please.
Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley. Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
All right, motion passes, so that will be drafted up. Good compromising here. That worked well. We will move
So
on.
is the anticipation that's drafted and brought back to you with the other one?
Correct.
Okay.
For all of these that we're doing. That's what we're doing. All right, next one is for pharmacist Matthew Guzman.
Non-disciplinary advisory letter, 3 hours of CE and controlled substances and record keeping.
I think I know where Frank and I stand on this. I like Lori's prior motion. That was for Mr. Schwer. I think it's quite applicable for this VP of compliance as well.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I'll make that my motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, Dr. Gandhi.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley, Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Motion carries. All right, next one. This one may be a little bit different. Christina Soltero, technician. Mr. Morris, what was your proposal?
1 year probation, 6 hours of CE and controlled substances and record keeping. Prohibited from holding an employment position that would provide direct access to controlled substances or any permitted pharmacy area of the Gilbert Pharmacy. Consent agreement terminated upon submission of written request and proof of completion of requirements.
Board members, thoughts on the proposal?
my opinion is there was.
Chris, it's not activated.
Sorry, thank you. In my opinion, there was a serious lack of judgment, a serious degree of unprofessional conduct here, and I feel that 1 year probation is not enough, and whether it's 2 years or we actually apply a more severe penalty is something for the board to discuss.
I think a more severe penalty is required here.
I agree. If we allow her to keep her license, a stayed revocation seems more appropriate in this case with the probation. But I think what she did was absolutely egregious.
I think she should be allowed to keep her license, but there should be a severe penalty here.
Mr. Anderson, are you proposing a stayed revocation with the terms that Mr. Roger Morris stated?
Yeah, but can we extend that probation? What to 2 years? I think Mr. Morris proposed 1 year. So it would be a draft consent agreement for a stayed revocation, moving it to probation for 2 years with the terms that he outlined. That would be my motion.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion, guys?
Any discussion? Sorry.
It's okay.
All in favor? Roll call, please.
Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Browning.
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley.
Aye.
Ms. Park.
Aye.
Mr. Hogan.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
All right, motion carries. Moving on to our next pharmacist, Matthew Montes de Oca. Mr. Morris, what was your proposal?
Non-disciplinary advisory letter, 3 hours of CE and controlled substance and record keeping.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Board members?
I would like to see something we did similar to Mr. Schwer and Mr. Guzman, which I believe was a draft.
Consent agreement for
Yes.
continuing education
Yeah.
and 15 hours. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question to Mr. Morris real quick? Mr. Morris, I'm looking at the chat that was happening and Ms. Soltero, I apologize if I mispronounced. But she had reference in there that Matt Montes brought this up also a month or so ago. And I think in his statement, he indicated he had no idea this happened. First of all, did I mishear his comments?
Yeah.
You were just mentioned, it wasn't you that sent that message, but you were mentioned that you were aware of this months ago, and this was stated December 13, 2024.
I believe if you read more into the Slack messages, it was about LCT supplying or requiring us to utilize a manufacturer of ketamine outside of our normal already qualified vendors to bring in the ketamine to the pharmacy that she was speaking to.
Max, do you have something?
Board members, I believe they're referring to page 6016. Right about in the middle of the page, you'll see Matt Montez' name. And about 2 lines up, you'll see, I'm also worried about this process. Ketamine freebase is for research only, and they won't sell to compounding pharmacies. So if we can't get this, then we might be SOL. And then the next line says, Matt Montez brought this up a month or so ago.
Mr. Montes, can you comment on that?
I refer to my previous comment. They were trying to bring in some API, if you will, from a manufacturer that wanted to provide the ketamine freebase in that state to Strive, and I said no.
So earlier, when you provided your statement, did you provide a dishonest statement to this board?
I did not know. My statement was I wasn't aware of DF receiving these ketamine patches.
I understand the context of his statement. He is saying that they have to bring an API that is available to use. They didn't want to bring in the research grade.
Correct.
Was his statement, and the reference here is that he raised this months earlier.
Correct.
Having nothing to do with any particular individual using it.
Mr. Montes, can you restate what at the beginning, you're the one that connected the technology company with the pharmacy, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay,
Just
explain
a
your-
relationship between one of the former owners of the Levita Pharmacy connected LCT, the
LCT.
organization, with Strive.
Okay.
So Chris, did you have a motion?
I do, but I don't know if it'd be appropriate for Cam to elaborate a little bit on his line of questioning in case I'm missing something.
Obviously, it's a chat message. It could be taken out of context. So I'm glad we have clarification out of it. So that was the whole purpose, is just to gain more clarification as to what that actually meant.
Thank you.
Matthew DeOlka.
Yes, I do have a motion. It would be very similar to the other two pharmacists. This would be for Matthew Montez de Oca. Ask staff to draft and I misplaced that.
Consent agreement
Yeah.
for 15 hours of continuing education.
Thank you. Yes. In the predetermined areas and numbers.
Thank you. We have a first. Do we have a second? All right, motion fails. Do we have an alternate motion?
Mr. Anderson, you have something. It looks like you have something on your mind. You might as well just speak your mind and move it forward.
I was gonna say if we're, I mean, if we're wondering or if we're seeking more information about what is in the chat, I know we had talked about before, perhaps tabling it to see what's in that.
Is that your motion?
I'll make that my motion.
Do we have any further discussion or a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Next respondent is Andrea Daniels, pharmacist. Mr. Morris, what was your proposal?
Non-disciplinary advisory letter, 3 hours of CE and controlled substances and record keeping.
Thank you, board members.
This was for who again?
I could start the discussion. In my opinion, Ms. Daniels was probably one of the pharmacists that had the least involvement. That's the way I read the case.
I agree. And I was thinking along the lines of what Roger had proposed. Mr. Morris, sorry about that.
Sounds like that's your motion, Ms.
That's my motion.
I'll second.
It's a reminder that if there is information found in the unredacted version that implicates, because this is non-disciplinary, we've adjudicated it at this point.
I actually think we should table, and maybe we go back to Mr. Guzman. I actually think we should table Guzman, Montez, Daniels, Schinzel, and Kochar until we get the.
I concur with that.
And the reason for that is I think all of them have some level of involvement here, even if it's just that they didn't have sufficient policies and procedures and standards in place relative to the record keeping and implementation of these clinical trials. I guess my question is, what still remains to me is their level of involvement. Like, I think all of them have a degree of culpability in all of this. Especially when you're talking about the chief compliance officer, the VP of compliance, the VP of clinical services, right? Like those are all people that should have had policies and procedures in place before we just decide to use investigational controlled substances on people without a prescription. But I think that there, to me, is still some questions with the individual level of those people. I feel like Jamin's piece is much more clear, as well as the two technicians that are involved. The others, I still feel like we have unanswered questions.
All right, so we've got direction to board staff and to draft consent agreements for the permit, the PIC, and Guzman and Soltero. So we're asking to rescind our vote for Guzman.
Yes.
And all the other executives. table.
Yes, that's my motion.
Okay, let's,
We already have a motion.
was it seconded?
Second.
I don't,
You seconded it.
I didn't.
Who did? You did not? Okay.
okay, so let's try to keep it a little bit cleaner. So if you're looking, instead of combining all of it, let's start with the proposal to rescind the board's vote
For
regarding
Guzman, so moved.
Matthew Guzman.
So moved, end to table.
Well, we'll just rescind that part first.
Okay.
Is there a second on that?
Board members.
Motion fails.
All right. Motion fails. So we've got Montez, we voted to table, correct? And
There's still time to second? Because I'll second.
For
it. I just
Andrea
didn't have
Daniels?
time. For Guzman. For Matt Guzman. There was a motion to rescind our decision we made today on Guzman, and I would like to second that if it's timely.
All right. We've got a motion and a second to rescind the vote for Guzman.
A discussion?
Any
So
discussion?
from a discussion perspective, I liked what Lori said, and in order to keep it consistent, I think this is why we need to rescind for Guzman.
Sounds reasonable. Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Thorwald,
Still thinking. Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Okay, rescinded. Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
now with that rescinded, you have you had taken action on the permit, the PIC, and Ms. Soltero. So
I would like to make a motion to table the matter for further investigation on Matthew Guzman, Matthew Montes de Oca, Andrea Daniels, Patrick Schinzel, and Shaylin Kochar.
Second, got to get in there fast around here.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That leaves the last respondent who we've not addressed is Daniel Robles, technician. And Mr. Morris, what was your motion or?
Non-disciplinary advisory letter, 3 hours of CE, uncontrolled substances and record keeping.
So this is the technician that accompanied Ms. Soltero to California and participated in the preparation of this product
Without a license.
without a license.
I think we should mirror the terms that we offered Ms. Soltero in a consent agreement.
I agree.
Got a motion and a second?
Yes.
All right, so we've got a first and a second for the same offer that we're considering for Ms. Soltero that we'll draft also for Mr. Robles. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
We have a nay over here.
Oh, let's do a roll call then.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Browning,
Nay.
Ms. Wamsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Nay.
Mr. Anderson.
Nay.
Motion fails.
And I say nay because I'm very curious on Ms. Browning and Chris's rationale on not mirroring it.
My thought is he didn't ship it. So she shipped it and made that conscious decision to ship it and then to get it to, DF. So there was more active involvement. Like he went for training that his company told him to go train for. So there was in a state that he shouldn't have been compounding in, but it wasn't the same involvement as hers.
Very
Yeah,
good.
I agree with that. And so I was thinking along the lines of a more limited probation, not the revocation stayed, but just a straight probation and CE and that sort of thing.
I disagree with that because once he was out there, he was in the middle of everything and then fully involved. And that tells me that I believe it's just completely different. Certainly she did the mailing, but that doesn't mean he wasn't heavily involved on all of this.
So I'd like to move for a draft consent agreement for Mr. Daniels, which would consider.
I think we're on Robles.
Oh, excuse me.
Daniel Robles.
Yes, my apologies. For Daniel Robles, for 1 year of probation, 12 hours of CE in law, and having to come back to the board to have the probation lifted. And I think that's it.
Right, second that.
All right, we've got a first and a second. Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Thorwald,
Nay.
Browning,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley,
Aye.
Ms. Park,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
All right, motion carries, and that will complete complaint number 25-0092, and this will come back in June. I'm sorry? Yep. And we do have a hard stop at 1 o'clock for one board member that does need to leave at 1, so we will continue pressing through. And let's do 9D.
I think you initially called, were we considering 9A? Wasn't that linked?
9D.
9D. Oh, I'm sorry.
So this is complaint number 25-0725. Respondent is Strive Pharmacy, California, La Vita, and not licensed in Arizona, Hilal Shand, pharmacist in charge. Mr. Morris, you're obviously here. Would you like to introduce yourself for the record?
Roger Morris, Chris Dang, Alex Snyder, Andrea Seach, and Mary Saxon on behalf of Strive, California. I believe that's the only respondent in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Mr. Jacobson, could you provide a brief summary for us, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, board members. Good afternoon now. Max Jacobson, Compliance Officer, Arizona Board of Pharmacy. All right, this case deals with the same facts as the case we just heard, 25-0092, but it's assigned to the non-resident Strive Pharmacy located in California. We'll call that La Vida. It is unlawful in Arizona for any pharmacy outside of Arizona to commit an offense that in our state would be grounds for discipline. Here, the PIC of the Strive La Vida location allowed unlicensed employees to practice in his facility without any supervision or oversight. A response from the PIC and council indicates that parties outside of Strive Pharmacy's leadership took the onus upon themselves to complete this ketamine patch drug development project without going through proper channels. Strive La Vida staff believed all compliance issues had been addressed and accounted for by Ms. Soltero. Ms. Soltero was one of the employees that traveled to California that day, so she would have been on site. They could have asked her about the compliance if they had questions. The PIC's response stated his staff were present and providing supervision. However, there's nothing to substantiate the claim that Strive La Vida employees provided any supervision that day. It is unclear to me as the investigating officer as to the level of supervision that was given. Perhaps Mr. Shand or counsel can articulate the details of the supervision. Further, the response indicated that the state of California allows unlicensed individuals to practice pharmacy, citing a California law. That's on page 2700 of your board book. However, again, I would ask Mr. Shand or counsel to articulate where in the California law book it allows for compounding in a pharmacy by unlicensed individuals. Also, we identified the same failures in record keeping related to compounding logs and records for distribution across state lines, and the controlled substance chain of custody and accountability. If there were the level of supervision established by the respondent, then how did the task of compounding, record keeping, controlled substance accountability, etc., fall to 2 unlicensed technicians and an unlicensed pharmacist? Before this board today are the allegations that the PIC and Strive La Vida violated Arizona law, including failures of record keeping, supervision, employee license, and interstate shipping.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Mr. Morris?
Obviously, all of the statements that were previously made in the prior one, I would just incorporate by reference to give the board the background that was there. Mr. Shand is no longer employed by Strive in any capacity. He's been terminated. You did hear from the new pick and as to her statement that was here. As acknowledged, there were a number of mistakes that were made at La Vida, and we've proposed a settlement consistent with that.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris, can you provide the details of your proposed discipline?
Sure. I'm going to give you what I was initially proposed, but I need to modify it now because Mr. Shand is no longer employed there. So some of the terms had to do with him. It was a civil monetary penalty of $22,500, which was $500 a patch, 500 times 45. The PIC was supposed to require to have to do certain CE and other requirements and other issues with him. Obviously, that PIC is no longer there, so we don't think that term makes sense for the new PIC that's going on. We had to retain a controlled substance consultant within 90 days of the effective date of the consent, provide the consultant's report to the board within 30 days of receipt, prohibit any employee at that facility from sending personal mail from the pharmacy without it being inspected going forward.
And is that within a probationary package, or how is that? How will we ensure compliance with that?
We did not include a term of probation, but you can put a term of probation on if that's easier. We did the disciplinary fine, which was discipline anyway, but if you want to add a term of probation to that, we had the consultant report within 90 days and then the report back and the issues, but if you want to add a probation, that's fine.
I guess I'll start discussion. I feel like the activities that occurred in this pharmacy are far worse than what happened in the Gilbert facility. This pharmacy shouldn't have been making investigational use ketamine. There was no documentation of it. They allowed non-licensed person to perform licensed functions. So I feel like this is we need to look at what we did in the last one and probably go a step further is my thought. I have significant concerns that there's no record keeping and this process was happening in this pharmacy.
Totally agree. Mr. Morris, do they need an Arizona license? Are they?
Yes, they do need to retain an Arizona license.
Mr. Chair, if I may, can council or anybody from Strive La Vida articulate the supervision that was given that day?
So to be clear, this research study was not the normal course that was going on. It was not supervised appropriately. There's no disagreement with that to be able to do it. They deferred to the LCT people, which they should not have done.
So Mr. Snyder in his remarks commented that, California Code Section 1793.3 authorizes these people to.
No, Mr. Snyder pointed out a distinction between Arizona law and California law that allows non-licensed individuals to do significantly more in a California pharmacy than it does in an Arizona pharmacy. Regardless of that, but it was a clarification to Mr. Jacobson, regardless of that statement, this particular conduct should still not have been done.
Thank
and
you.
wasn't supervised appropriately. It was a clarification on some statements over there because California does allow their clerks much more authority than Arizona does, but it's irrelevant for this case.
Exactly. Thank you.
Seeing that they want to keep the license, I think perhaps a stayed revocation on the permit with a period of probation with a number of terms, including the monitor, report back from the monitor. We wouldn't normally go inspect this facility because it's a California facility. Max, did you go there?
I did not.
We just relied on California to do the investigation.
Correct. I worked with the California Board of Pharmacy Inspector.
Okay.
One thing, Lori, just to consider as you're
Yeah.
formulating your thoughts, what about, we heard about this with Cheyenne, Wyoming, they used VPP. What if we required them to do an NABP, VPP inspection, and then we could see those observations from VPP, and obviously our inspectors don't need to travel to California.
I think that's a good suggestion.
What about for the fine?
I think it should be 1,000 minimum per patch. So I think we should go maximum since we're saying this is maximum.
I agree. I think it should be maximum as well.
$45,000. Ms. Walmsley, you were on a roll. You want to?
Wasn't ready to make a motion. I was just starting discussion.
While you guys are thinking about it, Mr. Morris, do you have contact information from LTC?
I'm sure we do, and we can supply it to the board.
Can you get that to me?
Sure.
Any further discussion or anybody willing to start a motion?
I would like to make another point here. The LTC involvement out there, we still don't have full information on that. Is there any potential that would have any bearing on our, what we've been talking about so far with regard to the pharmacy out there, even though they're separate?
Not necessarily. I feel like that has more of a bearing on the other individuals potentially. Um, it's clear that they had significant controlled substance violations here. It's significant. There's, like record keeping pieces, all of that. The unlicensed activity, to me, all of that is clear. Whether or not they were instructed by LCT to do that or not, it was still inappropriate and it shouldn't have happened in the California facility, period, in my mind.
I agree. I just want to make sure if LTC had that kind of involvement, that we have not somehow let them off the hook or.
Well, we don't have any jurisdiction over them.
Right, but I mean, I'm not saying it properly. I just want to make sure that anything that we find out in addition to that from them doesn't have any impact on our decisions that we're discussing right now.
All right, I'll take a start. I'll make a motion for a consent agreement for revocation. Immediately stayed, place the permit on probation for a period of, what did you say, 1 year? What was in your initial proposal? Oh, you didn't.
There was not a probation term.
Probation of 2 years to include at least one NABP VPP inspection at the permit holder's expense. In addition, a civil penalty of $1,000 per patch for a total of $45,000 to be signed within 30 days, paid within 90 days. And that would be my motion.
How long?
2 years probation.
Right. How long do we allow for the inspection? When does that need to be completed?
I think in about a year would be good.
Within a year. Yeah.
Within a year.
I'll second that.
Just food for thought. I would also like to be notified if there are any additional actions by the California board, because I assume there's probably an ongoing investigation with the California board, and if there are other things that could have bearing on patients in Arizona, I would want to know about that.
Very good. Well, I'll take that friendly amendment and add that to my motion.
And I modify my second to include that.
Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
Ms. Browning?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Ms. Spark?
Aye.
Mr. Hogan?
Aye.
And Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Al Nassif?
Aye.
And Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Thank you. Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
All right. And that concludes this matter, and we'll continue pressing forward to 22B. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. All right, this is complaint number 25-0544. Respondent is Mr. Schwer, pharmacist in charge, and Strive Pharmacy, Gilbert. Mr. Dang and Mr. Snyder, would you like to introduce yourselves and your clients?
Thank you, Mr. President. Chris Stang, Quarles and Brady, counsel for Strive, along with Mr. Snyder.
Alex Snyder, counsel for Quarles and Brady with Strive.
Would the other?
Go ahead.
I'm Billy Ray. I'm VP of Sales at Strive.
Matt Guzman, VP of Compliance.
Jamin Schwer, pharmacist in charge.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Jacobson, could you please provide us a summary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, board members. Max Jacobson, Compliance Officer, Arizona Board of Pharmacy. I would like to start by saying at the February board meeting, the previous discussion had dismissed the PIC, but because there is new information it is at the board's discretion to review the PIC as a continued respondent or uphold the board's prior decision. This case is continued from the February board meeting. At that meeting, the board requested more information and board staff issued a subpoena to satisfy that request. The subpoena and response are attached below in your board book, page 6369. The information requested revolves around the employee training and financial agreements between Strive, Bailey, and the Slimming Grace Provider's Office. The board was seeking to confirm whether financial incentives and motive to ignore red flags or questionable business practices discovered through social media was in play. Strive continued with delivery of a batch of prescriptions despite clear knowledge the provider was selling them over the counter. Their internal audit to check for fraudulent patient-specific orders was not thorough and only checked if the patient profile existed and if refills were present. No patients were contacted prior to home deliveries. The information submitted appears to indicate sales rep training and a commission-based compensation system where the sales representative was paid more for more prescriptions delivered. Highlights of the training documentation are on page 6363, and the compensation amounts and salaries are presented on your board book, page 6365 and 6667. The training documentation on page 6363 and 6364 submitted indicates that Strive, quote, keeps everyone covered and safe from regulatory bodies, end quote, including the FDA, boards of pharmacy, etc., stating that Strive will help providers with compliance, guidance, and education. However, it's unclear the level of compliance education the sales rep themselves get. The financial documents submitted show a monetary incentive for the sales representative to dispense prescriptions and be compensated based on the number of prescriptions dispensed. Although the PIC and compliance department knew about this provider selling prescription-only drugs in an over-the-counter fashion, no action was taken to stop the medication being delivered to the provider's office until after that last big drug order. This case is before you to determine if the facts of the case establish behavior, oversight, or accountability that may violate Arizona law. Possible violations are listed on page 6361. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Mr. Dang, Mr. Snyder, would you like to make a preliminary statement?
Yes, just real quick. We understand that this is a continuation of a matter that was heard February 12th, I believe. So a lot of the facts have already been discussed. The main reason for this discussion today is to allow our VP of sales at Strive Pharmacy to discuss kind of the more in-depth matters of the actual sales representative and their role in this complication. And then to clarify any other outstanding concerns that the board may have. As we understand, there's a lot of confusion as to the timeline, the specifics of when prescriptions were processed, when people were notified. We were happy to try to clear those up for the board so we can move forward with this process. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Billy.
As VP of Sales, I oversee Strive's sales operations and manage our sales team. I have been working at Strive for 2.5 years, and Bailey has indirectly reported to me since May of 2024. I wanted to address the text message that Bailey sent to the provider, as it was an important point raised at the prior meeting. The content of the text messages sent by Bailey to Slimming Grace did not reflect Strive Pharmacy's values, policies, or directives, and were in no way authorized by our leadership, management, or compliance team. Our compliance department contacted me during their internal investigation to gather information about the clinic, as Bailey served as Slimming Grace's sales representative. I contacted Bailey's direct supervisor to have him reach out to Bailey for more information on the clinic's activities. However, at no point did compliance direct the clinic through Bailey or otherwise to remove the social media post referenced in the board's file. No one at Strive instructed her to communicate to the clinic that she or the company was indifferent to their conduct. This was a serious lapse in her professional judgment, made without direction, authorization, or encouragement from any member of Strive staff or leadership. As a result, she was issued a final written warning and required to complete remedial compliance training. Following this incident, Strive took deliberate and documented corrective action. We did not terminate Bailey's employment because upon review, this was determined to be an isolated incident with no prior history of similar behavior and no recurrence since. The following actions were taken. Bailey received a final written disciplinary warning documenting the incident and the expectation that no similar conduct would be tolerated. This is part of her permanent personnel record. Strive has comprehensively revised its compliance training for sales staff previously supplied to the board for review. All sales representatives are required to complete these trainings, and it has been integrated into the onboarding process for new hires.
Thank you, board members. We'll open the floor for discussion and questions.
So I believe for, I'm sorry. So I believe for PIC, we already roll on this last meeting, correct?
We did, however, Max made a opening statement asking us if there was additional considerations with this new information for
But
us to
can we do that,
potentially reconsider.
To reconsider?
I'm not fully sure. I wasn't at the last meeting, so I don't know.
I believe it was dismissed, right? So he was dismissed, the PIC, but now I don't know if we can readdress or reconsider the matter after we already.
Well, it's not on the agenda to do that. If the board wanted to reopen that case, it would have to be noticed on an agenda for that action.
Yeah, because last meeting as he mentioned, it's just a conference to discuss the financial part, I believe, and other aspects. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm happy to go first because we cannot ignore this financial situation. I mean, the number of what she made in 2024 is crazy, astronomical high for what you would expect a reasonable sales representative to make. I was floored when I saw the amount, and I realize I can't on the record say what it is, but by my expression, I'm floored, absolutely floored by how much she made. And I know she didn't get all of this from Slumming Grace. So how many accounts does Bailey manage? And do you have those? Where are those accounts located?
Currently, Bailey manages around 100 accounts, and they're all in the greater Phoenix area.
They are in Arizona. Would you be willing to provide that list to us of the accounts that she manages?
I think the scope of that is a bit broader than the concern here at Slumming Grace, so I have to take that back. So I would say at that time that's a bit out of scope.
That is part of this complaint, Strive, right? So would that not, Mr. Hargrave, would that not fall under scope based on it being this permit holder's responsibility?
Again, I'm not familiar with what happened previously. My understanding, this is brought back for a continuance, so.
I think the concern is this complaint is not against Slumming Grace. This complaint is against Strive.
That said, the underlying matter is related to the clinic and the finances of that shipment, which we were provided to you, and the aggregate numbers as to her overall compensation. So we have provided pertinent information to the Slumming Grace Clinic in particular, but beyond that, that's I think getting beyond the.
It's an analogy of if I identify OxyContin to be short at a pharmacy, can I ask for alprazolam and can I ask for other narcotics as well? Because we're only investigating OxyContin. But I think it opens the door for other narcotics as well in the location, right? I would assume so.
Yeah, I think that's an apples to oranges, with all due respect, an apples to oranges kind of comparison with respect to controlled substances. Here, again, the focus for the board was the relationship with Slim and Grace, the potential financial gain provided by the 75 prescriptions in relation to that.
Director Gandhi, from what I'm hearing, right now, there is an issue that the board has regarding the practice of Strive Pharmacy and this one in particular individual in the practices. And it is, at this point, it is where we are today related to one particular client. But if the board is concerned more broadly about kind of more of the practice beyond this one client, the board could send it back for further investigation and expand the scope to look into potential other clients and for similar conduct.
Would note that there's no other evidence at this time of any other conduct. That this was a activity outside of the course of normal practices, not condoned by Strive in any way.
Well, that's what we're trying to determine. Is this a bigger problem? Is this a bigger problem? Because you're saying that Strive didn't endorse this employee from doing this, but clearly she did it. We have evidence that she did do it, and she's a representative of the company and of the permit. And she made these statements to this nurse practitioner who ultimately was found guilty of diverting drugs into an improper supply chain channel. So I'm concerned for Arizonans. That's why we're here as members of this board, to protect the public. And if she's doing this to other similar accounts, because she's making such a huge annual salary off these commissions, I wouldn't doubt it. And my duty is to the public, and I want to make sure that we're looking at all accounts that this sales representative has a relationship with, particularly since I hear that they're all based in Arizona, and we're here to protect Arizonans.
And I think, when as this was a continuance, we had some additional questions about some of the sales and the financial records and things like that. So we wanted to hear more about that. But I think we are also considering just the prescriptions even being sent to regardless under this permit. So it's not just about the financials. It's also about the permit and how they're operating.
The conduct of the permit.
Correct.
I concur with that. And by the way, apples and oranges are both fruit, so they do apply.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Certainly, please do.
What is Bailey's position today with the company? Is it the same as it was historically, or has that changed?
It's effectively the same. One of the changes that we implemented that was already in motion when the improper prescribing habits of Slim and Grace came out was adapting our comp plan. We scaled very, very quickly in 2023 and 2024. And so one of the things that took place is we did shrink Bailey's book down quite a bit so that the proper provider education could take place and that we could monitor the activities of what was happening within those accounts. It's also worth noting that if you take a look at her 2025 compensation, it's about half of what it was in 2024. And that's just because in 2024, we experienced unprecedented growth, and it's not uncommon for a salesperson that's at a company that has unprecedented growth to make more than what was planned. And so we brought her back down to closer to market benchmarks.
I think based on the numbers, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, one more. Based on the numbers, her trajectory was equal or maybe greater until she was notified that this activity was taking place.
The compensation plan changes took place April 1st, 2025.
But up to that point, it was similar or greater.
Her compensation plan was the same from January 1st to April 1st as it in 2025 as it was in 2024. But we had plans in place the latter part of 2024, and then it took us the first quarter of 2025 to implement those changes. But it was in motion far before we knew anything about this.
Little side from the financial part. When Bailey goes into her 100 offices, does she physically visit all of them? Like, does she go in and does she see, like when she saw the shelf, does she see those items in the front?
The expectation is that she does visit her clinics in person. This clinic is a little bit further away. And so she did visit them a few times throughout the course of 2024, but she says that she never saw any evidence of any sort of office use prescribing when she was out there.
I'm sorry, I have a question about, so it is 503A, right? Compounding pharmacy. So you send patient-specific medication, two options, to patient's home address or to doctor's office to be picked up from the doctor's office. So what is the reason that when you ship it to a doctor's office, it will be cheaper than you send it directly to a patient's home? I mean, why there is a differential in
That actually doesn't dictate the price difference. The price difference is based on whether or not the provider is paying for the medication. It offers a convenience for Strive if the provider is willing to cover the cost of the medication. So we do give them a slight discount for that so that we don't have to collect payment from individual patients.
Okay,
It has
so you
nothing
ship
to
it to
do
doctor's
whether or
office?
not it's shipped to the office.
Okay.
Going back to Bailey, how many Baileys are there at Strive?
Currently, we have about 35 sales reps.
And all in that same role that she has with the same amount of accounts, 100 accounts, you said?
Bailey is one of our legacy sales reps. She's been here for a long time. And so we do have a couple different factors that we look at when someone's book a business to make sure that it's manageable. One of those things is revenue. One of those things is how many accounts are in there. Because Bailey has some of our larger accounts and she's been with the company for a long time, she does have one of the smaller books because there's a lot of prescriptions that are coming through. So we want to make sure it's manageable. Benchmarks for other sales reps who perhaps don't have as much revenue are more around 300 accounts.
Board members, any questions, further discussion? But hearing none, I'll say it. You know, what stands out to me in this case is the sequence of decisions made after that risk was clearly identified with that whistleblower complaint on February 3rd. And at that moment, I believe Strive Gilbert had sufficient information to recognize that this provider was diverting drugs outside of lawful channels. And to their credit, they did initiate an internal review, but as Max just stated, it lacked appropriate rigor. And that's what, matters next is, 10 days later on February 13th, we see Bailey texting the provider, encouraging her to take down social media posts so that, quote, the situation could be handled quickly and neither party would get in trouble. That's not behavior of someone who is uncertain about the rules. It's behavior of someone that understands the risk and is attempting to really limit exposure. Most concerning to me is like the dispensing did not stop. Between February 3rd and March 12th, the pharmacy continued to fill 85 additional prescriptions to this provider. That's not a single lapse. I think it's sustained conduct that is of credible concern to me and to Arizonans. And the permit holder and the compliance personnel at the permit were aware of the situation based on the evidence that Max collected for us. And there was not an immediate intervention to stop this activity. And instead, the organization allowed it to continue. And that is very troubling to me as a board member and as someone whose mission and goal here is to protect the public. So I don't find this to be human error. This is not a system problem, a system glitch. I find this extremely, extremely unlawful and reckless conduct, if not bad intent, based on NABP's decision tree. So again, I don't find a non-disciplinary pathway for this permit holder. That's my comments.
Yeah, I agree. Just the oversight and the prescription validation process, those prescriptions flowing into Strive, what sort of oversight was there from a compliance standpoint, from a where are the checks and the balances there? I mean, I think we heard that there was no contact to patients at any point directly, just communication with this particular facility.
No, I appreciate the feedback, and I think we do acknowledge that we could have done a way better job at first attacking this. This was the first time I've ever experienced this type of complaint that we received. So part of the whole reception of the complaint is establishing the validity. I didn't know if this was a disgruntled employee, but we still did a check on the prescriptions from this clinic to establish whether they were unique addresses, unique date of births. So I will say we did not call the patients, but that's not a routine thing for us to do unless we are collecting payment or we do have questions about their prescriptions, which we do all the time. So I will say, I mean, that time frame, the 10 days where it takes us to take action to stop clinic shipping, it was too long. I agree, it was too long, but we have been extremely aggressive since then. We have had other clinics where we do have complaints and we are aggressive with them now. So unfortunately, this was a great learning experience for us. And our system gaps, we do have system gaps within our PMS, our pharmacy management system, which we have taken huge steps to ensure that communication across departments, to ensure that prescriptions that are in process aren't missed when there's issues like this. So we do have a complete halt when we do have a case where you know, we get a complaint of this nature. And our first reaction now is pause. It's straight up pause, alert departments. So we do have a good action plan in place to prevent this from happening in the future.
Just looking at some of the invoices and some of the payments from this particular facility to Strive, just looking at one day in particular, I think I saw
No need to mention numbers.
oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you. I saw what looked like to me a significant number of prescriptions that came in. You know, I guess I'm trying to understand what volume looks like through your system. What would trigger like a red flag? What does that look like?
I mean, at the time, the general volume of the pharmacy was probably 3,500 prescriptions a day. So 70 is not a lot. Some of the prescribing patterns of this is prescribers ordering for the week that they have these patients coming in. So they're ordering the patients who are coming up for pick up their next month's prescription.
So not necessarily for that day, they're seeing the patients and then what have you. I think we've also in evidence saw that there really probably wasn't that seeing of the patients, but so it wasn't necessarily by day. It would be just what they would anticipate for the week, the month, the what have you.
That's what we've seen before. I can't speak on exactly what this clinic was doing, but we've seen that previously.
Board members, any further questions, discussion?
I concur with what you've all said earlier. That would be my only comment.
Max, can you clarify just one thing for me? From the 3rd, when the whistleblower sent the email, to when they sent scripts out on the 13th, was there sent to the office or just to patient specific, not to the office?
Yeah. So the first group, the first batch that went out was something like 85 prescriptions, and that was sent to the office. Everything after that, I believe, was sent to patients' addresses, but I never got verification of that. And it was only a handful of prescriptions after that. I think it was 5 or 7 prescriptions, right? So the bulk of what we're talking about are that one day, you know, they knew that there was an issue here and they still pushed all those prescriptions.
While they were still investigating what was going on.
Correct.
No, I just wanted to touch on why those 75 prescriptions went out. And these are the 75 prescriptions from the time the whistleblower happened to when we did the stop of office ship. Just to correct, there were prescriptions after this that went directly to patients, but it was a handful of those prescriptions. And I briefly touched on this earlier as part of our our pharmacy management system. We've taken pretty drastic efforts to ensure that prescriptions that are received, there was a delay. I think we received the majority of these prescriptions on 2/7, but they were typed, they're already processed, and they were in the queue of being dispensed. And that's where a lot of this oversight happened is we had a pulse on what was going on with this clinic. We were investigating, we were doing our retroactive review. But in the meantime, once we did have a good idea of wanting to go directly to patient ship, these 75 were kind of already down the road when we hadn't considered that at that point. Like I said, this was new for us. We never had this type of issue happen. So part of it is we do have those safeguards in place of notification, pausing everything, looping in data entry all the way to shipping to make sure that they can do manual visual checks on boxes before they leave now.
It does sound like an improved process today, and I'm glad you're pausing, and that's commendable, but it really doesn't absolve the conduct, back in February. I believe the case warrants significant response. And what's the total number of prescriptions dispensed after they knew they had good reason to believe that they were going in an illegitimate supply chain?
Yeah, page 6642 of your board book is a dispensation summary. You'll see that 85 prescriptions were sent after the whistleblower email on February 3rd. 83 of them were on the day of the text, that 10 days after. And then 4 of them were released after that. So that's the handful that were sent to the patient-specific addresses.
I mean, that is so telling to me, that 83 on that day of the text message that Bailey sent to that provider, that you're trying to capture the revenue before it's shut down. And I think we should be considering a maximum civil penalty per each on this one. So that's $85,000. So my motion would be for a consent agreement for a civil penalty for $1,000 per prescription dispensed after they had knowledge that it was going into the wrong supply chain. So that's $85,000. I don't know, should we incorporate anything else into that?
I think we should, but I'm trying to see what it should be.
I'm sorry. So how do you come up with the $1,000 per item?
$1,000 is our maximum civil penalty per item.
Per violation, you mean?
Per violation.
Okay, just let me make sure.
What other actions, if any, would be appropriate?
The other confounding thing is, like, we just spent the last 2 hours talking about this pharmacy, and that's pending as well. And I know we can't take that into consideration here.
So I believe we have enough evidence I'm not the company, not Stripe, but their employees contribute to unlawful activity at that clinic.
Certainly.
Right? So let's say, like in a pharmacy, when a wholesaler ship medication to the pharmacy, whatever happens in that pharmacy, it will not go after the wholesaler, right? I mean, just in normal situation. But we have even enough evidence that the employee there, upper management or some employee contribute to this unlawful activity took place at that clinic. Because Mr. Thorold, like thinking about to go like more, like, you know, like we have to take more action on this. I believe for this reason, I agree with our chair proposal.
You have a motion, don't you?
Yeah, I'll make that my motion. The consent agreement for a disciplinary civil penalty for 1,000 items per prescription $1,000 per prescription item dispensed after they had knowledge. So that's $85,000. That consent is to be signed within 30 days and paid within 90 days or moved to hearing. And that would be my motion.
I second your motion.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, there was discussion before about ongoing concerns. Is that an issue for the board, or are you moving forward and finishing things with this consent?
It sounded like Mr. Dang, were you willing to work with Cam on that request, or?
Again, I think the scope of this particular complaint is in relation to Slimming Grace. From what we've seen and what Mr. Ray and Mr. Guzman have told, that this was an isolated incident. We had, I think, in part and parcel to the other matter, offered a civil penalty as a resolution to this, acknowledging of the deficiencies in the moving of the product. I think that our number was 75, so at prescriptions on the day by a multiple of 100. Certainly hear you on the 1,085 multiple. Based on that, right, I want to focus on that issue, and again, what we have provided in response to that today. Again, specific to this incident, specific to the deficiencies that were there and recognized here today, and then specific to, again, the improvements going on, right, to prevent this from happening again, to address your concerns about this. There were other processes mentioned here, change in compensation, right, to focus more on retention and balance and get to market, so that there's, again, pulling back on that, compensation concern. Moving away from the office ship model, which will be rolled out this year and is winding down now. Again, I think total percent of volume to clinics was about 12% of shipments overall when, at least a couple of months ago when this started. So I think, again, I want to focus on the resolution of this case, and you've proposed a resolution that I think we certainly take back to the client and complete this matter.
One other comment that I wanted to make is that there is no financial incentive in place right now that would have a sales rep want to condone this type of behavior. The sales compensation plan at the time when the company was scaling and we were a startup was that they got paid a % of the sales that came in their book of business. We've moved away from that model. The compensation plan is now based on a growth goal for the entire book of business. If sales reps know of a situation, the policy now, an improper prescribing situation, the policy now is that we will actually back out any prescriptions that were expected from that sales rep's goal. So we've actually done the opposite. We've created a financial incentive for people to report that type of misconduct.
I'd just like to add one thing. Like one of your ads, you when reach out to clinic, you say like you help them with compliance and with everything, like you make sure everything is by rules. I mean, it would be, I'm not asking you what to do, but I believe usually what they do, anything happening at the clinic is their responsibility, not your responsibility. But from your ad, really, like you're telling them, oh, do whatever you want, we cannot help you. That's it looks like to me. And this is very concerning that, okay, so telling providers, we will help you. Do whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? Like usually whenever I sign a contract, I say, okay, it is my responsibility, whatever happens in my office. That's what usually the normal contract, right? And hopefully that will be changed. You know what I mean? Like just taking the responsibility from your company and put it on the right place. You know what I mean? And because this is by itself telling me you are encouraging this behavior or contributing to it when I have like big company telling me, okay, I will help you do whatever you want. That's how I read it. So
Yeah,
this is just
yeah.
advice. I'm not in the position to advise you what to do, but this is a concerning ad to me.
Absolutely. And it was a serious lapse in Bailey's judgment that
Yeah.
she communicated with the provider that way. No one in leadership, none of my sales managers would ever condone that type of communication or indifference to compliance type rules. It was just a lapse of judgment. She was trying to, you know, we try and be consultative and educate our providers, and it was just a lapse of judgment, and she took that too far, and she has been disciplined because of it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please do.
So Ms. Franklin, Mr. Hargraves, how do we proceed with the information that we are requesting? Do we open a new complaint to pursue
That's
it?
what I believe.
Do we table this and further the investigation? How do you propose we?
You could table this matter and pursue that. You could open a separate complaint. You know, it's kind of arose out of this one. When you're at the same employee that's at Focus, it may be best to handle it as part of this one as far as a separate one, because at this point you don't have specific information that it has occurred with others, but there is concern by the board in regards to this complaint with this individual and the responses you got back. So it may be appropriate to continue this one to obtain that and look at it.
I like that legal advice. I think I should withdraw my motion. I think we need to know more about the accounts. If you're not willing to work with us on who she's supporting now, and I think we need to keep this open so we can find out more. So I withdraw my motion. Any further discussion? All right. Is there a motion for potential tabling this?
In order for what? To get more information?
Correct.
May I just ask really fast, to get that information, what are we going to do with it? So we're going to have a list of her 100 accounts. Are we going into every single account to find out if they have it on their shelf? I mean, what are we doing with that information we're getting? Like, how is that going to change our decision today?
I think the goal is to see if it's a broader problem than what we identified. Because she had this behavior with this one client. We don't know.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Mr. Guzman stated a few minutes ago that they're investigating other complaints related to clinics. Maybe it'd be helpful if we looked into that information.
Sure. I think we need to continue the investigation. So my motion would be to table this matter until a next meeting and to collect more information and investigate.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Is there specific information you're gonna ask, like to investigate other accounts, or because
Specifically,
do you need like specific what?
What is our bandwidth on that, Mr. Hargraves? What can we request? And what's our parameters?
I don't know that I can respond to that. It sounds like there was concern about whether this was a one-off with this client or if this was an ongoing pattern with this employee. It really depends upon what the board is looking for. You know, the board has expressed concern about this, so it'd be up to the board to determine the scope in regards to its concerns.
If I may ask a question, Mr. Chair.
please.
So we have Bailey and we have our laterals, right? Were their compensations similar in nature?
That would be my concern as well.
Yeah, at the time they were, but we've now moved away from that compensation model. So, for example, Bailey's current supervisor has a goal based on the accounts that are under him, a growth goal. And if there were ever to be a situation where someone were to be identified that was doing something non-compliant, that would be backed out of their goal. So they have no financial incentive or punishment for not condoning that.
Ultimate punishment being termination.
Exactly. Yeah. In fact, we've told reps that you will never have any financial penalty for reporting this type of thing. However, going forward, since this was a new isolated incident with Bailey, we did give her a final written warning. But going forward, we've made it clear to our entire sales org that termination is the move that we make for this type of situation.
So did I understand correctly that you do have today investigations that you're running internally on different clinics?
More or less, yes. We get complaints from time to time just on, I would use this as an example, like, I'm trying to think of the most recent one where maybe a clinic is no longer with the provider and we got a prescription. It was just a remnant from just a refill and it was still associated to that clinic. So at that point, we would launch an investigation to see if they are truly misusing this provider's credentials or if they aren't. And that's an example of just when we would pause just to be sure that they aren't. But for that example, it was like a remnant from a refill.
Do you have any ongoing right now that you're looking into?
To my knowledge, no, not right now. But this did require a big beef up on our onboarding as well as our offboarding SOPs to have a good process. So I guess part of it, so really compliance is going to start taking ownership of the outreach now, just because we don't want to cross wires with any of the messaging, anything like that. So the process has been greatly refined, but at this time, no, there's no active investigations that I'm aware of.
Do you have documentation of investigations that you have concluded that resulted in no longer servicing other clinics?
I believe we do.
I'm just trying to think if it would be helpful to have them report those types of examples, or, you know, are we wanting to look into any and all clinics that a particular sales rep is looking at?
So my personal take, Mr. Chair, if I may, is obviously we have limitations in our staff as well, right? So our bandwidth is limited. I would prefer to focus on the one individual and to request their accounts that they were responsible for, and we'll do our due diligence and try and investigate the best we can and then bring it back to you guys.
And you would do that during this tabling period?
We'll make our every attempt to get it done as soon as we can.
All right, we've got a first and a second to table this complaint until the next meeting, allowing board staff to investigate further. Any further discussion?
Next, I wouldn't say next meeting, I'd say as soon as we're able to.
Sure. As soon as they're able to.
I have one more question for them. Can you remind me, I think I asked last meeting, but what's your onboarding process with these accounts? Like, do they sign a form saying they're not going to sell it to patients outside of who it was prescribed for? Like, do you have a process in place for the prescribers when they get signed on with Strive?
Currently, that's what we're working through right now, is certain acknowledgements that we feel are appropriate for whether it's telehealth practices, if they're, prescribing across state lines. As was stated earlier, we are moving away from the ship office service. So that will, prevent a lot of some of these hiccups we're experiencing now with this. So part of it is the main one that we do is credentialing verification. But outside of that, that's kind of where we were at prior to this. But new state stemming just from the new year, we've grown our compliance team to really shed some light on this onboarding process to start being a little bit more in depth to address some of the concerns you stated.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will take a meal break and we will be back by 2 p.m.
I didn't need to
Right. Welcome back. We are back from lunch and we are going to skip around. We have a request to do 22E next on the agenda, and this is complaint number 24-0099. Respondent is Kuang Ho pharmacist. Looks like Ms. Sullivan is here on behalf of the respondent.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Yes, thank you.
All right. Is your client also available online or?
He is not.
Okay.
And I'll get into that.
Okay, very good. Mr. Patel, would you like to provide us a brief summary?
Sure, thank you. My name is Chirag Patel, Compliance Officer with the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is complaint number 24-0099. A complaint was opened up by board staff in February 2024 after receiving an employment termination notification from the permit holder for the employment of the respondent. The reason for the termination was for violating their standard operating procedures relating over selling over-the-counter COVID tests kits. Through an internal review process by the permit holder, it was reported that the respondent, pharmacist Kuang Ho, personally caused COVID-19 at-home test kits to be mailed to individuals who never requested or consented to receiving of the test kits, and subsequently caused others to submit certain insurance claims for the test kits for individuals who never requested or consented to receiving the test kits. According to the findings summarized by the permit holder, numerous customers complained about receiving and having their insurance billed for test kits that they did not request or want. These complaints also included complaints from fellow employees who received unsolicited mailouts of the test kits. According to the response provided by the legal counsel on behalf of the respondent pharmacist, the pharmacy employees filled, sold, and purchased these test kits for their own use or for use of their family members. The respondent pharmacist only ordered, filled, and sold COVID tests with full consent from the patient, and that was according to the respondent pharmacist. The compliance officer requested a response from several pharmacy technicians and a pharmacist listed in the list provided by the permit holder, but only received a response from one licensed pharmacy technician who confirmed that she did not receive any unsolicited COVID test kits. The others did not provide a response or any responses. Allegations of unauthorized and unsolicited mailouts could not be substantiated or confirmed through the investigation by the compliance officer. In a response provided by the permit holder, they also indicated that the permit holder does not provide bonuses specifically on the dispensation or sale of COVID test kits. However, the permit holder also stated that the respondent was eligible for monetary bonuses based on their pharmacy's overall performance against certain pre-established metrics. The permit holder also stated that one of the several metrics that could influence a respondent's bonus was the pharmacy's overall prescription volume, which depended on the volume of the prescriptions for various products and services, including COVID test kits. The permit holder's investigation did not confirm whether the respondent's conduct was motivated by a potential bonus. The permit holder was unable to locate any documentary evidence of customer complaints during its investigation into the respondent, but learned of the customer complaints through interviews of company employees. Feel free to ask me any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Ms. Sullivan, would you like to make a statement?
Thank you, Mr. President. As Mr. Patel has told you, the evidence gathered through his investigation does not support the allegations against my client. Dr. Howe therefore respectfully declines to participate in this informal conference and pursuant to ARS Section 32-1927I requests that this matter be referred to a formal hearing before the Office of Administrative Hearings. Before I address the merits of this matter, however, I would like to raise a threshold issue here because it goes to whether this board has the authority to proceed today with an informal conference at all. Section 32-1927I provides that this board may offer an informal conference only if it, quote, believes the information in the complaint is or may be true. Mr. Patel has told you that he has no information to suggest that this information is or may be true. And that's not a formality. It's a predicate finding and the gatekeeping requirement that the legislature has built into the statute to protect licensees from being subjected to disciplinary proceedings on mere allegations. This board cannot make the finding that this information in the complaint is or may be true. Board staff opened this complaint on February 13th of 2024. For more than 792 days, Dr. Ho has lived under the cloud of these unproven allegations. He's been unable to fully practice his profession. He's been unable to move forward with his career and with his life. This complaint involves over-the-counter COVID test kits, the dispensing of which was actively encouraged by the federal government and made available to the public at no cost during the public health emergency. Yet despite more than 2 years of investigation, multiple subpoenas, and extraordinary expenditure of resources, this investigation has produced no independent evidence substantiating the central allegations. Walmart alleges numerous customers complained about receiving and having their insurance billed for these test kits that they did not request. Yet in response to this board's own subpoena, Walmart conceded that they did not locate a single piece of documentary evidence of any customer complaint. There was no written complaint, there was no email, there was not a customer service log, there was nothing. Mr. Patel has told you that he conducted an independent investigation, and we appreciate that investigation. He contacted multiple witnesses identified in Walmart's investigation. His report states plainly, as he just told you, allegations of unauthorized and unsolicited mailouts could not be substantiated or confirmed. Members of the board, that's not a finding of insufficient evidence to prove the allegations. It's a finding that allegations could not be confirmed to have occurred at all. After 792 days, Mr. Patel could not substantiate the allegations. That conclusion should be dispositive. Can this board find that the information in the complaint is or may be true? Without documentary evidence of any consumer complaints, I don't believe that that's the case. The statute doesn't permit the board to proceed simply because a complaint was filed. It requires a belief, grounded in evidence, that the allegations may be true. Mr. Patel has told you that the required evidentiary foundation does not exist here. Dr. Ho has maintained from the onset that he ordered, filled, and sold these test kits with full patient consent. He's cooperated with this board throughout the process. If the board is not prepared to dismiss this matter today, he requests that his request for a formal hearing reflects his firm belief that this matter must be resolved through the full protections of due process. He will be offered the right to confront and cross-examine witnesses, to compel production of documents that Walmart has so far refused to provide, and to have this matter decided on the record and on the merits. Mr. President, members of the board, this is not a case that warrants discipline. This is a case that warrants full dismissal. The threshold requirements in ARS 32-1927I have not been met, and continuing this proceeding would be contrary to both the statute and fundamental fairness to Dr. Ho.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Board members, I think for Mr. Hargraves, there was a number of documents submitted in our board file that Walmart claims is privileged and confidential attorney work product between them and those they interviewed. Presumably, I'm just, my supposition is that they had to make reversals to claims, and they, as the permit holder, may be liable for something, and that's why they're identifying it as attorney-client work product, and that's why Mr. Patel can't find or is unable to present any additional evidence outside of what Walmart has provided.
Yeah.
Can we request, I guess we already have requested from Walmart more information. Can we compel them to do that? And her argument saying that we don't have grounds here, what is your opinion on that?
I don't think we have any evidence to move forward with this. That's my opinion. I believe if Walmart in the future come up with evidence or anything, we can reopen a complaint again for ever involved. But I don't think this is we've been going through this for a long time, and this person has been under stress of really like what's going to happen to his license or to his situation. I support dismiss it, and in the future we can always open a new complaint if something else come up. And this is my motion unless somebody has anything else to say.
So I had a question for Mr. Hargraves, if he could
Of course, yeah.
provide a response.
If you want legal advice, we can go into executive session.
All right, I would make.
So I have a motion. I can withdraw my motion so we can go to, okay, I withdraw my motion.
All right. I have a motion for legal advice. Do we have a second? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'm not going to take myself.
All right, well, welcome back from executive session. Board members, any discussion or further questions?
I would like to make a motion that we dismiss this and refer it to appropriate agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Thorwald. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan, for being here. We're gonna move to 20D. Yep. So this is tab 20D, pharmacy technician license application for Lorraine Amaral. Is Ms. Amaral on the phone? Hi, Ms. Amaral. Could you please introduce yourself for the record? And if you have your camera, can you please turn the camera on your device?
Yeah, I'm trying right now. Where is the camera?
Oh, very good. We can hear you. Do you have a camera you can turn on for us?
It was on earlier, but for some reason I don't.
All right. We'll proceed. Could you please introduce yourself for the record, please? I think you're on mute.
Hi, my name is Lorraine Emerald.
Thank you, Ms. Amaral. Ms. Castro, would you like to provide a summary?
Sure. Lorraine Amaral applied for an Arizona pharmacy technician license on December 2nd, 2025. Ms. Amaral held a pharmacy technician trainee license, which expired on December 31st, 2025. She was charged with felony theft and forgery in 1994. In August 1994, Ms. Amaral obtained a check issued by the Arizona Department of Economic Security that was made payable to another individual. She endorsed the check using the payee's information, and the check was later cashed without authorization. Ms. Amaral pleaded guilty to the theft, a Class 6 felony, with the forgery charge being dismissed per the plea agreement. An order suspending the sentence and placing the defendant on probation for a period of 18 months was entered on July 11, 1995. Ms. Amaral completed the terms of her probation, and her undesignated offense was designated to a misdemeanor on January 21st, 1997. Ms. Amaral later petitioned the court to set aside the judgment of guilt and requested a certificate of second chances. The petition was granted on August 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Ms. Amaral, would you like to make a very brief statement before we proceed into questions?
I just want to say that that in my 31 years of being a law-abiding citizen, I've shown stability, and I really don't have much to say, but I've had a clean record, and I've been a trainee and maintained a perfect record of accuracy with my work ethics. I've been dedicated to safety of the patients and protected health information. My past mistake taught me that the importance of strict adherence to the law, which is why I've been diligent in my career now and also my past careers. I've taken full responsibility, and the incident does not no longer a part of my daily identity.
Thank you, Ms.
So-
Amaral. Board members, we'll open the floor for any questions or discussion.
So do you work as a pharmacy technician now or trainee?
Well, I was working for Walgreens for 3 years as a trainee, but I'm not there now because obviously I don't have a license. And I was on leave for 4 months, but now I no longer work there because it's been taking so long to have this finalized.
Okay.
I move we approve.
I second.
I just had a question, Ms. Castro. Was this disclosed?
She was not required to disclose.
She wasn't. Okay, thank you.
All right, we've got a first and a second to approve the application. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Amaral.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Moving on to tab 20E, this is technician license application for Adriana Santito. Board staff is Ms. Favela. Is Ms. Santito on the line? Oh, please come forward. Ms. Santito, if you could activate the microphone and introduce yourself for the record, and please have a seat.
Good afternoon. My name's Adriana Santito.
All right, welcome. Ms. Favela, would you like to provide a summary?
Good afternoon, board members. Adriana Santito applied for a pharmacy technician license on December 2nd, 2025. Ms. Santito pleaded guilty to theft of lost mislaid property in 2012. Due to the age and it being a single offense, she was not required to disclose. Ms. Santito was issued a pharmacy technician training license on November 9th, 2022. On March 30th, 2023, board staff received notice from the Arizona Department of Public Safety indicating that Ms. Santito's Arizona fingerprint clearance card had been issued in error. It was determined the training license should not have been issued as a valid card was required. Board staff contacted Ms. Santito requesting she provide a valid fingerprint clearance card. She did not respond. Ms. Santito submitted the invalid card for her technician application. Board staff required that she provide court documentation related to her arrest and a valid fingerprint clearance card. Initially, Ms. Santito responded stating she had no prior convictions and the fingerprint clearance card was issued in 2022 and it was valid. Ultimately, she provided the missing court documents and a valid card, which was issued on January 5th, 2026. On April 26, 2012, an officer responded to a grocery store for a theft report. A customer reported that her son had accidentally left his iPad on the display. Store video footage showed a female picking up the iPad from the display and leaving the store without making a purchase. On October 9, 2012, Ms. Santito was found guilty of theft of lost mislaid property and ordered to pay a fine. The fine was paid and the case was closed.
Thank you, Ms. Favela. Ms. Santito, would you like to make a statement?
Yeah, back in 2012, I'm not originally from Arizona, so the state I'm from, they're very strict, and there was a big misunderstanding with the police officers and the iPad. I did return it the same day. My intentions was not to steal it. I've never done anything like that. I was just trying to give it back because that person that left the iPad, their address was engraved on the back of the iPad, and they actually did live down the street from me. So me and my father went and returned it. My intentions were not to steal it, and I've never been arrested or have anything else on my record since then. So, I mean, I was just trying to do a good deed, but.
Very good. Thank you. Board members, any questions, discussion?
Considering how long ago it was and the fact that you've provided the documentation and have a valid fingerprint clearance card now, I vote to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. We are going to jump due to request to 25F. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santito. Moving on to 20F. This is application for pharmacist licensure by reciprocity for Nicholas Kirkpatrick. Is Mr. Kirkpatrick on the line or in the boardroom? All right, it says Erica De Leon is our board staff, but clearly it's not.
Standing in today.
All right. Would you like to provide a brief summary for us?
Yes. Nicholas Kirkpatrick applied for a pharmacist licensure by reciprocity on February 24th, 2026. I apologize. I am looking at the wrong summary. Let me restart. I apologize. Nicholas Kirkpatrick applied for a pharmacist licensure by reciprocity on February 24th, 2026. He holds an active pharmacist license in 17 states. He also holds a New Mexico license that is expired. Mr. Kirkpatrick disclosed a disciplinary action on his Alabama and Kansas licenses. On May 28th, 2020, Mr. Kirkpatrick resigned as the pharmacist in charge from TaylorMade Compounding, effective immediately. However, the Kansas Board of Pharmacy did not receive notification of the change until June 26th of 2020. The Kansas Board of Pharmacy found Mr. Kirkpatrick failed to notify the board of his resignation as PIC within 5 days as required. He was ordered to pay a fine of $120. His Kansas license is active. On February 10th, 2021, the Alabama Board of Pharmacy ordered Mr. Kirkpatrick to pay a fine of $500 when he violated Alabama's Code of Professional Conduct when he failed to timely notify the Alabama Board of the Kansas Board of Pharmacies. When he failed to timely notify the Kansas Board of Pharmacy of his resignation as a PIC. His Alabama license is active.
Thank you. Board members, any questions, discussion?
He did disclose properly on this application.
Yes, that is correct.
So there is no concern from your side at all, right? Just like
He disclosed.
disclosed. Okay. I move to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to 20G. This is pharmacist intern application for Jackson Daniel Stengard and Ms. Okanowski. Is Mr. Stengard on the line? Okay.
Mr. Stengard applied for a pharmacist intern license on October 9th, 2025, and failed to disclose any charges. The Arizona Department of Public Safety notified the board that Mr. Stengard was charged by a grand jury with 2 felony counts of assault as well as 3 misdemeanor counts of assault. Mr. Stengard asserted that all listed charges originate from one incident that occurred on August 29th, 2016. On August 29th, 2016, police were called to a residence for a domestic dispute. When police arrived, a female reported she'd been assaulted by her boyfriend, Mr. Stengard. Once located, Mr. Stengard admitting to touching the victim. He was arrested for assault and transported to detention. On February 5th, 2018, he pled guilty to aggravated assault, a Class 6 undesignated felony, and the other charges were dismissed. Mr. Stengard was sentenced to serve 18 months of supervised probation. On March 14th, 2019, Mr. Stengard's probation was terminated after a successful petition for early termination and designation of charge as a misdemeanor. Mr. Stengard petitioned to set aside his guilty plea, and his request was granted on July 13th of 2020. When notified that his application would require board consideration at the April 2026 board meeting, Mr. Stengard indicated the April meeting date would not work for him and requested that staff remove him from the agenda. When asked if he wanted to withdraw his application, Mr. Stengard stated, "I will no longer be pursuing positions that ask me to serve as a pharmacist intern in the state of Arizona. Because of this, I'd personally recommend they, the board, withdraw my application. If the AZ Board of Pharmacy chooses to spend their time discussing an intern application that won't be used, that's on them."
Thank you, Ms. Okanowski. Board members, discussion?
Just so I understand, there's an application for an intern license that the applicant now wants to void.
Correct. He applied on October 9th of 2025. He was moved to from in progress to final processing on, let me pull up the date. This was on February 24th of 2026. He was notified his administrative review was completed, and on February 26th of 2026, he requested the withdrawal.
Is he a student, U of A student or Midwestern or?
I'm not, he is a student. I'm not sure of what.
So he's student like now, okay.
Yes.
State.
So if we were to allow this, I guess we have the option to either allow his request and or approve or deny the application, right? I mean, those are the 3 options. So if you were to approve the application, there's the non-disclosure that needs to be addressed. So I don't know, what are board members thinking?
I would approve his withdrawal.
Is that your motion, Mr. Thorwald?
Yes, I'll make that a motion.
I'd second.
Any further discussion? I just, on the record, the way he interacted with board staff was very unprofessional. And if he's going to become a pharmacist, he should work on his interactions with board staff. It's unfortunate he feels he can speak that way or write that way to board staff members. They don't deserve that.
I concur.
And he can apply again, right? If he withdraw his application, can he apply again?
He can apply again. The issue is on this application, he did fail to disclose. So there is a violation involved, and dismissing it eliminates that violation altogether.
Would it be better to do it a different way then, so that we have that on record?
We have history of even permits that have shipped into the state and wanted to withdraw or had some violation, and we would move to a denial versus the withdrawal or approving the withdrawal. So we do have precedent, and if we dismiss this having a violation, we may be setting a different precedent.
Then I withdraw my motion,
Withdraw my second.
and I move that we do not approve the application.
And do we typically add a penalty for the non-disclosure?
We would if he is going to get the application. If you approve the application, then you would impose a non-disciplinary civil penalty, but if you deny it, it's a discipline in itself too. So
What would be the grounds for denial?
The grounds would be his not reporting the history.
And so decline his application or denying it just because of comment he said? Or
failure
to disclose.
But it's a fine. I mean, what we apply fine for this violation.
we do if they want to finish their application process and want licensure. He doesn't want licensure anymore.
This
He
one-
wants us to consider withdrawing his application.
Okay.
So big picture, this young man, if we deny this, is going to get a denial and discipline from the state of Arizona that isn't going to have a license in. He's going to move into his state where he's going to be practicing, and he's going to have to explain all of this. So we could approve the application upon payment of a $250 non-disciplinary civil penalty, and then he would have no discipline on his record. We would follow through with our obligation to assess the fine, and he could pursue his career without discipline.
I like that option.
It's just,
If he doesn't pay the penalty though, would that lead to denial and then he?
Yeah, usually it would be if you're going to grant subject to paying that. And if he doesn't, it would be denial. So you would be right back where you are.
right.
But I guess in that case, he would be choosing the denial.
He would make the decision whether or not he has a reportable history or not. All right, so I'll make that my motion to approve the application upon payment of a $250 non-disciplinary civil penalty for failure to disclose, and if not paid within 90 days, deny the application. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion.
Well, actually, given the fact that it could result in a disciplinary denial, it may be best to do a roll call.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hargraves.
Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Browning.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley is absent. Ms. Spark.
Aye.
Mr. Hogan.
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to 20F. I'm sorry, 25F in the board book. And this is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the deviation request made by VGM Group Incorporated. And we have Mr. Hyber here and VGM Group. Would you please introduce yourself for the record, please?
Hi, thank you. My name is Renee Steffen. I'm the Director of Risk Management for VGM Group.
Hi, Ms. Steffen.
Hello, my name is Maria Luz Gutierrez. I'm the site manager of the Phoenix warehouse.
Hi, Ms. Gutierrez. Mr. Hyber, if you could provide a brief summary for us, please.
Sorry, really quick. I'm virtual. My name is Zach Garrigus. I'm the Vice President of Field Operations. I oversee our four locations, one of them being the Phoenix location.
Hi, Mr. Garris. Thank you.
All right. Good morning or good afternoon, Board. Steve Hyber, Compliance Officer. VGM Group, the facility that's requesting this deviation holds currently 2 permits with the board. They're located in Phoenix. They hold a 3PL permit L000272 and a DME permit, supplier permit C002033. An inspection of this facility, we'll take you a little history trip here. We'll take you back to January of 2023. There was a routine inspection performed of the facility, and the facility was found to be carrying temperature-sensitive products. Not a whole lot, just a few, but those ones had to be stored at controlled room temperature year-round. The facility, the building was only being temperature controlled by evaporative cooling system, and they currently have that same system in today. And so during that inspection, since it was in January, they were not in any violation state with the storage of the product, but a needs improvement notification was issued to let them know they needed to do something about storing that product during the warmer summer months here in Phoenix. We did not return to the facility again until January of 26. And when we came back in, we found that the firm's solution was rather unique. They were storing the product during those warm summer months in some trailers that were attached to the facility. Like tractor trailers, only without the tractor on them. And they were storing product in those trailers during the warmer summer months. So I pulled a record. They were keeping the temperature and the humidity. I pulled some records for the entire month of July of 25. And initially, I thought they might have had some product that got outside of the normal storage requirement ranges. And I found later on that the product in one trailer on July 23rd, when the alert went off to them that the trailer was getting too hot, they moved it out. And then they put that refrigeration unit on the trailer in for a repair. And then the other trailers where they were still monitoring temperatures that fell outside the correct storage limits, those trailers were not holding any of that product at the time. And you have a copy of this. It's on page 7939. You can look at that. And you can see the same thing that I did. But initially, yeah, at first I saw a lot of red that they had flagged those temperature excursion events. But then when you read the notes off to the far right, you realize there was no product there. So the firm, I basically told the firm, now you didn't have any product stored when I was there in January again. So I'm going to issue one more needs improvement, and I'm going to come back again in July. And if you have product in those trailers, it's going to be a violation. And meanwhile, they decided to put in for a deviation. And initially, they requested a deviation for only one of the permits, but I told them you probably should do both, since you're moving product between your 3PL side of the business over to your DME side. And so some of that product might be in those trailers when it's under one permit and some under the other permit. So to be safe, I said you should apply for both if you're going to do that. And again, I said the board will have to approve it, because that's a big request. Any questions for me, board members?
Thank you, Mr. Hyber. Ms. Steffen, would you like to share a brief statement before we move into questions?
Yes, thank you. We are requesting that the board consider this alternative storage configuration for these temperature-sensitive medical devices at our Phoenix facility. VGM Group, as Mr. Hyper had said, operates as a third-party logistics provider for prescription devices, not drugs. We also hold a DME permit so that we can ship these products directly to patients. For the majority of the year, approximately 9 months, our facility's internal controls meet the manufacturer label requirements. For the control measures in place that we have are big fans and swamp coolers. However, during peak heat conditions in summer months, the ambient temperatures reach higher than what our standard facility can reliably maintain to meet those product needs. To address the seasonal risk, we implemented these refrigerated units that are operationally integrated with the facility and supported by multiple layers of engineering, security, monitoring, and procedural controls.
And while we understand that the board's position to store outside the permitted facility footprint requires a deviation, we believe that the configuration we are presenting today satisfies those operational requirements of the applicable statutes and rules for clean, secure, and temperature-controlled storage. Our goal is to ensure continuous compliance with product labeling requirements while applying controls that are proportionate to the predictable, time-limited risk. We can walk you through these controls in place and explain how they meet the intent of the regulation, we believe, and answer any questions that you'd have.
Thank you, Ms. Steffen. Board members, well, the floor is open for discussion and questions.
My question, I mean, what is the difficulty providing like upgrade your AC system or to control temperature?
In order to do that, we would build out something separate inside the building, and for the 9 months out of the year, what we have in place actually meets the requirements of the product. So in doing so, providing a 3-month solution for a
So for those 3 months, how high it goes, the temperature?
the temperature in the facility can get up to 86 degrees.
And that's okay with their employee there to work there with the 86 degree?
Yes, I believe so.
I'm just like curious, you know what I mean? Because I have a concern here, like for OSHA things.
Yeah, we have additional temperature monitoring specifically for the OSHA requirements, and have also implemented additional engineering cooling things in the warehouse to help mitigate that as well.
Thank you.
Board members, any further questions, discussion?
The other question, the trailer is like a mobile trailer or I'm not familiar with this. When you say like the storage room, is it like mobile or like?
Yeah, they're refrigerated trailers, tractor trailers like you'd see. They are on wheels. However, some of the security measures that we will implement to affix these to the building will make it so that they are not.
One other thing, sorry, Renee, one other thing to add to that is they do have a kingpin mechanism that locks on the trailer, and you have a key to it that would be managed by us internally, and you could not hook up to that trailer and pull it away unless that lock was removed.
Mr. Hyber, you have a comment for us?
Yeah, I think they might have left it out, but because when they questioned me about it in the beginning, we had a situation years ago. I don't think anyone here was around then, with the trailer storage issue. But specifically, what happened was individuals climbed up on the trailer and basically turned the setting down, and everything inside the trailer became an iceberg. So it all had to be thrown away. So I guess my question is, what type of security would you have to prevent anyone from tampering with the settings on the trailer so it doesn't get either too hot or too cold?
Yeah, so we have multiple controls in place for that. Number one, we do have a physical lockbox on the outside to prevent tampering. But more importantly, the second control we have is a systematic control. So it's a system called Track King, and you can disable the function on the outside to tamper with it, and it is all handled systematically. Within that system as well, there's automated alerts. So as soon as it reaches a certain temperature, we would get a notification to a group of people and be alerted that something needs to change with that.
Mr. Hyber, have you seen this redundancy, this alerting system in action for any temperature excursions, and are you comfortable with it?
And they haven't deployed any of the stuff they've talked about today. So if it pleases the board, we could go do an inspection and treat it like a remodel. Because I guess in a way it is. They've extended the footprint of the building if you give them the deviation.
Yeah, we do get a lot of concerns, at this bench, about temperature excursions of products and other things. So I think it's only getting hotter.
Yeah.
There's a diagram, Mr. Hyber, maybe you can help me out on this. It's on page 7927. And I'm trying to understand what I'm looking at here. Is it where's the permitted space and where's the storage? It looks like there's semi trucks backed up to a building. Is it one of those the trailer or?
Pardon me, which page number am I?
79.
Laptop took a nap.
7927.
3927, thanks. Here we go. At the top of this page, you'll see numbers going right to left, 1 through 11.
Mhm.
Those are loading docks. And the trailers would be, I guess, maybe you can say which numbered loading docks you plan on placing those trailers.
Yes, it would be 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay. I think there's little, it looks like little diagrams, looks like a sheet of paper in each one of those trailer locations at 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
And where's the permitted space then?
It would be the large rectangle directly below where those numbers reside.
Just below the number.
Yeah, that's the building there. You can see it looks like high boy racks down below.
All of it? Like the whole?
Are you on this page? That one right there? Yeah. So inside that rectangle, that's the building, the facility that holds the permits. And then the trailers would be those light gray lines that are extending from numbers 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
And each of the trailers would have what you described as far as temperature monitoring, security, and
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, as long as it's not mobile, they're gonna take care of the security. I mean, really, I don't see an issue. Especially they're gonna do an inspection, right? Like just as remodeling. Just assure security.
I mean, we sit here today because they did attempt to fix the problem
Yeah,
we
yeah.
initially found.
I mean,
They came
yeah,
up with a creative
yeah.
solution. It may not be compliant right now, but with the deviation, it probably would be.
I mean, okay, I move to approve the request.
Second.
I would just make sure that we're doing the
Yeah, he's gonna do
inspection.
an inspection as remodeling, right? To assure security, temperature control, temperature.
If you approve it, we'll
Yeah.
make arrangements to get together. Once they've deployed the units, or they'll pass an inspection.
Yeah.
Not waste our resources coming back and forth.
Okay.
And then we'll do another follow-up in the hot part of the summer.
Okay.
We'll commit to both.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
So just before we move for a vote, generally, do we ask for the permit holder to pay for that additional inspection?
Not for the remodel.
Okay.
And then the other one would just be a routine
Routine-
inspection, which
routine
would not be a full one. I'd just do a quick one.
Okay, very
Okay,
good.
so it wouldn't be a high cost. They do need to submit a remodel. Is there a remodel application here?
No, just the deviation.
Okay, we'll make sure they submit that as well.
All right, very good. We've got a first and a second to approve. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for being here, VGM Fulfillment.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to tab 25G. This is a deviation request for Chewy Wholesale LLC. Hi, Mr. Morris. Would you?
Roger Morris, Quarles and Brady, counsel for Chewy.
Rich Solinsky, Senior Pharmacy Compliance Manager for the pharmacy and wholesale in the facility in Goodyear, Arizona.
Welcome. And Mr. Leong, would you like to provide us a summary, please?
Hi, thank you. Board members, please excuse Compliance Officer Nancy Chang. She had a family emergency to attend to. My name is Truman Leong, Chief Compliance Officer. Before the board today is a renewal on a deviation request that was previously granted by this board on June 20th, 2024, good for 2 years, for Chewy Wholesale LLC. The board had previously approved a deviation to allow a model of a distribution that deviates from the traditional model where a veterinarian would purchase prescription drugs and medications. And traditionally, we would expect that medication to be shipped directly to the veterinarian's office. However, in this deviated model, those drugs are virtually tagged and tracked. Then upon a patient-specific order, those medications be used as the veterinarian's own medication, retained at the Chewy wholesale location, transitioned to the mail order pharmacy, and then mailed directly to the client or the pet parent. The compliance officer had reviewed records and did not find any current concerns or observations.
Thank you, Mr. Leong. Mr. Morris, would you like to make a
It's
statement?
working great. It's been going on for 2 years. It's a nice option for the new board members. This is an option for the vets. They don't have to do it. There's no exclusivity. It's simply one more way, and we think it's a better way than the vets dispensing from their own offices, which is their option, but this way we have pharmacists involved with it.
Yeah. Thank you. Board members, discussion?
If you remember, I was pretty concerned about this the last time, and it sounds like it's been working well and there haven't been any problems. So I will vote to approve the deviation request.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Morris. Thank you. All right, moving on to tab 25H. This is a special request for Cristina Bonillas. Is Ms. Bonillas with us?
Mr. President, there's been a request to table this and the next item as well until the June meeting.
Very good. Board members, do we need a motion for that? No? Okay. Then we will move back to 9E. Yep, 9E and 22C, they're companion complaints. So this is 9E is complaint number 24-65. Respondents are Brisma Pharmacy, LLC, Eboro Akpan, PIC, and Edion Udofio, technician trainee. Are the respondents on the line?
Yes.
I could be happy.
I am also present Colin Bell representing Eboro Akpan.
Hi, Mr. Bell. And who else is there on the line for Brisma?
This is Eboro Akpan, the pharmacist.
Hi, Ms. Akpan. All right, Mr. Bell.
Hello, hi.
Hi. Mr. Hyber, would you like to provide a summary for us, please?
I sure can. Steve Hyber again, Compliance Officer, Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. So this case involves a complaint involving a prescription refill order. It was mislabeled for the wrong drug, and subsequently it was dispensed to the patient. We received this complaint from the patient, and she stated that she received a Bevespi Aero inhaler rather than the inhaler that was ordered by her doctor. The patient, later on, after discussing with the patient provided us with actual images of the received product. And again, she was supposed to get a Breztri Aero inhaler, not the Bevespi inhaler. A little bit of a tongue twister there. In February, we started investigating the complaint. I visited the pharmacy. I left a copy of the complaint with the PIC. To obtain a written response. And then later on, I got a written response to the complaint. I got 3 responses. I got one from the PIC initially, and then I got a later one, probably about a week or so later, which included a second individual. That was the second respondent here, the technician. And they were both signed. And then that third response didn't come to us until a lot later. That was a response through counsel. When these initial communications went to the pharmacist and the permit holder facility, there was no counsel representation at that time. Okay. Again, during that visit, I obtained some, information, background on the prescription, who filled it, things of that nature. And then I found that that prescription was issued. Initially, it was issued back in December of 23. It was refilled once in January of 24, and then again in January 27. That was the actual date of the misfill or the mislabeling. I reached out to the computer vendor to get some information on, you know, who touched the prescription, who filled it, when it was filled, and what was interesting. This complaint kind of ties in with another complaint where we see this activity in a much broader expanse. When we looked at the reports, we found that there was some interesting things about who did the actual verification. We could see the identifier for the technician was listed in the computer record as being the one who verified the prescription, and that the pharmacist was listed in the system as the one who filled it. So that kind of got us to wondering what was going on. So we got a response from counsel, because by the time we detected that, the other case that involved some missing drug got a little bit more complicated, and the DEA stepped in on it. And that's why these cases took a while to get before the board. The DEA had requested us not to do any further communication, as they did their background investigation as well. But later on, we were able to get permission to finally release these cases to the board for presentation. And that was around the time we got the responses from counsel. By then, the counsel was involved. And they stated in their response, they can't explain why there are erroneous entries that appear in SpeedScript. I do know that SpeedScript has a lot, quote, a lot of glitches that cause me to rely on manually signing hard copies of verifications and putting my initials onto prescription labels. So we're not really sure what is meant by that response, but we do know in this case, if you want to go look on the pages, I can direct you to those pages. 2933, if I direct you there. Sorry, that was the wrong page. 2928, I'm sorry. You can go on page 2930 and you can see actually this is an actual printout that shows the fill was created by Arboro Akpan on January 27th at 10:49 a.m. and then it was filled by Arboro Akpan at January 27th, 10:24 at 10:49, and then it was verified later on at night at 8:08 p.m. It was verified by Edi Dong Udofi. So, and again, on a single prescription, you know, maybe that was just a mistake made, a one-off, but what we'll find in the next case, you'll see it is a much broader expanse of this type of observations that we made in looking at the record of the computer system that we obtained. So that's basically all I have on this particular case, okay? We have an error. We have a pharmacist and a technician that were identified involved in that, on that error. It looks like maybe the technician is the one that verified that. Maybe that explains the error. I don't know, but I do know this was the beginning of the larger concern we had in the next case.
Thank you, Mr. Hyber. Mr. Bell or Ms. Apran, would you like to provide a statement before we move into
Yes,
questions?
I'll speak briefly. Thank you for the time. This complaint 240065, yeah, it stemmed from a complaint by a patient of a mislabeled medication being sent out. However, Ms. Akban, she sort of resolved it right away, talked to the patient, acknowledged the mistake, and then sent a delivery driver with the correct medication to swap that out. Now, as for the verification error, that was due to just the way SpeedScript's verification system was working. It was a fairly recent system at that time. and there were issues with auto-populating of information. And although Ms. Akpan did verify the medication, both the incorrect medication and the replacement, it showed a pharmacy technician having verified it. So that was a technical error. However, Ms. Akpan understands that as a pharmacist in charge, it is her responsibility to ensure errors like that do not happen. To address that, she has been in frequent contact with SpeedScript about glitches, but also about working on new protocols that will prevent any sort of issues with login credential staying actively logged in even after that person has exited the system, and ensuring that information is accurate between who's doing what and how that's being recorded. She has also taken the additional step to educate all of her employees to just manually ensure that when they are done working in a system, they manually log out, that no passwords are saved, so that it forces every person who accesses a system to log in with their credentials each time. She's also hired a compliance officer to assist with ensuring that this sort of error does not occur again. And regarding the actual error in the medication, as the investigator pointed out, they're actually both similar sounding, and that was the root of the error. And so an additional step that Ms. Akpan has taken is to make sure that similar sounding or similar looking drugs are physically separated, so that there is less of a danger of reaching for something that looks just like what it's sitting next to. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Board members, the floor is open for discussion and questions.
Ms. Akpan, have you worked with your vendor to change the credentials of technicians in your system so they're no longer able to verify prescriptions?
Yes, I have. Recently, I have sent them an email. There is still a few glitches that hasn't completely been fixed, but they're working on it.
Board members' thoughts on next steps?
So I believe there is two cases, right? 9E and 24C.
Yeah, we're focusing on 9E at the moment. So, Mr. Hyber, is the technician trainee Odofio involved at all in this medication error?
Well, again, with the data that we have, it appears he was involved. Now, we held many meetings with SpeedScript, and never once did they said they had glitches in their system. What they did share with us is the assignment of what activities employees can do under their job title is set. There's default settings. So if I were to put you in, Jeff, as a technician, you would not be able to do the verification step. Okay. However, the administrator can override those. And the administrator is one of the respondents today. Okay. So, and again, this is a one-off. So maybe we did have a situation where it wasn't assigned right by the administrator. It was overridden maybe at some point. And it wasn't caught. We caught it today. And I truly believe anytime it says verified, having inspected this pharmacy numerous times over the years, more than likely a pharmacist did look at it. We just have bad records here. I think the bigger problem is going to be here with the large number. It'll indicate that the settings were entirely wrong. And, we'll get more into that. But on this one, either Unodofi filled it and then the pharmacist checked it, or the pharmacist filled it, and somehow Enofi, how that name got on there, I don't know. So again, in the case of verified, you could have a technician verify a script if they wanted to, as long as the pharmacist does the final verification. Okay, there's nothing illegal about that. What's bad is the records are all out of whack. So again, I'm going to go on record as saying the verified part might be a bit questionable, but when you see other activities being documented, like the fill create and the filled, those are accurate. They're not glitches, because those are typical technician activities, but a pharmacist can do those as well.
I'm also seeing this might be something that you've summarized, but I'm also seeing a DUR override on the original
Yeah,
prescription by a
I
technician.
caught that. Again, we were all stuck in a holding pattern because of the other investigation. And again, you'll see why. So we left that off today simply to have these discussions and to kind of assign, to move it from the category of possible violation to violation. Once we've done that, I'll go back on some of these and open separate investigations if we deem that necessary. Because we're still within the 4 years. And that's another reason why we pushed to get this before you, because there's that 4-year sunset rule. I know there's tolling involved. We could probably extend it, but we wanted to make sure we got it done within 4 years. And again, under a new protocol for routine inspections, we're due to go back to this pharmacy again by October of 26, because these came out of an October of 23 inspection. So it'll be time to go back and do a pulse check for some of the other things we've observed.
I guess
Can I-
given just the facts of this case and what we've done with other misfills, it seems to me that in this particular instance that we should order 3 hours of continuing education in error prevention to both the pharmacist and the pharmacy technician and dismiss the complaint against the pharmacy.
Is that your motion, Dr. Davis?
It is.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Any further discussion?
The continuing education, is that disciplinary or non-disciplinary?
Non-disciplinary.
And what was the area again?
Patient safety.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to tab 22C.
So again, the complaint that you just adjudicated on, that if absent this, I would have been, a run-of-the-mill type situation where you catch these kind of complaints. But this is a much larger and more complicated issue, and this is the main reason why we're sitting here so long after we first found it. And and I broke it up into 2 parts, because the first part actually was all wrapped up and ready to come before the board over a year ago. And they were noticed, but while that was waiting to be completed, we discovered this other issue, and that's part 2. So first, let's just take care of part 1. That's the easier part of the 2. Part 1 is a pharmacy could not account for controlled substance drug products. So it's a loss, and in our world, it's a large loss. Okay, it's a large loss. We tripped over this loss during a routine inspection in October 23. Again, when we do a routine inspection, we don't go back very far. We go back to the last annual pharmacy May 1st inventory, okay? So October, we would have gone back to May of 23. So what, 6 months? We found 16,000 milliliters of promethazine with codeine, okay? 16,000 milliliters. That's pretty good size when you would think, right? What concerned me, just through my years of experience, training, I realized this wasn't a normal loss, because it wasn't just a one-time thing. What we saw when we looked at invoice purchases is every few days they were ordering promethazine with codeine, every few days. It was a drip, drip, drip type of loss. And whoever was ordering replacement product really apparently wasn't aware that they were losing this. It wasn't going out through a prescription. It was going out some other method. So I went back with Officer Jacobson. We went back a few weeks later and we did an expanded audit as far as the controlled substance audit. We audited numerous drugs, and you can see those audit sheets in your board book here. We found in that time range, we found 107,000 milliliters of promethazine with codeine missing. So that corresponds, to put it in a little bit more perspective, that's 227 bottles, pints of codeine, promethazine with codeine. And we all know that's a highly popular drug on the street. You know, more of that diversion isn't the person stealing it to take it. They're stealing it to sell it, because an average bottle on the street can fetch you about $1,000 if it has the seal on it, if it's in the manufactured bottle, because then the buyer knows it's not been adulterated or cut. We also found some glucosamide, that's the generic for Vimpat. We found about 48 200 milliliter bottles of that missing. We got 3 DEA 106s from the pick. We got the initial one for the 16, then we went back and we found more, and then she filed 2 more, the last one being for the full amount that we found. So we know, they know, and the DEA found out that a large amount of promethazine with codeine was reported as missing, unknown. There was no DEA 106 that we received for the glucosamide, none at all. Her statement there was, well, maybe it was we were using the brand name Vimpat in lieu thereof, and that's why it didn't balance. And she sent us some documentation, but it made no sense to me because she didn't do her own audit with it. It was just like throwing a pizza on the wall, seeing if it would stick and we'd go away. Well, again, I mean, we're focused on the fact that we have 2 unexplained controlled substance losses, one that was verified by reporting it, and one that, never got reported. Now the DEA was in the mix. And we also discovered during this time that we found, well, we've got technicians there that look like they're performing activities, because we see them logged into the computer. We see the activities that only a technician can perform: deleting a script, creating a script, which would involve triggering a refill or starting a new one.
Mr. Hyber, just for clarity there, you said a technician could perform. That these were functions that only a technician could perform.
Well, a technician could perform, right? Pharmacist could perform.
Okay.
Yeah, I did misspeak, sorry. We saw those showing up on reports, and we said, wow, what's happening here? Because those individuals that we looked up were not licensed at that time. They didn't hold a license. Later on, they got licenses. And what was interesting, and later on, we'd see them doing all this activity before they got their license. And then many of them, within a week of getting their license, sometimes mere days, they no longer showed up on the report. It's almost as if they decided, well, now I have a tech license, I can go work in a Walgreens or somewhere else. We didn't go down that direction, but it was an anomaly we did see. The main thing point I'm trying to make is they were doing technician-related activities which required a license before we issued their license to them. So let's go look at some of the data. I want to kind of just go through some of that with you. Hang on while I look up the location here.
I have a quick question, Mr. Chair, if I may ask.
Sure.
How many pharmacists work there?
Just one.
What are their hours of operation?
You'd have to ask her, because the hours of operation were a bit of a mystery. We never realized how long they were really working around the clock until we pulled the data and we saw how much activity was being performed well into the night, sometimes 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. And part of it was really a mystery to me, because I saw these reports with prescriptions being generated mere seconds or 10, 15 seconds apart. What we found out later is they were printing off batch refills. They service long-term care patients. They service assisted living patients. And what's the world there? They're filling small 30-day increments. So they'll fill 30 days or they'll fill a week, and then there'll be refills there, which they'll trigger when it's time to do the next batch. And they did batch printing, and then these labels would spit out, and then they would fill them throughout the night. Now, as you know, a pharmacist has to be there around the clock. And that was part of the reason why we did some additional investigation here, because we were wondering, how does a pharmacy that only has one pharmacist, that, by the way, is averaging, I pulled the records for that time frame back in between between January 1st of 23 and October of 23. They were filling on average 480 scripts a day if you base that on a 7-day week. And there were some time frames where they worked every day. There were other time frames where maybe they did a 6-day week. They were closed on Sunday. That would average about to be 560 a week. I'm sorry, 560 a day. And then if they were more traditional, where they didn't open at all on the weekend, they would have been averaging about 672 prescriptions per day. So here you have a pharmacy, one pharmacist working with the techs or their employees, some of them not yet techs, but I'm sure eventually they did get their tech license. And they're filling almost 700 prescriptions a day by themselves. And that got our partners digging. And later on, they did find that there was a time frame where the individual did leave the pharmacy and went on vacation. We have flight traveling information for the time period of July 19th to July 23rd of 2023, where we could see where the only pharmacist that works in that pharmacy left Arizona, flew to Boston, stayed in Boston for a number of days, flew back through MCO, what's that, Orlando, to Sky Harbor. And during that time, almost 2,200 scripts were processed between those two dates with no pharmacist.
And who's initial on those prescription?
The pharmacist.
The pharmacist who
yes. Okay. Now we know her husband stayed back. He didn't go. He didn't show up on any of the information we obtained. And he used to be a technician licensed with us. Then his license was a trainee license. It lapsed. Didn't renew it. Couldn't renew it because it timed out. And he has a license now. He obtained one, but he obtained one after the event here. So he would have been the one probably with knowledge of the system to be able to know the codes, to use someone else's code, and to be able to authorize their scripts under someone's identifier. We also saw his identifier in there. Unfortunately, it had been removed from the main printout that we can get real time today that shows all the users, okay? But it was gone. It had been removed. And unfortunately, SpeedScript, we talked to them whether they could recover that. And there's no way they can recover change history like some systems have. But they were able to tell us that identifier belonged to him at some point. So we think he was one that was in there who was performing activities without a license. There's other techs. There's techs that we interviewed. We interviewed, I believe, seven employees. We brought them in, had them, basically attest that what they were going to tell us was the truth. The videos are in here if you want to watch them. That was an interesting set of individuals I interviewed because most of them by then had licenses. And not a one, maybe one did. I think one lady did. They could not articulate what a tech does. It's as if their brains were wiped and they couldn't tell us what steps a technician did. All they would say is, well, we just delivered. We just delivered stuff. That was our job, even after getting a license. So we think those interviews were interesting in regard to only a couple of things. I'm not going to say they were untruthful, but I would say they did tell us the only pharmacist who ever let them in, who ever said goodbye to them when they left, was pharmacist Saboro. Okay, there were no other pharmacists. We asked them, did anybody else ever work there that, to your knowledge, or did you ever see anybody? The answer was an affirmative no. No, only a borrow. And what else? Oh, passwords. We asked them about who assigned them their password. They told us it was Miss Aboro. And did you ever share that password with another user? Because our concern was, well, maybe they gave their password to somebody else and somebody else was there using their password. Nope. Their passwords were only to them. And they were assigned a generic password for the first time, right? They had to take that little magic password and then they had to give their secret one in. Then we found out, well, they also had to log into the system to log in their time or something about their time, which I thought was really odd. But it turns out it was true, but that login wasn't part of the fulfillment system. It's a separate system, entirely separate. And they could use a different login, a different identifier, or the same one they used for the main system. It didn't matter. But this logging in were two separate login entries, one for time and one for speed script. And I mean, this took me probably a year to do all the analysis because I got reports and I had to match them up. They used a separate billing application called Cashier Live to do the billing. Because we were wondering, well, maybe they filled these and they waited for, Ivy to return. And then she looked at them and then they billed them. No, we saw evidence that everything went through Cashier Live during that time frame, at least the ones that they were able to fill.
Clarification, Mr. Hyber, Cashier Live is a point of sale system, right?
I guess I'd call it that. Because you don't really have a patient there in your face. They're doing deliveries, almost all of these. I don't know. I looked at this and just said to myself, it looks like, unfortunately, you have a very much busier pharmacy than it was when I first opened it maybe 8 or 9 years ago. They were really, really doing a lot of business. You have one single pharmacist. She is a wonderful person working her you-know-what off. No other pharmacist there. And I think it got to the point where you needed to take a break. And our concern was maybe she was leaving during the day to go get lunch or go home at night to eat dinner and then come back. Because you can see these were long days, very long days. Pharmacy opened in the morning. There was somebody there till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And then she was back the next day. How do you do that? So I think that's how this diversion, if we want to go back to the underlying reason for this diversion, I don't think there was a pharmacist there all the time. I think the pharmacist had to leave just because we're human. We need to leave and take breaks and eat food. This individual took advantage of it. I don't believe she diverted it at all. That would just be suicidal. I think somebody took advantage of her being nice. And we never would have caught that because nobody really wanted to say that she was never not there. And we got very lucky with getting the travel information. If we spent more time and money on this, we could probably find more. And
Mr.
that's
Chair.
really it in a nutshell.
There's some serious concerns with this.
Yes.
This pharmacy. It's a joint venture between our agency and a DEA to come to this conclusion. We don't know where the DEA is in the process, but we needed to put it before you because, as you can see, the volume of controlled substances missing, Phenergan with codeine primarily. And then, of course, the hours worked. It is a concern. It's possible she's able to do it, but then there's also that time she wasn't there. And that's really questionable as to whether she was there the other times as well. That opens up that discussion. So Steve did a fantastic job putting this together. Now it's up to you guys to do your part.
Can I add one more thing? I thought, I'd have to say 99.999% of the time we get a response. And we asked for a response from counsel. Once the DEA said we could move forward with our case and it wouldn't be a problem for their case, I reached out, sent the entire case file to Mr. Bell, and Mr. Bell didn't even open it for at least 30 days because the link timed out. And Mr. Bell calls me, I don't know, maybe it was sometime late December, early January. And he said, hey, I can't get to the file. And I said, oh, well, let me look, I know I sent you one. And when I looked, it was closed because it timed out. Those links don't last forever. The longest we can put on them is 30 days. So I said, well, okay, hold on. I'll send you a new one. I'll send you a fresh link and, I'll send you the file. And then he got it and never got a response. I gave him 2 weeks knowing he's not going to be able to get me one in 2 weeks, but that's what we give everybody. We got to be fair, right, to the other people. And, obviously he needed more time and we were happy to give it, or we would have easily probably made the last board meeting with this. But I wanted to give them an opportunity to respond. Never got a response on this case through counsel. I got the original responses before counsel on part 1 about the loss, the drug loss, but never ever got anything about these new allegations, which I found interesting. That's a first, at least for me, in 15 years.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Hyber. Mr. Bell, would you like to make a statement before I move into questions?
Yes, thank you. Certainly, we've heard a lot of suggestions and innuendos. On some of it, there's evidence, some of it there is not. I can certainly say that in my career, I spent a decade doing 18-hour days, 6 days a week. It's absolutely possible to do it. That someone cannot imagine doing so doesn't mean it's impossible. Also, Brisma Pharmacy, as we've heard, does not deal with the general public. It doesn't do face-to-face meetings with its patients. That'll free up a lot of time to do more when it comes to filling and refilling prescriptions. Now, regarding the negative variants of the promethazine, yeah, that is absolutely something that, as a pharmacist in charge, Ms. Agpan, takes responsibility for. She did, as always, trusted her staff and worked with them and tried to be a very, very nice, very friendly and approachable employer. And yes, that has been taken advantage of. And while that is a partial explanation, of course, it doesn't act as a barrier to any liability. However, it is worth noting that the DEA's position, and we're still negotiating terminology with them, is for a memorandum of agreement whereby Ms. Akpan would engage in additional auditing and additional record keeping and reporting to the DEA, but they are satisfied with that. They made no felt that they intend to suspend, revoke, or even issue probation on the federal certification. Now, when it comes to the lacosamide oral solution, Ms. Akpan maintains that there are issues with record keeping, and she is working on resolving that. There was an error on one of the 106 forms, the one for December 2023. That one, although it lists the promethazine, that was in fact for the lacosamide, which is why that one references that there is not a negative variance. She has implemented additional safety measures to ensure that not only the audits are triggering red flags in the event there are variances, but also ensuring that the amounts on the label match the amount in the prescription and match the amount in the inventory. She has also taken steps to resolve the concerns the board has very legitimately about unregistered or unlicensed staff. Again, in part, we maintain that some of this is a result of issues with SpeedScript, but she has absolutely acknowledged she has to effectively crack down hard on her staff. She can't be friends with them. They work for her, and she has to monitor them. The instance when she was not physically at the pharmacy, that was her first vacation, and she misunderstood the applicable law regarding supervision. She made the error of assuming that doing it remotely was sufficient. She now understands that clearly it is not, and that supervision means on site, that there must be a pharmacist in the building. She understands that moving forward, anytime she's not in the building while it's open, she has to be sure there is a licensed pharmacist overseeing everything. Excuse me. And as I'd said, the variances are absolutely, that's serious, and she acknowledges that she was unfortunately taken advantage of by staff. A specific employee, in hindsight, she believes was probably doing it. But again, there's no history of intentional wrongdoing. There's no suggestion that she herself has been anything other than, a little slack in some of her responsibilities as the pharmacist in charge.
Mr. Bell,
That's why she's I'm sorry?
Does your client want to keep their license as a pharmacist?
Yes, she does.
And does the permit desire to keep its permit open?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, I think we're ready to move into the question and discussion phase. Board members?
Mr. Chair, may I ask Mr. Hyber one question?
Certainly, please do.
Did you do a dispensation history on promethazine wood coating? Did they dispense any?
Yeah, we had to pull that record in order to do the audit.
Yeah. Did they dispense?
Yes.
Okay, but not to the volume of what was diverted.
No.
Who checks in the control substances when it comes in?
We asked that to some of the employees, and I believe
Who should check the control substances when they?
I believe it was her husband, or he was the one that ordered it. We could ask her today. Maybe we
Oh,
could
no,
get a
but
better idea.
there's a compliance officer who
Yeah,
should be
yeah.
checking control substances when they come in and sign.
Pharmacist.
Pharmacist, right?
Pharmacist, yes.
So this is one of my question actually to her. So who receive control medication? So you ordered through wholesaler, next day you receive it. Who does receive the control medication?
Well, if you go back and look at the interviews, that was one of our questions, and they said the pharmacist.
Yeah, I like to hear it.
They
Yeah.
said the pharmacist. So
Do you? I'm asking. Yeah. Do you receive it, or you let your staff receive them?
I'm the one that checks in the control substance.
Okay.
Yes.
So notifying many of promethazine and codeine or other control medication like excessively ordered, and you are the only pharmacist who really conduct business there as a pharmacist, have ever like red flag or raise a flag for you to say, okay, there is something wrong? Because you are the only pharmacist.
Yes.
And you are the one who received the control medication.
Yes. I looked over at when I saw it in the order, I looked over at to see if we have at least maybe a bottle and a half since we're ordering more. And there was a little bit about a bottle and a half, and we could use a little bit more.
But we're not talking about a bottle and a half. We're talking about how many hundred.
again, I
Yeah.
hate to interrupt, but these are the diversions that are hardest to catch.
Yeah.
Because it's a drip. And if you don't have a process to look at what
That's exactly,
what
yeah.
you're selling versus what you're ordering.
There's no, yeah.
And if the difference is if that better be on your shelf. And if it's not,
It's diverted.
It's
gone.
somewhere wrong.
Yeah.
So I mean, and so you could be the best pharmacist in the world, but if you're so busy that your people are coming to you and going, hey, we need more because I have a script, and they have a real script. It all looks legit. But when you're not there,
Yeah,
somebody is moving it out because
correct,
they have 2 doors in this pharmacy. Nobody
correct,
comes and goes except through those 2
correct.
doors. And customers don't come in. Like they said, it's a closed door. They have cameras on both ends so they can see if there's somebody coming in to let them in.
Yeah.
But if there wasn't somebody there supervising them, maybe they were in the front of the pharmacy,
Correct.
somebody could easily go out the back door to their
I-
cars, parked in the back lot.
And who is the wholesaler? Which wholesaler she uses? Do you know?
It was McKesson.
McKesson.
I think it was.
So McKesson. Do you use McKesson for your supply?
I have used McKesson, but for the controls, I use Cardinal.
Do they ask you for unique password for each employee has access?
No,
Because I believe they don't.
no.
Because to my knowledge, I could be wrong, that a wholesaler asks for unique password and username for each employee to order medications. So you would know. I'm not seeing that happening, but this is to my knowledge. And there is another area you could have controlled this, you know what I mean, like to know who's accessing and who purchasing.
There's a
As
unique
they yeah, go ahead.
There's a unique password for C2s, not 3 through 5. The promethazine is under the 3 through 5.
And same thing with McKesson. So McKesson doesn't ask for unique password for each employee.
McKesson, I used that for diapers. I did not use that for control. I only stuck to Cardinal for controls because it was easier to audit if I had to.
Okay.
So I only bought Cardinal controls from Cardinal.
And going back to your software they use, and you just said like you open a ticket with them, there is something need to be improved.
Yes, they have on the Mr. Steve had said that when the label prints, he sees that batch label printing out 5 seconds apart. That's called the batch fill or autofill when we're filling ahead or pre-filling. There was a glitch in the system where if a cashier or a clerk at the time had signed on to answer a phone and a technician had gone to go print the cycle, they were not signing out the clerks. And they went ahead and did the autofill. The autofill manager did not block the cashier from filling it.
Okay.
So all of those prescriptions filled under their name. Now, when Mr. Steve said that when we turn on the RX verification, we're trying out the RX
No,
verification.
I'm sorry. The reason I'm asking you, this is for the last case, but for the reason I'm asking you, just I need to understand your software.
Yes.
Because I mean,
I promise you it's
when
relevant.
you left, so when you left the state on vacation to Boston, assuming you work remotely, that's my understanding from your counsel, right? So could you walk me through how you log in remotely?
I have a remote login.
How? Yeah, just walk me through it. How?
So you connect to the VPN and then you click on speed script and it connects to the pharmacy.
Okay, so do it from your laptop, right?
Yes.
And when you were remotely logging in and working or doing what you were doing, was there dispensing of prescriptions at the site at that time?
Okay, we pre-filled the prescriptions. If I have an email that shows cycle date, like right now, we're doing cycle date, we're doing the cycle date for next week. The cycle date for that week was already pre-filled. I had retained a pharmacist to come in and work, and she did not show up. She called in. All I needed her to do was just come in and babysit the pharmacy and not
That's
really
exactly
do
what you don't want
much.
to do.
So all the work was done. The fill for that week was already pre-filled. In our system, we could forward bill.
But people aren't allowed to be inside the pharmacy without a pharmacist present.
That is correct.
They don't use imaging. So how do they do PV2?
Yeah, and then this is my concern.
Okay.
Even before the board here, she said, I just want pharmacists to babysit the technicians. I mean, we want pharmacists to guide those technicians to answer questions and supervise them, not to babysit them, just for correction.
oversight.
Yeah, it's to do
For
what the
oversight,
pharmacy
yes.
should do. You know what I mean? Just for correction, because I cannot let this go.
Yes, yeah, for oversight. I hired the pharmacist to come in for oversight, to answer questions, or help wherever is needed, but she really didn't really need to do much. Because
And my
all the
understanding, you missed 2 years in a row of May 1st control, like annual control medication. You didn't have documents for this, right?
Okay, so those were actually available. The cover sheet had separated, and I asked the inspector, can we use the one that was available, which was 2020? I have inventory all the way up to 2011.
Maybe I misread it.
Without the documentation, folks, we don't know what those numbers.
What's happened? Yeah.
So we were lucky to find 2020, to be honest.
So you found 2020.
We have 2020 and we have all the way from 2011 to date. Those ones that the 2021, 22, the cover sheet had separated. That's why I asked, can we use the 2020? Because I wanted to make sure that that inventory was accurate.
Right. And I think by and large it was, with those exceptions. And the reason they were missing was we probably did uncover a
Lack
diversion of them.
Yeah.
We had difficulty finding purchase invoices. So when we get, again, the way I've been trained over the years is if you have a diversion if you suspect a diversion, you don't look at their purchase records.
No,
because the
dispensing
diverter is
ampoules.
going to chuck them and going to get rid of them. And then it might make it look like it's not a diversion. We went to Cardinal and we pulled their data. That's the way to do it. And so we know we have accurate information in that regard. We went to each of the reverse distributors and pulled anything she returned to help make sure, my number one goal is to be accurate.
Yeah.
So we have an accurate inventory. So we feel we did have an accurate inventory. And Ivy, we did find the 2020 inventory. There was a note on it, so we used it. But there wasn't anything for 21 or 22.
Yeah.
And
There
we already.
was. It's just the cover sheet was just separated. That's why I didn't want to use those ones. But I've done inventory every year from 2011.
Yeah, but this is not the issue. What the issue is with the bookkeeping like record here.
Well, here's the thing. If you have a cover sheet that's over there and an inventory, so say you goes to that cover sheet, how do I know? I guess if I do the audit and it's really off everything, then I know maybe it's not the right cover sheet.
So we have those issues, maybe like it's very similar, and I take it seriously.
Board members we've had a lot of discussion, a lot of conversation, and a lot of questions and answers. Are we ready to move forward with a motion, please?
I don't know if I like to move for hearing, me personally.
Considering that both the pharmacist and the permit holder do want to keep their licenses, and I think moving to a hearing for possible revocation sounds reasonable.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. I may not make a motion yet.
Is there a motion? It sounds like there's some appetite for that.
I think Tariq made that motion.
All right. Did you make the motion?
I make my motion.
All right.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a first and a second for moving to hearing for possible revocation for both respondents, Brisma Pharmacy and Aboro Akban. Any further discussion?
Just entertain an idea, Mr. Chair, of between now and a hearing, if they want to enter into a voluntary surrender, would you accept that?
And we allow voluntary surrender.
A second.
Okay.
Any other questions? The motion is in order. All right. Roll call, please, Dr. Gandhi.
Aye.
Sorry, I got to start over. Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Browning.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley is absent. Ms. Spark.
Aye.
Mr. Hogan.
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you for being here, Mr. Bell and Ms. Akban. We'll see you at the hearing.
Have a good afternoon.
All right. Moving on to, actually, do folks need to take 10 minutes? All right, let's take 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes and we'll be back at 3:55.
All right, welcome back. We'll go ahead and move forward on to board agenda tab number 9F. This is 25-0616. It appears there's a request for deferral on this.
That's correct. They'd like to appear in June.
Does the board need to take any motion or action right now, or can we just?
You can make that decision, Mr. Chair.
All right, I approve, and we will move forward, and we'll see them in June.
Thanks, Bea.
All right, moving on to 19F. So this is Intuitive Surgical Full Service Wholesaler renewal application. And we have Ms. Sullivan here for the respondent or the applicant.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Courtney Sullivan appearing on behalf of Intuitive Surgical.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Mr. Hyber, would you like to provide a brief summary?
I'd be happy to, Mr. President. Yeah, get to the right screen here. Okay, first off the bat, I'd like to note that we did receive a communication from council, and that starts on page 4971. I just want to point that out before I give my summary, because it's a little bit out of order from the way these records were originally put into the board book. All right, some background. Intuitive Surgical applied for a full service wholesaler permit back in February of 2020. And that permit was approved and granted on April 15th of 2020. And then the inspection occurred in August of 21. Since then, they've been operating under that wholesaler permit W003424. Somewhere along that timeline, they decided they no longer needed to keep that permit active. I think they thought that because they no longer had drug product there in the facility, well, we don't need the permit. So then they basically said to us, hey, we're going to go ahead and not renew it. And then, of course, that occurred. That took place, I think, in 2025. Let me see.
I believe the permit lapsed November 1st, and then the correspondence
Was that 25 or 24?
24?
It was
24. Okay, I missed that number. So yeah, 25 would just be too late. So at that point it lapsed, and then we had some communication with them because we were concerned based upon what past inspections indicated they probably still really needed that permit because they had prescription DME product in there, besides drug. So that went on for a while, and I think that's what built into a total period of 9 months before we finally said, okay, here's your permit. Along the way, it got delayed, through the normal back and forth communication process. And then they also, it turned out they needed to file another designated representative fingerprint card because along the way, the former DR had left and got replaced with a new one. So once all those things were in order, we gave them, in essence, a temporary permit. I guess we just extended it until we get this other issue resolved, which was during that 9 months, they basically distributed quite a few items, I think in the order of a total of 2,371,380 durable medical equipment items they distributed out of that facility during the lapse in their permit to permit holders in our state. One of the big holdups at the end was there were 4 Intuitive Surgical manufacturer permits that we believe from communications with Intuitive that were distributing product to this facility in Arizona, this wholesaler in Arizona. And it turned out after council got involved, Boson and Snow, that they were able to verify that those 4 facilities did not distribute any product into Arizona. So I think that's the reason why we're sitting here rather than several months ago and resolving this, is because council kept saying, hey, we want all of this to be done as a package. Remember that? They wanted those 4 permits because the thinking was if those 4 permits, applicants were shipping into Arizona without a permit, they were going to be fined before we granted their permits. Well, it turned out they didn't distribute anything to this facility here. So those permits have already been approved. And I think subsequently, your firm has said now they don't want those permits. Is that correct?
I believe we're withdrawing that permit.
Well, I think
those
they've
permits.
already been granted because
Okay.
they were basically loaded up and ready to go, only waiting for that data, which was provided by council. And then they move forward. So that's where we're at today. This facility distributed quite a few items in that 9-month period. They did pay a fine for the renewal of their permit. I think that's where that document you sent us comes into play. So I'll let you finish that, for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hyber. We appreciate the board's time today, and we do want to be transparent about the circumstances that bring my client here to you. At one point in time, Intuitive Surgical was distributing a drug device combination product. When the company ceased distributing that specific item, the team developed a misunderstanding about their continued obligations regarding the permit. As a result, the permit was allowed to lapse. Intuitive continued to distribute their complex medical robotics to surgical facilities, and that lapse and distribution was an error. Intuitive takes responsibility for their mistake and regrets it. Once Intuitive recognized the oversight regarding their permitting, they acted promptly. They submitted their renewal application and paid the applicable fees, including the required late penalty. And that's what brings the legal question before you today. In this case, the issue is a late renewal for Intuitive's full service wholesaler permit, stemming from our client's misunderstanding about their legal requirements imposed on medical device wholesalers. The chain of events presented here is expressly what the legislature anticipated in Arizona Revised Statutes 32, 19, and 31A, which states in part, failure to renew and pay all required fees on or before November 1st of the year in which the renewal is due suspends the permit. The board shall vacate a suspension when the permittee pays penalties not to exceed $300 and all past due fees. In this section, it's clear that the legislature expressly directs the Board of Pharmacy to vacate a suspension upon payment of that penalty and all past due fees. The word shall is not discretionary. The legislature expressly directs this board that upon payment of the applicable penalties and past due fees, both of which Intuitive's done, the suspension must be vacated. It's not a matter of grace or board discretion, it's an obligation. The practical effect of vacatur is that although Intuitive distributed their products during the lapse period, the administrative suspension is treated as though it never occurred. Accordingly, Intuitive's permit should be renewed as a matter of law without further disciplinary action or conditions. We're not here before you today to overlook a violation or exercise leniency. We're asking the board to apply the statute that's been written by the legislature. It's the same statute the legislature enacted to provide a clear and structured pathway for exactly this type of situation. And Intuitive is committed to full compliance going forward. We respectfully ask that this board renew the permit without further action.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Thank you, Mr. Hyber. Board members, we'll open the floor for questions, comments, discussion.
I think I need legal advice. I'd like to move for legal advice.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, welcome back from executive session. We've now obtained legal advice and we'll open the floor for board members for any additional questions or discussion.
Okay, I'll make an attempt here. Pursuant to the statute, I suggest that we approve the renewal for the permit and then separately open a complaint against the permit for the unpermitted activity that happened, the distributions, while they did not have an active permit.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Just for clarification, open a complaint. Did you want me to pursue having a discussion with the attorneys there?
Yeah, pursue negotiation of some sort of agreement.
Second is modified to that.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
Was that for the Arizona permit distributing? Because we have that data. That was what was in there.
Yeah, that was like the
Okay.
2.5 million
Okay.
units or whatever, right?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
The legislative intent behind this vacatur is so that the activity that happens during that lapse is not considered unlawful. Were this to go forward with a complaint and this activity not fall under vacatur as the legislature orders, it would have every major medical center essentially in the state of Arizona purchasing sophisticated robotic materials from an unpermitted manufacturer, which is contrary to public interest.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. I think any further discussion, board? We've got a first and a second. Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
Ms. Browning?
Aye.
Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley's absent. Ms. Spark?
Aye.
Mr. Hogan?
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And we are ready for 19G and the companion 22D. And this is Mr. Altai, a renewal application for pharmacy technician license. And also the conference for complaint number 25-0365 for Mr. Altai, and type of complaint, pharmacy technician was terminated for theft of prescription drugs. May I have respondents please introduce themselves for the board?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Courtney Sullivan with Ali Altai, who is present and to my left.
Welcome. Yes, please activate your microphone and introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Ali Altai.
Welcome. Ms. Brown, would you like to provide a summary for us, please?
Certainly. Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Ali Altai was issued an Arizona Pharmacy Technician license on October 28th, 2022. His license expires on April 17th, 2026. It is currently open. An application for renewal of Mr. Altai's pharmacy technician license was received by the board office on October 30th, 2025, and it is on the agenda for consideration. On July 2nd, 2025, board staff received a notification indicating that Mr. Altai was terminated from employment at Sam's Club Pharmacy on or about June 27th, 2025 for theft of prescription drugs. Documentation provided by Sam's Club indicated that video footage was reviewed on June 20th, 2025, and unusual behavior of Mr. Altai was observed, including opening bottles, examining prescription drugs, smelling prescription drugs, capturing photos on his cell phone of computer screens within the pharmacy, capturing photos of on his cell phone of camera systems inside the pharmacy, attempting to conceal a prescription pad, and diverting valacyclovir. It was further noted that Mr. Altai admitted to diverting valacyclovir and dutasteride during an interview with the employer on June 27th, 2025. A systems count was conducted and revealed inventory shortages on the prescription drugs that Mr. Altai admitted to diverting. Counsel for Mr. Altai submitted a response indicating that Mr. Altai unintentionally placed the medication in his pocket and went home from work not realizing the medication remained in his pocket. It was further indicated that Mr. Altai has a habit of placing items in his pocket. It was asserted that his action was not a deliberate theft, but rather an oversight. With respect to the unusual behaviors, Mr. Altai's counsel indicated that he is in a pharmacy program and is eager to learn more about the products he works with. The matter was considered during the October 2025 board meeting. Mr. Altai's counsel provided testimony during the meeting and indicated that Mr. Altai removed 4 bottles of medication from the pharmacy, including 2 bottles of finasteride, 1 bottle of valacyclovir, and 1 bottle of dutasteride. His counsel indicated that on the day this incident occurred, Mr. Altai was not feeling well, that he'd had a headache, did not take any medication for the headache, and a few hours later, around 2 a.m., he experienced another condition that caused him to be hospitalized for a couple of days. Mr. Altai's testimony further indicated that he collapsed, was admitted to the hospital, and there was no way for him to know that he was in possession of the medication. The board voted to table the matter, directed board staff to obtain Mr. Altai's medical records referenced in his testimony, and return the matter to a conference. On October 21st, 2025, board staff issued a subpoena to Mr. Altai's counsel requesting any and all medical records in their entirety related to the medical event that occurred on or about June 20th, 2025, which was discussed during the October 2025 board meeting. Several email exchanges occurred between staff and Mr. Altai's counsel regarding the records and documented delays in obtaining them. Staff received medical documentation on December 4th, 2025 and January 5th, 2026, respectively. All of the documents received are contained in the board's files for review and consideration. Staff prepared a timeline based upon the facts in the complaint, medical records received, and verification of Mr. Altai's working hours on the date the medication was removed from the pharmacy, which is included in the investigative report in the board's materials. Given the time period between when he left work with the medication bottles in his pocket to when he was admitted for medical care, there are approximately 20 hours not accounted for. Mr. Altai also testified that the reason for him placing the medication in his pockets was because they were returned to stock. He further stated on the record, the medications were put back on hold and I was going to put them back on hold, but it was a busy day, so I put them back in my pocket while I'm finishing other tasks. He clarified that these were medications that were originally going to be filled but were put back on hold. He stated reasons being as per the patient's request, or patient wasn't willing to pay a certain amount, so the medications were just put back on hold via the program. Staff contacted Sam's Club for further clarification regarding the details of this incident. Supplemental information provided by Sam's Club included a report that indicates all medications that were canceled or returned to stock on June 20th, 2025. Of note, none of the medications that Mr. Altai was in possession of were indicated in this report as medications that had been canceled to be returned to stock. Furthermore, the employer confirmed that the bottles involved in this matter were stock bottles and were not cancel or return to stock bottles, and that the video footage showed Mr. Altai randomly selecting bottles, not using stock bottles that he was filling. It was further clarified that he staged a bottle on the filling pod for approximately 40 minutes before pocketing the bottle. The employer also clarified that during the review of video footage that was captured on June 20th, 2025, the pharmacy was not busy and Mr. Altai appeared to be wandering the aisles. This additional information is included in the board's files for review and consideration. Earlier this week, additional information was added to the board book for your review and consideration. Mr. Altai's counsel sent staff a proposed consent agreement for a civil penalty in the amount of $1,000 to settle this matter. Of note, staff nor the board's attorneys were involved in the drafting of the agreement that's in your book. This matter is returning to the board for discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the facts of this complaint, the additional information obtained by staff, the proposed settlement submitted by Mr. Altai's counsel, and Mr. Altai's application for renewal of his license.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. Mr. Altai is now back for his second conference before you. He asks that this board renew his license as a technician. And we ask that the board accept the consent agreement that we've proposed for the disciplinary fine of $1,000. It represents the upper limit of what he can afford, candidly, as a tech. He supports his family on his salary. Coming to the board each time because his renewal is due. His employer has not scheduled him because his license is showing to be lapsing tomorrow. So he is not on the schedule this week. He wasn't on the schedule the week of his last appearance. So he's eager to get back to work and continue his work. As he told you, as my colleague told you as well in his last appearance, Mr. Altai is very proud of his work as a pharmacist tech. And he showed me a Google review that was candidly quite lovely, actually. I think that we all know how unpredictable Google reviews can be. But this one was lovely. And someone commented, having worked with him and having him complete her purchase, that she really appreciated the interaction that she had with him. And she felt like he really cared about her and her well-being. Ali just wants to go back to work and continue to do good work and explore avenues within the pharmacy path, whatever that might look like throughout his life. He has a brief statement that he'd like to read to you all, but I do want to address briefly Ms. Brown's summary regarding the timeline here. I don't think that it's no secret that Ali was very, very sick during this time period. He was admitted to the hospital. He had some extensive treatment. He's very grateful to have made a full recovery. But he was sick, and he genuinely believed, until we got the medical records, that his hospitalization was contemporaneous with his departure from work. He now realizes that that's not the case. But that wasn't because of any nefarious purpose on his part. He was just really sick. So Ali would like to talk to you for a little bit, and then we're available for your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Mr. Tai?
Thank you. I'm here today to discuss my accidental removal of non-control medications from a pharmacy and renew my license. When I left work that night, I had forgotten the medications were in my pocket. I was working in a fast-paced environment and a new environment, and prior to my employment, all pockets were searched before leaving the pharmacy, preventing diversion. This was a relatively new job for me. On the day of the incident, I had begun to feel unwell. When I left the pharmacy, I was unaware that I had accidentally left unopened non-control medications in my pocket. I normally carry 2 bottles of water as well, and my cellular devices in my pocket, so I did not notice. My health situation continued to deteriorate, and before I could even return or realize that I even had the medications on my person, I was admitted into the hospital, rendering me unable to be able to confirm whether I even had the medications from the pharmacy in my possession. At the time of my response to the board, I genuinely believed that I was hospitalized the same night after I had left work, and I was simply too sick at the time to know that a day had lapsed. After reviewing my medical records, I now know that I was actually admitted later than I believed. Once I was discharged and made aware of the issue, I made several attempts to return the medication to my past employer, but was denied. I'm grateful that I've made a full recovery, but My focus now remains on my future. My dream and my ultimate goal is to pursue pharmacies to its fullest and become just like those who I aspire to be, a pharmacist, which I'm currently in school for. I've received positive feedback from my pharmacy, from patients, from my patient care, and I'm proud of the work that I do and the impact that I have on patients' lives. It genuinely means a lot to me. What was done was a mistake that was unknowingly and unintentional. I have learned from this incident, and I asked the board to renew my license and allow me to continue to help patients and the patients in my community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Altai. Board members will open the floor for any questions, discussion.
I just like you to refresh my memory. I remember the story, but there's some details.
Yes.
So you left home, you left work, you went home,
Yes.
and intentionally you left 2 or 3 bottles of uncontrolled medication. Then 20 hours after you admitted to hospital, you got discharged, and then you went back to work. And did you, right?
He was not scheduled to return to work. He never went back to the location. He called his
They called him, right?
yeah. And he tried to give the medication
Okay.
back and say, "Can I meet someone and give you the medication?"
And they
back?"
refused.
And they refused.
They wouldn't let me return the medication.
That's the part I want to just.
Yes, I had made several attempts to reach out to my employer asking about my scheduling and whether or not I would be scheduled. They had told me just come into work. That's all they told me.
So when you went to work, did you?
You never went back.
No.
Yeah. So they told him to come into work, but then they did a phone interview and they
Yeah.
terminated him.
Yes.
So he never actually returned to the facility.
You never went back to facility,
Correct.
and
No.
they never retrieved the medication from you.
They wouldn't let him back.
They wouldn't give me the chance. I spoke to several people. I pleaded them essentially, telling them that the medications are unopened. I want to give the medications back. I don't need these medications. It was unintentional, and they would not accept it.
And we did provide, I believe, photographs of the bottles showing
Yeah,
that they were
seen
in
it, yeah.
sealed containers.
They're still sealed, not
Yes.
used.
Yes.
They've since been destroyed.
Mr. Nassif, it's a matter of chain of custody, right?
Yeah.
It's left the pharmacy.
Oh, we
Off
don't
the
dispute
premises.
the
Yeah, I'm
idea.
just
Yeah.
explaining it to board.
I agree. But pharmacy cannot retrieve them and sell them, but
But they could put it in.
should not leave it also with public.
They
It is
could
a-
have put it
It's a matter of
for
when a
destruction.
prescription is even dispensed to a patient, and the pharmacy will not take it back just for liability purpose. It may get mixed up with their
Correct, they cannot
internal
refund.
inventory. So they're trying to eliminate any issues that may happen to them if they accepted this inventory. By mistake, it could be put back on a shelf, right? Because it's sealed
Yeah.
and distributed. So eliminate all possibilities of any future events that could take place.
Yeah, this I want to just verify. Thank you for
Thank you.
verification.
Mr. Altai, I do have 3 questions. You had testified in October that the medications were tied to prescriptions placed on hold
Yes.
due to patient request or inability to pay. The pharmacy records that we subsequently received showed no cancellations for dutasteride, finasteride, valcyclovir. And the video shows you staging a bottle for approximately 40 minutes before placing it in your pocket. How do you reconcile your testimony from October to that objective evidence that we received?
Mr. Anderson, if I may, as we've discussed, this was a period of time where Mr. Altai was substantially ill. I don't know that he will have a proper recollection of those incidents, but if that's an answer that you think that you can make, you're welcome to.
I don't believe I can make a proper answer because last I remember when we were here the first time, we brought up the video, if that's what you're referring to. And
No, Mr. Altai, just to refresh your memory, in October, you testified that you were returning these to stock because patients didn't have the ability to pay, patient request, et cetera.
Yes.
Between the time period of October and now, our board staff obtained additional records from Walmart stores about activity of what prescriptions were canceled and returned to stock. And none of those medications that were found on your person were listed. In addition, they submitted another video showing a 40-minute period of time where you were staging this bottle, before placing it in your pocket. How do you reconcile that testimony in October that you were, just simply returning these to the shelf based on patient request? Now that we have this additional objective information, I'm trying to understand your story from October.
From what I can recall, I had spoke to the PSC, the pharmacist in charge, and I had asked him if the patient would pay for this medication. He told me, from what I remember, and again, I'm sorry, I was sick, I can't give you an exact answer, but he told me no, it's going to be RTS, the patient will pay it. And that's exactly what I did.
All right, question number 2. You had stated that after your shift and Walmart submitted a time card to us saying 1948 on 6/20. So you stated you went home. Apparently, from what you also stated, that you remained in your work attire and you were later found collapsed 20 hours later or so. So at which point a family member, you told this in front of us, that changed you from your scrubs that you were wearing at work and changed your clothing before bringing you to the hospital. Help me understand, during that extended period of time, 20 hours, that you could go about your evening, your day, etc., with 4 full unopened bottles in your scrub top, not notice them, not disrobe, and then rely on someone else to change your clothes without those items being identified or reported as on you before taking you to the hospital.
Mr. Anderson, you're asking about a point in time that my client has acknowledged he has no memory of. And he subsequently was hospitalized.
So, Ms. Sullivan, he made this testimony on the record in October that this is what happened. And I'm trying to reconcile the medical record now with what he testified in front of this board, and what we now have to validate is a truthful representation of what happened.
I understand that, but as we've indicated, he believed that this was a much shorter period of time. So we've already established that his memory is flawed of that period of time. So I don't know that he's going to be able to give you an accurate answer because he doesn't know. He doesn't have a consistent memory of that point in time.
Final question. There was, at the last meeting in October, you were photographing surveillance equipment inside this pharmacy, which I found very peculiar. And your explanation that you were just in awe about the technology in this pharmacy and the surveillance technology in this pharmacy. And I wouldn't expect that of any professional to take photos on their cell phones of surveillance cameras in a place that they're working. What was behind that? I don't think we really explored that. Could you share why you were taking photographs of surveillance cameras from inside this pharmacy?
I think that we established the last time that
Ms. Sullivan, the question's being asked to your client, not to yourself. I know you've been kind of inferring answers that he'll then repeat, but if he doesn't, he can respond on his own. He doesn't need your help. The board is looking for answers from him. He's not looking for your testimony.
Sir, she is correct. We did go over this the last time. As I said before, I worked in previous locations where security was the last thing on anyone's mind, and we had patients who were very aggravated, and regardless of which patients, whatever happened in a situation where a patient would be rowdy, it would security was not a top priority. So me being in a new area where security location was top notch, I was in awe. I genuinely appreciated the area that I was in because I felt safe.
So why did you feel you needed to take photographs of it?
It was not out of malicious intent. It was just like I mentioned before, it was an awe. It was just something that I admired. Because
It's very peculiar. Very
um
peculiar.
Ali, can I ask, are you willing to share how old you are?
yeah, I'm 24 years old.
Okay. I think it might be a generational thing, Mr. Anderson.
Are you calling me old, Miss
Nope,
Sullivan?
nope, absolutely not. I'm saying that different generations behave differently.
Board members, those were my 3 questions. Any other questions for Mr. Altai?
I want to be careful how I say this, but I was looking at the records that we received, the medical records on that. And I don't see anything in here. What I was looking for was something that would indicate he's having delirium or something that would say he doesn't remember or any of these things. And from what I see, there's nothing to indicate any of that in existence at all. Am I missing something? And if so, what am I missing? And if there is something I'm missing, we certainly can go in and do this in executive session.
I think that if you want to parse into the medical records and his condition at the time, we could go into executive session. I don't know that it's necessary. I think that the nature of what he was being treated for could suggest that someone might not be thinking clearly.
Ms. Sullivan, you had indicated that you offered a proposed consent agenda, but I don't see anything in our files.
So the proposed agreement and communication starts on page 7309. The agreement itself is 7312. And again, this is one of those agreements that looks like it came from our office. However, our attorneys and staff had absolutely nothing to do with this agreement.
Let me ask.
I want to refresh my own memory again.
Yes.
So the reason we asked for the medical record, because there is a question. You said you didn't know about those medications till you came back from hospital, and then you tried to give it back to them, and they refused to take him back because they're about to terminate your employment, right? This is my recall, and that's the reason why we asked for the medical record. But there is 20 hours between when you went home, but after you discharged from hospital, tell your previous employer how long and how many days this
How many days?
Yeah.
How many days I genuinely.
How many hours? How many days? How long it
I
took
don't
them?
remember the time frame.
I could not give you an estimate. I simply reached out
Because
to.
I'm trying to recall like what you testified last meeting. You said you didn't like notice that you have those medications until you came back from the hospital, and then you tried to go back and give it back to them.
Yes.
And they didn't allow you to go there, and whatever story happened after. But so my understanding back then, there is like all of that happened within 24 hours or 48 hours maximum. But now, since we have the medical record, so we know when you got discharged from hospital.
Yes.
Just I need to know when you got terminated. Can you remember when you got terminated from work?
My exact termination date.
Yeah.
I can't.
Or the first communication after you got discharged from hospital.
The first communication I had with my employer was my exact termination day when they had me over the phone.
Is it a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
After I was discharged from the hospital, I honestly could not give you direct estimate or an answer. I don't remember I was sick.
Because as I recall, like you said, so my understanding from what you said last meeting, that
Yes.
it's just like you went to the hospital the same day, but obviously it wasn't the same day. And after you came back home, you saw those medications and you tried to give it back to them and they refused.
Mr. Altai, I have those dates for you.
You have them?
Yes. So the incident involving the diversion occurred on June 20th, 2025.
June 20th, okay.
Mr. Altai was admitted into the hospital on June 22nd, 2025. He was discharged on June 23rd, 2025, and he was terminated on June 27th, 2025.
There was also a June 25th hospital visit.
I was looking on, thank you. I was looking on page 5080. Is that the correct medical records?
Yes, they are.
I thank you again. I just don't see anything here that would indicate him being so out of it that he couldn't do any of these things based on what I see here. Sorry, I just don't see it.
I would like to make the council aware that when I was discovered, I was not in consciousness. I was knocked out. I was passed out. My mental faculties were not there. So I believe that answers your question as to why I'm unable to answer certain questions.
His family member did describe finding him on the floor unconscious.
Yeah, and I'm only going by the medical records here from
And
the
the-
hospitals.
Correct. The family member told that to the physicians concurrently with his medical treatment.
But again, I don't know about the rest of you, but take a look at page 5080.
5090 that talks about the physical examination, which we'll not discuss in open session. There, it does not appear that there was any sort of confusion whatsoever.
Ms. Brown, Mr. Chair, if I may ask a question.
Please.
Was it Walmart that, Sam's or Walmart? I'm sorry.
Sam's Club.
Yes.
Was it Sam's Club that called Mr. LT and told him that he had 4 bottles? Or was it proactively Mr. LT calling Sam's? Who called who when you became aware that you had 4 bottles? You proactively called first, or did they call you?
They called me.
Right. That's what I remember too. You weren't proactive in the identification of the, inadvertent removal from the pharmacy, and after hospitalization that you've later found these 4 full bottles in your scrub top that you were disrobed. Just the story is just very not very compelling for me. I do have a question for board staff. We had a not similar, but we had a case with a sildenafil diversion that ended up in a conference type setting. And just for consistency, if I recall correctly, we issued that pharmacist probation. Can somebody kind of confirm so that I'm tracking correctly and we're kind of consistent with?
Mr. President, if I remember correctly, it was $1,000 fine, and then he was put on probation at the time, and then he has to inform current employer and any future employer what had happened.
Right. I think that's a little bit more consistent with something that I would be willing to move forward with. It does contain the element of the $1,000 civil penalty that you have proposed, Ms. Sullivan, but it also does add the probation component that I think is necessary for your monitoring.
Mr. Anderson, if I may add, the probation that was for that case was for 3 years.
Thank you. And you consistently make reference to, being in pharmacy school, but
if you're in pharmacy school, you have an intern license. So are you really in pharmacy school, or are you just in community college to get your prerequisites done, or what's?
Yeah, we went over this last time. I'm currently in community college. I'm finishing my biology classes, and then I will be continuing on into pharmacy school.
So you haven't officially been accepted to pharmacy school, or?
No, like I was mentioning, my pathway, my ultimate goal is pharmacy school, which I'm pursuing.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
for clarifying that.
I agree with
Legal
your,
advice. I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
I move for legal advice.
We have a motion for legal advice. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
something. Said I put this screen on.
All right, welcome back from executive session. We'll continue with the discussion, or if we're ready for a motion, we'll certainly entertain that as well.
So, are you employed now, man? You are, right?
Yes. Yes, I am employed.
And is your employer aware of the situation?
Yes, I did speak with my employer.
Do you mind to share what's the name of the pharmacy you work at?
CVS.
Okay, just to make sure it's not.
All right, I'll make a stab at a motion. I'll make a motion for a consent agreement for probation and a disciplinary civil penalty of $1,000. The probation shall be a term of 3 years with quarterly reports from the employer to the board, and the respondent must request and be present before the board to lift the probation at a period of no less than 3 years. And,
Second. Oh, sorry.
and that would be my motion.
Second.
I mean, I believe 3 years is a little bit long time.
Oh, that's what we did for the sildenafil pharmacist.
Pharmacist.
Just to be clear, you said quarterly reports from the employer. What are you looking for in those reports? Because we'd have to give within the consent, standard terms are that they have to provide a copy to the employer. So the reports would have to lay out something so the employer knows what they're reporting back to the board.
Maybe that is just sufficient that they provide the consent agenda or the consent agreement to the employer, and that the quarterly reports aren't necessary. I vaguely remember us doing some quarterly reports, but is that not commonplace anymore?
It's typically for the Papa group.
Okay.
We had some quarterly reports yesterday on one of them that were actually ended up being monthly. And it was just like, this technician's been doing a good job.
That's correct. Yeah, the quarterly reports just indicated any concerns of behavior, anything that the board needed to be aware of.
I think that's reasonable to keep in there. Quarterly reports from the employer. I'll keep my motion as is.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Dr.
Just to be clear, we've got two items here. We've got the conference and the renewal. So is it renew upon signing?
Yes, renew the license upon signing of the consent agreement and payment of the disciplinary civil penalty.
And in the interim, is the license being extended? Is that common?
I think. Yes.
Did you put a time period on how long to pay?
30, isn't it 30 days to sign, 90 days to pay? That's our standard language.
If we could extend this to 6 months to pay, I understand the 30 days to sign. I think the more time he has to pay, the better. Like, as I mentioned, he's been out of work for 2 periods of time now because of his appearances to the board, and he's respectful of the process, and but he's having difficulty meeting his financial needs.
That's fine with me. All right.
I might find it my second to.
All right. Is the motion in order?
I think so.
All right. Very good.
Or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
So, Mr. Chair, open his license upon signing,
Correct.
not paying, right?
Correct.
Okay. Just for clarification. Thank you. Roll call?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
Ms. Browning?
Aye.
Ms. Davis?
I
Ms. Walmsley is absent. Ms. Spark?
Aye.
Mr. Hogan?
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nasif?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Altai. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you.
I think that does it, Mr. Chair.
I think we are on to tab 29, call to the public.
We'll We'll post a phone number for 30 seconds and see if anybody dials in, Mr. Chair. Are we posting? Max? Yes, sir. Are we posting? Are we posting the number?
Lynn should have it on. Yeah, there you go.
Mr. Chair, great job running your meeting today and yesterday. Today was definitely challenging.
Thank you.
Think we're in a good place to adjourn, Mr.
All right, we will adjourn and we'll see everybody in June.
Thank you.
Thank you.